Ayo, ayo, we test. Ayo, ayo, we test. Ayo, ayo, we test. Ayo, ayo, we test.
I love
Ayo,
fashion, but
ayo,
I
we
wouldn't
test.
consider myself a fashion
But I
nerd in the sense that I'm not super educated on the history of fashion. I love the technical side of fashion, for example. Like how to balance the colors of an outfit, or even the intricacies of how things are constructed, or the intricacies of how different fabrics work and how they lay on the body. Like, I love fashion in a very current way. I love going to fashion shows and watching new collections come down the runway in real time. I love fashion right now. I love fashion in the current moment, but I just don't know a lot about fashion history. And I think that this is important for me as a fashion lover because history plays a huge role in fashion. Like, when you're interested in fashion, you're naturally, whether you want to be or not, kind of interested in history because the two are heavily tied together. We've been wearing clothes for a very long time. And that's why I'm excited to sort of develop my knowledge about fashion history, which is why I'm so excited to be speaking to our guest today, Richard Thompson Ford. He is a Stanford law professor, Bay Area, Palo Alto, represent. I'm not from Palo Alto, but I am from the Bay Area. So, I feel close to him in that way. I've never met him, but I think we're going to love each other. He is a fashion history
Oh
expert. He
no,
also has
I gotta
expertise
configure the
in
pedals.
many other
This is a no.
categories. But today I'm going to be talking to him specifically about fashion. Specifically, Richard has dug deep into fashion as a system of power, how the written and unwritten rules of fashion have evolved and still influence what we wear today. He's written several books, the most recent one being Dress Codes: How the Laws of Fashion Made History. And I'm so excited to learn more about fashion today. Beyond just like, when did they create the corsets and why are they so snatched? Like, that's more than, we're going to dig a little deeper than that today and really, really become fashion nerds together. And maybe you don't want that. Maybe you don't, but I do. So come along for the journey. And I will welcome in now Richard Thompson Ford. We're going to have a fashion day,
Cool.
because you have so many things that you do, so many amazing things that you do. But I'm so curious about the fashion piece of it. Because I think a lot of people look at fashion as something that is, sort of materialistic. Like, when you hear the word fashion, what comes to mind? It's like, it's materialistic, it's capitalism, it's this, it's that. But, there's so much more to it. What initially drew you to fashion, and what particular piece of fashion was the most interesting to you?
Well, what drew me to fashion initially was being a kid growing up. I grew up in a town called Fresno, and yeah,
No way! Oh
yes,
my god, my family. I
yeah.
have family in Fresno.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yes.
I grew up in Fresno, and I went to a high school, which was great in many ways. I was one of a very few African American kids there,
Mhm.
and right away fashion and clothing was a way to kind of navigate the social scene. It was a way to set myself
Totally.
off, a way to, exert some personality that wasn't just my race.
Mhm.
And I found that really useful and powerful. And so it got me interested in fashion trends. I had a preppy phase, I had a punk rock phase, I mean, all the
Love,
stuff that kids
yes.
go through.
Yes. So it initially, the interest sort of started with how you could use it to sort of create, like, manipulate identity in a way.
Yeah.
Like, it's like you can go in and your clothes can speak for you in some ways.
Hmm.
Okay, so it started there, and then how did it sort of evolve to today? Sort of fill in the blanks from that initial moment of like, I love this. This is, maybe in a way sort of an art form or a way to speak.
Yeah.
What then made it such a focus, I guess, in your career?
Well, a couple things. One's personal and one's professional.
Mhm.
My father was also a stylish person. He had great clothes and a great sense of style. I
Yes.
wish I could have worn some of his clothes, but we were not the same size,
Yeah.
because he had some great stuff. He studied as a tailor. He was a
Oh.
professional. He was a university professor and administrator, but he actually studied as a tailor at a historically black college at a
Uh-huh.
time when they insisted that the students learn a trade as well as a profession in
Uh-huh.
case they needed something to fall back on. So he always talked about clothing. But the thing I saw as a kid was he used clothing as a way to navigate his surroundings. He was one of the only black people at the Cal State University Fresno where he worked. So I noticed that.
Mhm.
And the way clothing mattered for him. It was fun,
Mhm.
and he liked it just as style, but it also had this very serious side,
Yep.
and that was powerful. Professional side is I teach a variety of classes in law, including employment
Mhm.
discrimination, and there are a lot of lawsuits around clothing. People suing their employers for a dress code that, for instance, requires them to wear something they don't want to wear. So, dress codes that require women to wear makeup or tease their hair or wear high-heeled
Interesting.
shoes can
Mhm.
be challenged as sex discrimination. Dress codes that forbid head coverings might be challenged as discrimination on the basis of
Yep.
religion if your religion requires a head covering. Lots of lawsuits. And the way the courts dealt with those lawsuits never struck me as satisfying. So I
Mm.
teach these cases to my students, and any student who was remotely interested in fashion kind of thought, well, that's not what was really at stake in this
Yeah.
case. What the court's talking about isn't really what I think was going on. And the students were right. And so over time, I thought it would be great to dig into this and get a better sense for why people are suing, why employers want to have these dress codes
Yep.
that goes beyond what the typical legal analysis was, talking about.
Do you have an example of like one of those sort of lawsuits? Like, what about it was not satisfying? Like, maybe give an example or like dig into that a little bit more.
In a lot of the cases, there's a moment where the court says, of course, fashion is trivial. I mean, there are a
Mhm.
couple cases where they actually say just overtly, of course, this is trivial and not worth the attention of the courts, except for the fact that it coincides with discrimination on the basis of race or religion or a freedom of expression claim. But the presumption that fashion was trivial in and of itself always rubbed me the wrong way, and I thought,
Mhm.
you're not gonna get a good analysis if you begin with the proposition that what everyone cares about is trivial. So that struck me as wrong. Here's one case in particular. There was a case involving an African American woman who had locks, and the employer had a dress code against unprofessional hairstyles. And so it said that hairstyle is unprofessional. You have to change your hairstyle. Now, the way the courts typically would analyze that would be to say, well, is the hairstyle part of her race? And if
Yep.
it's part of her race, then maybe she has a legal claim. But if it's not part of her race, then it's just a workplace rule and you've got to change your hairstyle. But what they left out was all the ways that that hairstyle might be important to her that weren't directly about race, might have been indirectly about it, but
Yeah.
also the way it would be they didn't care about the fact that it would be impossible for her to change her hairstyle and put it back because the nature of that hairstyle. They didn't think about the fact that what they were really talking about wasn't just you have to show up to work with a different hairstyle, but you got to change your hairstyle permanently because that hairstyle can't be switched back and forth.
Yep.
It just kind of went right over the head of and a lot of cases involving things like that where they just look at it.
I guess that is sort of part of the problem is this sort of misunderstanding of what fashion and I guess identity as a whole really is. Like I think, I guess, and this can even just be a personal opinion, how important is it that we protect our, our fashion choices, our choices with our hair, our choices with our makeup? How important is that when we should be like, okay, I guess I have to change it. Like, you know, what sort of, there is no manual for life, but what is sort of your ideal, what's the mantra? What's the, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not against all dress codes. So I think there are
Mhm.
times when the dress code is perfectly reasonable, it's necessary, people should just comply with the dress code. But I think that what people don't get, it's what you're getting at with why is it important to the individual and why is it not trivial? And when you need to navigate the world, and maybe it's assert authority,
Mhm.
maybe it's assert competence. The way you come across matters. How you feel in your own skin matters. And I think people who don't understand that are usually people who almost always feel comfortable because the norms and the rules are set up for
Yep.
them. So
Yep.
they've never confronted a situation where someone says, something that is kind of central to your identity is banned. So a lot of the in the book I try to talk about examples, a lot of them involve women
Mhm.
where the dress code is really working against their ability to do their job or to be
Yep.
successful at something that you have to wear this outfit and that outfit's going to make it psychologically or symbolically really hard to accomplish what you want to accomplish. So your clothing's working against you. And
Mhm.
that's a problem that only certain people face in certain circumstances.
Can we kind of dig into the history of women's fashion? Because I think it's so fascinating and there's so much. I think we all just think of the corset.
Right,
And we just,
right.
and you know what? Sometimes my stylist still puts me in a corset and it's
Yeah.
fashion and we hate it. And every time I put one on, I'm like, how in the world did women wear this every day? Like, I'm grumpy when I'm in a corset for like a photo shoot or something. It's a nightmare. Anyway, little women's fashion history. What are the key points?
So I guess the key point I'd begin with is that there's a moment in history where men's and women's fashions, or a couple moments actually, where they
Mm-hmm.
diverge in really important ways.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them is in the late Middle Ages or early Renaissance. And there's a moment when fashion starts to really take off. Tailoring becomes a big deal throughout Europe, and it's happening for men. So for a long period in history, all of the innovative fashions, the newest fashions, the sexiest fashions, they're for
Mm-hmm.
men, not women.
Mm.
So the men get all this tailored clothing, they get leggings, they can show their legs in public, they get, and the women are still in draped clothing, which used to be what everyone wore. That's an important moment. And
Mm-hmm.
up until about the 1700s, women's fashion is following trailing men's fashion and they're getting little pieces of what the boys got
Mm-hmm.
but not everything, and the one big one is the women always have to be draped below the waist.
Mm-hmm.
uh, Pants are forbidden, and a woman wearing pants could be subject to arrest. In the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, they had a
Mm-hmm.
crime in England called misrule. So a woman wearing pants would be liable for sexual misrule, and it was assumed that wearing pants meant that she was also engaged in other morally objectionable behavior just for wearing pants. So
Wow.
this was a big deal. And so it's a big part of masculine privilege to be able to wear this fashion and an insertion of masculine power. Women are always expected to tread this tightrope between being decorative and
Mm-hmm.
therefore attractive
Musta,
to
musta.
heterosexual men,
Yep.
but also not too attractive or not too sexy or not too wanton
Yep.
and alluring. And so this is just a consistent theme.
Yep.
So
Okay,
being draped
Sato.
below the waist is important because it signals your
What,
sexual
Sato?
propriety, your chastity, but at the same time, you're supposed to be alluring. And so all these things are going on above the waist to make the women
Yes,
sexier.
sir.
It's real weird push pull there.
Yep.
So that's the one important moment. A second one happens
Saman, check lang, check
in
lang.
the late 1700s,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a moment that some historians describe as the Great Masculine Renunciation.
36
Mm.
KI,
And so
ako
the
may long
Great
drive
Masculine
4, ay long
Renunciation is
drive 3,
when
F4 eh.
men start to
36K by
become
sheesh.
unfashionable. They start to reject fashion. So men used to wear,
Ikaw lang,
brocade,
Tik.
jewels, makeup.
Ako lang, TV.
High-ranking, very macho men are wearing makeup, eyelash curler, blush, powdered wigs, the whole works.
Love. Okay, yep.
Yet it's normal masculine fashion
Ikaw
for
decide
elite
asa
men.
mag-meet.
Sometime in the mid to late 1700s, men throughout Europe, it starts in England and it's kind of spreads, start to renounce all of that. And you get the kind of precursor to the modern suit. It's
Mhm.
streamlined, it's sober, it's dark colors,
Yep.
and it's a really important symbolic thing because political ideals are changing. And so rather than societies based on aristocratic privilege, you're getting the Enlightenment and the
Drive
norm
safe.
of industriousness, sobriety, rationality. That's
Mhm.
important. And so the clothing's
Frog?
starting to match that. Like, I'm practical, I'm sober, I don't care about fashion. So this is probably familiar, right? That's the typical masculine ideal now. I
Yeah.
don't care about fashion. Then suddenly women are the fashionable ones. And the women have the ruffles and the brocade and the jewels and all the rest of it. So they're still, in one sense, kind of trailing behind in the sense that modernized fashion is now this masculine fashion, which we describe as not fashion at all, but just being well dressed. And the
Yeah.
women are frivolous and fashionable.
You mentioned that at one point, if a woman was wearing pants, she could go to jail. When did I feel like now, we don't know, I mean, in America, I wear whatever. But I feel like now, it is so vastly different. It's like
Get
we have
ready
so
to
much
turn
freedom,
right.
now. We can wear anything. So I'm curious about how we got from such extreme to such
Turn
extreme.
right.
Like it, which is amazing. Happy to be here now, but it's there must be a lot that happened in between.
Yes, so several things happen. Back, if you go back to the late Middle Ages, there were all kinds of laws about what people could wear. Some historians call them sumptuary laws, and they had to do with who could wear fine, elaborate clothing. It was regulated according to social rank, so you had to be of a particular aristocratic status. You had to know on sight what part of society you knew. And, then those kind of sumptuary laws start to go by the wayside. So, by the 1700s, there's not much of that left. But you still have laws about public decency.
Keep left
So
and
those
then
kind of
turn
grew
left.
up as the strong legal prohibitions where the women wearing pants, all the way up through the early 20th century would be considered
Turn left.
indecently dressed and therefore subject to arrest for that, even though there are no comprehensive justice. Those kinds of laws continued until really the 60s and 70s. And in the 1970s, you started to get a lot of pushback against that based on changing norms about personal expression, changing gender norms. Just a lot of interesting cases involving people who were in what they called back then cross-dressing. So wearing clothing not pertaining to their gender. And they would challenge those laws as a violation of the right to freedom of expression and as vague, what counts as male and female
Right.
gender.
Here we
I
are.
don't understand
Safe
what
and
you're talking
sound.
about. So those cases started to break down enforcement of public indecency laws. So at this point, they're pretty rarely enforced.
Time to hit the road.
They're still on the books, and there are still cases where these laws are enforced. Sagging pants, the
Yeah.
kind of that hip hop style.
Yeah.
There's some cities that are still enforcing bans against those as either public indecency because you're showing your undergarments, they pass banning that kind of fashion. So they're still out there, but you're right. For the most part, we're not.
Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of past.
Here we go.
What do you think about, for example, that rule against sagging pants? Like that one specifically. Let's just dig into that for 1 second. Do you think that showing, say, undergarments is wrong?
No, I don't. And I'm going to think about that. I think that when that started, it was real shocking, and
Yeah.
you uses of fashion are often met with moral disapproval.
Always.
You know,
Yes.
so, oh my God, she's wearing her underwear. But, you know, there was a time in which a t-shirt would be considered underwear and
Yep.
scandalous to wear.
Yep.
So there's that. Certainly this was racially targeted. I mean, there's really
Sure.
no doubt that
Yep.
the targeting of the sagging pants in particular was about young African American men who were also considered to be a social threat in other ways, and that's why that was targeted.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of problems with that.
1000%.
Yeah, with those kinds of laws.
It must be a very
Let's
challenging
go.
battle to fight when there are, say, these sort of dress codes that are targeted, but maybe they're not blatantly targeted. It's a sneaky way of targeting because it's not blatant. Like there are certain things that I think are blatant. For example, like, you know, there are certain hairstyles that say, you know, are traditional to, you know, whereas say sagging pants, it's like that might be a trend within a community, but it's like it's something that maybe everyone it's challenging to navigate when it's not something that's obvious on paper. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yes. Oh,
That's
absolutely.
what's so challenging.
Yes.
When it's like, yeah, but anyone can sag their pants. I guess it's like how has that been thought?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Get ready
some of these
to
sagging
turn
pants bans and the criticism, like, you know, during the 1990s, 1980s, and 1990s,
Turn left.
criticism was ferocious. And everyone for a while was talking about sagging pants. Politicians, you know, running for president, all kinds of people talking about sagging pants like a issues to deal with. But it was, and people of all races, by the way, which gets to your point about it being challenging to confront this, because you'd have, you know, a lot of black people saying, yeah, the sagging pants, you know, terrible because that. So then how can you say it's racist? And I think
Keep right, and then
often
turn right.
what happens is a new style becomes mainstream because it's
Turn
seen
right.
often enough in enough different contexts that people begin to get comfortable with it. So when you first have
Right.
the sagging pants, the immediate association of most people is these are black gangsters who are also up to no good in a lot of other ways, and this just is the symbol of all the bad things. And then over time you get more comfortable with, for instance, hip-hop. Hip-hop goes mainstream. The style starts to spread. You get athletes wearing it. Races wearing it after a while. Everyone starts to understand that this is just another style, and it's not a symbol of social
Keep
justice.
right.
But I think people have to get used to seeing it in a lot of different places first, and it's really hard to fight that idea when it first appears. That, you know, oh my God, this is actually something that's part of it. Right.
There's so many different sort of dress codes for different things. There's dress codes for work.
Get
and
ready
there's dress
to
codes for
turn
school,
right.
and then for going out to a party, and then for hanging out with friends, and even pajamas. Like there are so many different sort
Turn
of
right.
many little dress codes that are peppered into our day-to-day life. Do you foresee sort of different formal dress codes changing in the future? Like in what ways do you would you predict?
Oh, that's tough. Okay.
I know.
So,
I mean, it's impossible.
so the easy part is I definitely there will be a formal dress code. I have no doubt about that. I do not think we will live to see the day when it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think people care about it, and there will be lots of informal expectations, and maybe informally but powerfully. Now, what exactly that's going to look like is trickier. You know, I mean, one thing you could kind of begin to parse the symbolism of certain types of clothing by looking at norms in the past and how things have evolved. So, for instance, this kind of jacket is called a sport jacket because it used to be worn for sports.
Yeah.
And so there's a pretty consistent historical trend over hundreds of years of clothing that was once sporting clothing, later becoming, you know, business attire. And I think we still see that today.
Yeah.
So
Keep right.
that dress code until very, very recently. Now there's no dress code in most of these banks, but they've all gravitated towards something called the Midtown uniform. I don't know if there's an Instagram page. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's a Patagonia fleece and a button-down collar. They all wear exactly the same thing.
They're everywhere in Palo Alto.
Yeah,
That uniform is everywhere. Yes.
Right, there's no dress code.
Yeah.
They're all exactly the same.
That's true. It is interesting how humans just we like to feel like and I think that the Patagonia vest and that whole uniform it's no more like effective.
See you in 8 hours.
But it is. That is the uniform. It's interesting that you say that you never can imagine. Like you don't think there'll ever be a time where it doesn't matter what we're wearing. And that tells me that it's because it holds more value than I think we think it does. Historically, what is like the through line? Why is it so powerful? Like why? Because it just shouldn't be that big of a deal when you really break it down. It's like you're just staying warm, covering up your like. Why does it matter so much?
I think it matters because clothing, at least since this moment that I described as the birth of fashion, when tailoring really takes off, it becomes a way, in one sense, to transform the human body. And this was really clear in the
Keep
let's say
right,
Tudor era,
and then
when
exit
Queen
right.
Elizabeth I would wear these magnificent gowns, and they were architectural. They had shoulders that were sculpted,
Exit
and
right.
skirts that were built out, and a lot of the fashion in that
Keep
period of time
left.
for both men and women had this characteristic of wearing and people commented that she looked otherworldly. She looked superhuman, and that power of fashion, I think, has never gone away. So there's that, and then fashion allows us to immediately make associations with other periods of history, other people, other groups, so you can communicate an enormous amount in a split second by what you're wearing, including communicating things that you wouldn't want to say out loud. So fashion lets you do all of that, and I think that's why it's extremely powerful. And as long as we are embodied, flesh and blood human beings, until we can upload our consciousness into the cloud or something, that's gonna matter.
Yeah, it's so true.
It's important for people to pay attention to fashion. Or do you think
Keep
it's
right,
sort of,
and then exit
do you
right.
think it's optional?
I think it's not optional when we speak
Exit
of fashion in the broadest sense.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about, do you
Turn
care
right.
what you're wearing? I don't think that's optional. And I think people who say that they don't care are not self-aware or not being honest. I'm sorry, but I don't buy it.
Yeah.
I think that they may dress to look as if they don't care about fashion.
Yeah.
And that is
But that is also a choice.
exactly.
Wow, that's a great point.
For example, that Mark Zuckerberg wears a gray T-shirt, really famous example, and people would say, come on, fashion doesn't matter. Look, you're the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Yeah.
But he says, well, why? He said something like this. He's not a director, but I wear this gray T-shirt because if I wasted my time thinking about trivial things like fashion, I wouldn't have time to do my job, to be the best CEO of Facebook, and I would devote all my time. So what's the green T-shirt now? Is it a matter of indifference? No, it's simple.
Right.
And so if you're not wearing a green T-shirt, if you look like you care about fashion, that suggests you're wasting your time on trivial things that you should be doing.
Yeah.
And people actually said that. So when she was then the CEO of Yahoo, Marissa Mayer got a Vogue fashion spread. She's a fashion millionaire.
Yeah.
Of course she's going to do it. It's lots of fun. People in Silicon Valley said, look at her. She looks like she's going to a party or on vacation while everyone else is. So people do care.
Yeah.
And there's just another, it's like an inverted dress code. If you look like you care, now that's a problem.
Yeah. What would you say to remembering even like Miley Cyrus, for example, when she came out, and all of a sudden she's like, wearing really revealing clothes and like, whatever, and everybody was up in arms, like as though she killed their family. What are your thoughts on that? Like, what people get really just angry about what other people wear. Number one, why do you think that is? And number two, is that healthy? I think it's no, but I want to hear you elaborate.
I think it's often unhealthy, and I would say I think it's sometimes it's inevitable, and sometimes people dress in order to provoke a response, and then it's not surprising that they are successful in doing that. But I think that often it's unhealthy, particularly when it's directed at women. So I'm going to come back to this point about the way
It's
women
Euro Truck
are
Simulator.
forced to
and-
catch 22s around their attire constantly, and
I'm not committing
criticize no
crime,
matter
so
what they
I
do.
don't think they're
And so
gonna be here.
I think a lot of women, when they dress in a way that might be considered provocative, are trying in
It's only when you
odd ways
overspeed or if there's
take
an accident
control
they show
of
up.
the gender norms around clothing. That they've lived their lives being pushed and pulled in these directions. Either you're too frumpy or you're too sexy, your outfit's boring or it's slutty. And it's back and they're just like, I'm just gonna wear something there's just no argument about. And call me with
Do you think that it works?
yeah. I think it can work
Oh shit,
for some women if they are
that's close.
ready for the reactions, but I do think that often it doesn't work because you don't opt out of the judgment, and
It's also
that's
not for you at the end.
yeah,
It's still not for you.
right.
Right? It's like, I think that that's what's so unfortunate about it, is that it's like, it's almost like, you can't win, right? Because it's like, if you,
It's gonna
like,
cruise
you know what,
control.
this is like I want to empower myself, so I'm going to go ahead
The
and do
truck is
this.
struggling.
But then that doesn't do it either. It's almost like, I think, ultimately, to set yourself free, and maybe it's not this simple, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts. It's like, maybe to set yourself free, you have to do something that's just completely a reflection of your personality, whatever that is. So it can't, it not any extreme necessarily, but it must just be the truest
Thanks for watching,
representation of
man.
you. So it's like if
Aussie,
somebody's
let's
dressing
go.
as an act of rebellion, then they're like,
Bro, my truck is struggling for
it's
some
almost like
reason.
the biggest
Maybe
act
we'll
of
move
rebellion
here.
is to dress however
Just to try
what
to
is the
speed up.
most truly you, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it's so I hear what you're saying about how
It's like there's no
Doing
way.
and
right
using
that
like
you're
a
reacting.
makeshift,
So if you're reacting to something that's not in control,
setup. So I'm currently using
now
one
in
of our
responsive posture to some other
like,
thing, patriarchy,
back
whatever,
TVs from the
all
dance
that. And I do think people often buffet
racing
back
you from the
by that.
90s and
Keep right.
flight stick.
I mean,
And then
I
exit right.
would love
Then
it if
just
people
did
would
some tweaking and then
dress
Exit
all
right.
works.
only for themselves, but I have to say I'm skeptical
Go
that
straight
that's
on.
possible. I think,
agree.
yeah,
Yeah, I completely agree.
I think one is always
Keep right.
dressing for other people and to communicate something, and maybe only to the extent that the solution is to recognize that and decide what you want to say, decide what you want to communicate with your clothing. Now that doesn't help women out of the couch,
I didn't
and I think that's a matter, honestly, of political action. That's the case where there needs to be sustained pushback against unfair gender expectations.
Keep left.
What do you think about sort of
I have seen some
like
I've seen some accidents, but I haven't seen actual bodies.
200 years ago? I mean, it's definitely different. we buy a new pair of shoes every.
If you're talking about
5
IRL,
years.
yeah, a
I mean,
lot.
who knows? Like, how is it? How is the way that we consume clothes different back then versus today? I mean, I think it's obvious, but I'm curious in sort of details of that.
For a long period of time, any fashion clothing was custom made and therefore very expensive and only available to 8 people plus money. So you get mass-produced clothing in 1800s. Brooks Brothers suit is one of the first examples of mass-produced clothing. So now you're not going to buy it in a catalog. It's cheaper. Europeans comment about the way Americans are also well dressed. Because
Okay, apparently I hit something. My trailer hit the police. Now you see the police. Bro, that's gonna cost me money.
Yeah.
Rats.
Shoes and other things.
Well comes from, because you know you're rich if you've got nice shoes. And so our real disposable attitude, I think, is pretty nice.
Yeah.
And that disposable attitude for everybody, it's just the very, very wealthy
Right.
fashion set, follow the newsring fashion that is kind of sliver.
It's the
Yeah.
Now, almost everybody can do that. They go to some fast fashion store where they're copying the high fashion clothing at a very low price.
Yeah.
What is it? Okay.
That's kind of how I feel about it. There's a lot of ways.
Yeah.
It's not great for the environment. In fact, the fashion industry is one of the more contributors to environmental
That's so
emissions. And the labor practices used in such so there's an argument that better both in terms of social justice and environmental health if we had a different attitude to fashion.
I know, I'm so about that right now. I
So,
think for 5 years, go in like, and make it a part of your uniform. Have fun with accessorizing, like do other things. I was such a consumer. I was like, I love fashion. I need to have everything. This is the cheaper option. Like in high school, I was ordering fast fashion stuff all the time. Then eventually I found thrift shopping, and I was like, this is actually really fun. And then, because thrifting was not cool when I was little, and then now going to the thrift store is like cool. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Because it was not that way when I was a kid. I actually do think it's kind of cool though that now it almost feels like fashion is less about, it's about having a cool outfit. People are less concerned about what brand is this, what brand is that. It is more about, at least with Gen Z, like I don't know, it's more about like just wearing a cool outfit, because thrifting is cool. It's almost like a weapon now to be like, I thrifted this, So it's interesting to see that it's becoming almost in some ways more of something to brag about when you got something for a deal and it's cool and I still look cooler than you. Like that's the flex now. But maybe that's just a smaller, because I still do think that the big designer brands and all these, expensive sorts of things still have
Keep right
societal
and then exit right.
impact. But maybe we're going in a direction where it's lessening.
Exit
I
right.
also think it's lessening a little bit because there's a lot of fake design that looks pretty real. So it's like, how is anyone to know? Do you think that designer things have less of a sort of importance now?
Yeah, I think this is something that the big fashion brands are really worried about. And there's spending a lot of money on lawyers to stop these fakes from circulating.
Wow, that's gonna work.
Yeah, but they are worried about it, and it's interesting that if some of the fakes are some of them are so good they're indistinguishable from the real thing, even if you take it apart. Some of them are made in the same factories, so it actually is identical. It's just that the factory ran off some extra ones after they made the the things for the brands.
Yep.
So it's an issue, and I still think the fashion brands have got a lot of they navigate that. So I'm thinking of Gucci and their collaboration with Dapper Dan. I don't know, do you remember Dapper Dan through the 80s and 90s, the hip hop tailor up in Harlem made clothing for artists like Eric B. and Rakim and Salt and Peppa, and they were used fake Gucci and fake Louis Vuitton fabrics to make these jackets and suits and clothing, really cool stuff.
Yeah.
And they sued it. Of course they did. They sued it for trademark infringement, and they put it out of business. But now he's collaborating with Gucci, and so it's kind of going back full circle.
So wild.
So they're trying to figure out. Now they realize this stuff was most of the stuff that we put out officially.
Totally.
And we want to be associated with it.
Yep.
It's always part of the status of fashion has been about the expense, and part of it has been about savoir-faire. And what do you know? You know what to wear. You know what's appropriate. Back in the day, it was all about the appropriateness of clothing, so that you would know that someone was from the wrong social class if she wore diamonds to her garden party. A truly elegant woman would never wear diamonds to some theater or a night. So there was this kind of, but I think you're a pretty good example of the fact that it's still got a little element of that without all the class snobbery. Where what's cool is to know how to put together a cool outfit, not just to have enough money to go buy out the rich.
Yep. It's almost like that's what I do love about sort of that section of like fashion right now is it is more about put something together that's cool and feels different because it's so saturated and everyone's wearing the same thing. It's almost more about having something that no one else has than it is about, at least in some corners of the fashion world. But yeah, it's more about that than it is about having the hottest new, designer bag, because it's like anyone can get that. Whereas not just anyone can find like this random Betsy Johnson pair of heels from 1996. Like you just, like only you have those, and that's almost a currency of its own. What is sort of your wish for the world when it comes to our human relationship to fashion? Where would you like to see it change and evolve, and what does that look like? And it can also be like, I know that this needs to change, I don't know how, but just anything. The answer can be whatever you want the answer to be, but I'm just curious what a bright future looks like in your eyes.
I'd love to see a world where people can dress in the way that empowers them. Understanding that you've got to navigate and it's a social relationship. Fashion is a relationship with other people, so it's not all about the individual, but where dress codes and expectations and norms around fashion that are designed to produce hierarchies, that are designed to reinforce class snobbery, that are designed to put women on that catch 22 treadmill, those are gone, and what's left is a landscape in which people can use clothing in order to express themselves, their connections with other people in a variety of ways. I don't want to say any way they see fit, because that's not realistic. But that there are a variety of ways where people can find a way to be comfortable. And I'll throw in, sustainability. So maybe better clothing, but less of it.
Took the words out of my mouth. This was amazing.
It was
Thank
so
you
fun.
so much.
Thank you.
Oh my God, I learned so much today.
Wow.
I learned so much.
Oh, that's great. This was really fun.
Awesome. Hello, and welcome back to Advice Session, a series here on Anything Goes, where you send in your current dilemmas or anything that you want advice on, and I give my unprofessional advice. Today, I have a very raspy voice because I've been singing a lot in the car, etc., etc. And I've also been very dehydrated. I haven't been drinking a lot of water. So my voice is gone. But hopefully some of you think that it's sexy and charming. I know for a fact there will be a few of you that will be annoyed, but this is just what you get with me. I lose my voice so much. It's unbelievable. And I can't tell if it's because I just talk and sing more than the average person, or if it's because there is ultimately something wrong with my throat. But that's neither here nor there, and that is something for me to worry about and not for you to worry about. Don't worry, I will handle that. You have enough going on in your own life, okay? Which is why we're doing an advice session, because I'm going to be giving you unprofessional advice on things that are going on in your lives. And if you want to submit a current dilemma or a situation that you want advice on, at Anything Goes on Instagram, that is where we receive submissions. Okay, without further ado, let's just get right into it. I curated a list today of current dilemmas / situations that you all want advice on that specifically relate to having a crush on someone. So this whole episode is about what the fuck to do when you have a crush. Let me tell you, it's fun to have a crush. It's really distracting, which is great. Like, that's the best part about it is when you have a crush, it's almost like being drunk in the way that it distracts you. Like, it consumes your mind in a way that is so potent and so all-consuming that nothing else really seems to matter. Like, it becomes your number one priority a lot of times. And there's something kind of fun about that because it is an escape from your real life. It's like, who gives a fuck about homework or work or drama with friends? It's like, no, I got a crush. The only thing I'm worrying about right now is this. If they like me back, was I weird when I flirted with them yesterday? Like, what's happening? Anyway, having a crush is fun, but it's also kind of a nightmare because you're in this sort of purgatory where you don't know for sure if they like you back most of the time, and it's exciting, but it's also torture because you're trying to figure it out every day, and you're just fantasizing about what it would be like if you were together, and you're so close yet so far. It's a nightmare. It's fun, but it's a nightmare. A lot of things are like that. It's like when you're in a party phase in your life, you're going out a lot. It's fun, and it's distracting, but it's a nightmare. It's ultimately a nightmare. Anyway, the last time I had a crush was a few months ago, and I really found myself having a crush on the idea of this person, and then as I got to know them more, I was like, this person is not good for me. Like, if I dated this person, it would be an absolute catastrophe, but it was tough to shake because I was like, well, fuck, I don't know, like, I don't know them that well, and even though I can tell that we wouldn't be super compatible personality-wise, it's like, but what if we got to know each other and then they did become that? It was like this whole thing, and the only way I got rid of that crush was by finding someone new. Like, I don't know if I would have shaken that crush as quickly if I hadn't found someone new who was ultimately way better for me. You know, like a better person to have a crush on. All that to say, there's something so challenging about shaking a crush. Even if you can tell that they're bad for you, even if you know that you'll never date them, it's like not up lines and try to figure things out. But you can never come to a conclusion based on a conspiracy. It's the same thing with like a conspiracy about, I don't know, like whether or not aliens are real. It's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with maybe putting together clues and trying to figure out if aliens are real. But you can never come to a conclusion unless there's proof, unless there's evidence, unless someone says, here's the science, these are the aliens, they're right here. This is 100% certain. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing with when you have a crush. It's like, until you hear it from their mouth, not necessarily directly, maybe even through the grapevine, but until they say it, you just can't know for sure. And so you can never come to a conclusion based on things that are not factual. Like, evidence is different than facts, because evidence can sometimes not be accurate. It's like when they're solving a murder case, okay? They might find fingerprints on some shit, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the person whose fingerprints were on the stuff did the murder. There are so many more variables to factor in. You cannot
Never
come to a
mind.
conclusion
I'll
based
find a new
based on little pieces of evidence like that, right? So my piece of
Go straight
advice
to-
is, if you're like overcome with desperation to figure out if this person likes you back, you gotta start asking around. Maybe you start by asking their friends, like, hey, let me confide in you a little bit. I have a crush on your friend, and I don't know how to handle it. Like, I don't know if I should ask them if they feel the same about me, or if I should, like, start to get closer to them. Have they ever said anything about me? Like, do they like me? What do you know? And they might be like, I don't know. Like, I could ask and get back to you, or they might say, oh yeah, they definitely like you, or they might say, I don't know, like they're not really dating right now, like, eh. Now, that's one way you could go about it. Another way you could go about it is you could become closer with this person that you have a crush on, platonically, in a friendly way. You could become closer with them and hopefully build a relationship where you have open communication, right? Now, that takes time. That takes patience, okay? But then eventually you can be like, listen, I might like you. You can make it a silly conversation. You can be like, I don't know how to, this is so embarrassing, but maybe I have a crush on you, whatever. And it's no big deal. If you don't feel the same way about me, I'll get over it. But just let me know. And that's another way of going about it. But those are really the only ways to find out for sure. You have to find out for certain if you want to know for certain. I mean, honestly, there are little signs that you can pay attention to in the meantime. Like, does it seem like they want to spend time with you a lot? Do they ever get a little flirty with you? Do you catch them looking at you when you're talking in like a group of friends? Are they like staring at you? Do they seem a little nervous around you sometimes? Or do they get kind of embarrassed sometimes around you? Like, yeah, there are all these signs that are not nothing, right? But you kind of have to communicate. I know. Such an annoying piece of advice. It's like, you just kind of have to ask. I know. It's annoying. Next, somebody, oh my God, wait, listen to this. My little kitty's very happy to be hanging out today. Okay. Next, somebody said, how do I know when to give up on a crush? Oh, this is the fucking worst. Oh my God, this is the actual worst thing ever, because as I mentioned earlier, it's like you can't just turn off a crush, but there are times when we must give up on a crush. Not only am I going to tell you how to know when it's time to give up on a crush, in my opinion, but I'm also going to give you some advice on how, because that's a whole other beast, figuring out how to give up on a crush. Okay, so there's a few ways to come to the conclusion that you need to let this crush go. Number one, you find out for certain that they don't like you back. Now, to look at it in a glass half full way, they might like you one day. Like, there have been times when I've not had a crush on somebody, and then randomly one day, I wake up and I have a crush on them. And vice versa. There have been times when I've liked somebody so much, and they've not liked me back, and then all of a sudden one day they like me back. That's actually happened to me with two boys in my life. One in high school, and actually my first boyfriend. My first boyfriend did not like me back at first, which was fine. We remained friends, and then eventually one day, they liked me back, and I was like, what the fuck? Great, but also what the fuck. So there's a chance that that could happen, but it doesn't matter. You have to let it go. If you know for sure that they don't like you back, that is person is boring or that they can't have an interesting conversation. It's just that they have different interests than me, and I have different interests than them, and we don't have interesting, riveting conversation together just because of the nature of who we both are. They probably thought I was boring as fuck too, just because we don't like the same things. And also, last but not least, I think that we were both really shy people when it comes to like date. Like, if it was ever gonna happen, one of us needed to be like the leading force in the situation. And I like to date somebody who kind of takes charge in a way. Like in general, I just like someone who takes
Keep
charge.
right, and then exit
I could tell
right.
that that was not what this person was looking for. This person was also looking for somebody who would take charge.
Exit
Now I
right.
could do that. I just didn't want to do that. So I don't know if this person liked me back or not, but it didn't really matter because I knew deep down, even though I thought that they were the most gorgeous person I'd ever laid my eyes on, I knew deep down that this is not somebody I should date. They don't line up with me in that way. So that's another way to come to the conclusion that you should not have a crush on this person is if you get to know them better and you realize this is not a good move. Like I'm better off waiting and finding someone better. Now it's a very hard conclusion to come to, especially, okay, you have to be patient with yourself because as I mentioned now 2 times prior, you cannot just turn off a crush. You can't just turn it off. So you have to enter into this journey of letting the crush go with forgiveness and patience with yourself. Understanding that it's going to take some time and the feelings are not just going to go away overnight. So there's going to be this period of time where you know that you need to end this crush. It needs to be over. You need to forget about it. But the crush is still very much there. There's going to be a decently long period of time where that's the case. This isn't always doable depending on who your crush is, if they're in your friend group or whatever. But it can be really nice to distance yourself. Again, you can't always do that if they're in your friend group. You can't alienate yourself from your friend group because you have a crush on somebody in the group and you need space from them. But try to create as much space as you can between you and that person. Hang out with them the least amount possible, okay? And it can be tough. If this is a friend or somebody that you still really like, it can be painful. It can almost feel like a breakup. But it's so helpful. It's helpful in the same way no contact is helpful when you break up with someone. Out of sight, out of mind. It's far easier to get over someone if they're not around you all the time. So try to get them out of your area as much as possible. If that's not possible, then it just takes patience. And you might never fully get over them, but you have to sort of accept the fact that you have this crush and accept the fact that it might never fully go away, but that you can't have this right now. And you can hope that maybe one day they'll change their mind and they might like you back, but you can't rely on that. So you just sort of have to find acceptance. And more often than not, the longer you sit with this weird acceptance, but also sort of grief, the fact that you can't be with them, the longer you sit with that, the more the feeling just goes away. Eventually the crush will go away. At least to a point where it's no longer painful. It might be in there a little bit, but it becomes very manageable. Another thing you can do is try to find someone else to have a crush on. That's what I tend to do when I have a crush on somebody and it's just like, I gotta let this one go. I'll try to find somebody new to have a crush on. I'll get excited about that prospect. Like, who's next? You know, okay, it wasn't this person, but not even happy, and you're fulfilled being alone for the time being, that's when the universe gives you something new. I swear it happens to me without fail every single time. So that's the first step. You need to be single for this. It's not fair to you or the people that you're dating to be in the relationship just to avoid pain. Like, you're avoiding the pain that comes with having a crush on
At
your
the
friend
roundabout,
and being too afraid to
take
ruin the
the third
friendship
exit.
to have a conversation about it and to really figure it out. Any relationship built on the foundation of running away from something is not good and not healthy. And it's not fair. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to the other person. It's actually even more unfair for the other person.
Exit now.
So, I would say for now, you need to be single. That's step one. Step two, you gotta have the conversation. It's been 2 years, and you're starting to fall into sort of self-sabotaging behavior. You're getting yourself into shitty relationships, which is not benefiting your quality of life. Like, you're better off going to your friend, having a conversation about it, potentially even ruining your friendship for a period of time. You're better off doing that than you are continuing to do it. For your own well-being and quality of life, you have to communicate at this point. In my opinion, okay, I think you just need to have the conversation. Be like, listen, I don't want this to be weird, but I do
Keep
kind of
left,
wish
and then
we could
turn
date.
left.
Like, how fun would it be? What do you think? You want to or no? Like, you can make it
Turn
silly, you
left.
can make it lighthearted. And it's also important to give them an out so that they feel like they can say, no, I don't have feelings for you in that way. And they don't feel like you're going to be mad. And if you are able to execute that type of conversation, you might end up disappointed and get the result you want. But at least you know that what you're working with, because it's impossible to make a choice, a positive choice, to help you move forward if you don't know if they like you back or not. You can't make a decision. So at least having this conversation will let you know, so you can act accordingly. If they like you, then it's like, okay, this is amazing, now you can date, whatever, blah, 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 happily ever after. If they don't like you, then now you know, okay, you know what? I need to let this one go. And I need to start taking the steps to let this go. And I need to start seeking out new people who maybe I can develop crushes on who will like me back, who I can date in a way that's genuine and authentic, you know? Next, somebody said, how to make a hookup casual without catching feelings. I'm in shambles. Okay, so my advice for this is, like, weirdly goes against my morals, but it's like the only way I've been able to do it is as follows. If you hook up with someone who you don't like that much, you will not catch feelings for them. Now, the reason why this is challenging is because a lot of times we don't want to hook up with somebody that you don't like. Like, we want to hook up with people who we like a lot. But at times you can find this perfect middle ground where it's someone who you maybe find physically attractive, or you maybe think that they're funny or something, but there's enough about them that you don't like that it's safe, you won't catch feelings. But there's enough also about them that you do like, so that it's not like repulsive for you to hook up with. The reason why this is against my morals is because I just feel like there's something gross about being like, yeah, I don't like this person that much, I'm gonna hook up with them. Because they might like you a lot, and that feels gross to me. Like, I don't know. I think it is fine to do that. I've done that. I have done that. In fact, like, every random hookup that I've had that's not led to me dating the person has been a hookup that I made a tactful choice about. I was like, I will never want to date this person. But they're hot enough to me in one way or another that I can do this once or twice. You know what I mean? So that's my honest
right.
advice, is you just have to choose someone who you don't like, which is a little bit less fun, I'll be honest. But I think the other thing to consider is what type of person. Okay? So let's use me for example. I'm a relationship girl. I love being in relationships. That's my favorite way of dating. Like, some people love being single. They love just hooking up with everybody.
Right.
And they don't have a problem catching feelings, and that's what makes them happy, okay? Some people like to be in open relationships. Like, everybody's so different. So you need to figure out what you are in the dating world. Who you are in the dating world. I'll use me again as an example.
Turn right.
I tend to catch feelings pretty vividly, and I can get my heart broken pretty easily if things don't go up with someone I have a crush on. I can't do that. Because if they don't like me back, it will absolutely destroy my life. I can't hook up with somebody that I'm really, really into.
Exit now.
Like if I just met someone and I'm like, damn, they kind of seem perfect so far, you know? I try not to hook up with that person because I need to know that they like me back and that we like each other before I can hook up with them because I will get destroyed otherwise.
Go
So
straight
that's just
on.
who I am. So the only types of people that I can casually hook up with somewhat successfully is people that I don't really like that much. And I know that I won't ever
Keep
like
running.
them. And you can tell, like, maybe they're kind of cringe to you. Maybe their style is just not your style. Maybe they're not that
It was a
riveting
nice
to talk
ride.
to. Blah, 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 blah. You know that there's something about them that is never going to work for you. But that comes at a cost too, because when you hook up with someone like that, sometimes you can feel a little icky about it after. In fact, I have many times where I'm like, I went into this for the wrong reasons, but also because I don't like them very much, the experience kind of felt icky. You know, it kind of felt gross. Like I don't need somebody touching me like that who I don't really, really like. Like that can sometimes feel icky. So it's kind of a catch-22. It's very hard. You just might not be somebody who can naturally hook up with people and compartmentalize your feelings. Like some people can just do it. I can't. It's all too serious to me. Like I put having sex with people on a pedestal. It means something to me. And so I don't know. I think it's a very hard thing to navigate. You just might not be the type of person who can do it in a way that is positive for your life. I feel like I'm that way. Like I can't do it in a way that has a net positive in my life. That's just who I am. And you might be the same way. So it's about figuring out who you are. You don't need to casually hook up with me. Like, I've come to the conclusion now that I'm probably never gonna have a one-night stand again. And I'm saying that in general. I'm not just saying that because of what situation I'm in or not in right now. It doesn't matter. Like, no matter what situation I'm in the future, I don't think I'll ever do that again. Because it doesn't fucking work with me. I take sex too seriously to be able to almost do it casually. Like, it's too deep for me. It's too vulnerable for me. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with looking at sex in a sacred way. There's also nothing wrong with looking at it in a casual way. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just how you view it. There's no, like, moral right and wrong in how you view sex. But if you are somebody who sees it as something more sacred, which is why you tend to save it for people that you really like, which ends up making it not casual at all, and you end up catching feelings, or you end up feeling icky if you have sex with people that you don't really like because you're like, what the hell? Like, I just did something that I feel is sacred with somebody who is not sacred to me. That feels icky. If you're somebody who's like that, you just might not be able to have casual sex with people like me. But then there are some people who see sex as casual, who don't take it as seriously, who maybe are more sexual by nature. They can hook up with whoever. Like, that's a different... I can't even give advice about that mindset because I don't know anything about it. But that's another type of person. You know what I mean? And it's just easier for that type of person. I have a feeling that if you're asking me this question, you're not that type of person. Because that type of person doesn't need advice on this. But there's nothing wrong with experimenting. Don't let me discourage you from experimenting. If you're like, fuck, I really do want to figure out a way to hook up with people casually, experiment. Try hooking up with somebody that you don't really like. Who, like, you still think is cool, and you're still attracted to them, but who you know you'd never want to date. Try it. See if it works for you. See what positives and negatives come with that. I understand being in shambles about it, though, because, my God, have I been there. The last thing I'm going to say about it, too, is that there is sort of this societal pressure to have casual sex. Now, it's funny because it wasn't that way, 50 years ago. Like, casual sex was not as accepted, but even more bizarrely, it was, like, ashamed of. Whereas now, at least in Gen Z, it's, like, cool and hot to be very sexual, actively having sex, casual hookups as much as possible. We live in the era of hookup culture, so it is praised to be very sexually active with many different partners and to be exploratory. And I think that that's great. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. However, there are some people like me who do not thrive in that environment, who do not thrive in that lifestyle. Okay. It makes me miserable and it makes me feel icky. And it's not because I'm old fashioned. And it's not because no, it's because to me, sex is a sacred thing that I only like to have with some people who I really, 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 really like. And that's when sex is the most fun for me as well. Sex is not fun for me when it's with a random person. It's not fun. I don't like it. I feel weirded out. I'm too nervous. I'm uncomfortable. It's not like I'm gonna am I gonna have an orgasm? No. Are they gonna be able to figure that out? No. So like it's pointless for me. It's like, we're not in a rhythm. You don't know me. This is weird. I don't really like you. Why am I doing this with you? Ew. Like, ew. It just gives me the ick. It gives me the ick. Okay. So it's okay to feel that way. A lot of us who are similar to me feel bad or weird or shameful about the fact that we can't have casual sex. But there's nothing wrong with waiting for a partner who you have more trust with, who you have a deeper bond with, who you have more of a commitment to. There's nothing wrong with that. And I can almost guarantee you that for the remainder of my life, I probably will not hook up with random people. I just don't see it ever happening again for me. I think I've learned my lesson enough. Okay, last but not least, somebody said, how to flirt, ... Okay, here's the thing. I'm not the best flirter. Okay, I don't have the most insane game. In fact, I tend to be very platonic with people I have a crush on to a fault. I tend to be very reliant on the other person making a move on me, and then I'll, slowly but surely arrive. You know what I mean? I will arrive eventually, but I tend to let the boys, I tend to let them take over for me. I don't really need to do it. It's okay. You guys can do it for me. You can be the one to grab my hand. You can be the one to like give me a little side hug randomly at a random time or something. You can be the one to like compliment my outfit. I'm not going to do it first. No, I'm not going to do it first. However, I flirted before. It's not that I have not. It's just that I tend to rely on the other person to do it, which is lazy of me. But I think the biggest mistake that we make in flirting is to take advice. That's actually my advice. Don't listen to anyone else's advice about flirting. Because here's the thing. Flirting is something that has to be natural. It has to be authentic to you. When it's not, and when you're taking advice from somebody else, it feels forced. It feels inauthentic and it's not as effective. It's all about experimenting and figuring out what works for you. Some people, they like to do a little hand touch or like a little arm touch when they're talking. Nothing that gets in the way of somebody else's privacy. It's not like it's just like a little tap, like little contact. I think that that's completely reasonable. Some people like doing that, and that's what comes naturally to them. Some people like to be complimentary of the other person. Comes naturally to them. Maybe that's what comes naturally for you. Like to be Some people like to sort of make fun of the other person in a way that's harmless, That might be the way that you do it. Some people like to have really good eye contact. Some people like to, I don't know, there's so many different ways to do it, and there's really no wrong way to do it unless you're obviously doing something that makes the other person feel uncomfortable, right? It's always better to err on the side of caution and be more conservative with your flirting because you want to make sure that the other person doesn't feel uncomfortable. But other than that, there's no wrong way to do it. In fact, the best way to do it is to do it in your way. So like, don't listen to what anyone else says. If someone says, oh yeah, like I always use this one line on people. I'm like, hey, your hand looks warm. Maybe I could get you a cold drink for that. Would you like me to buy you a drink? That's the worst. I just came up with that. And if you ever use that, you will never, it's 8 years of bad luck. Like that's it. Don't ever say that. But you get what I'm saying? Like if somebody gives you some advice like that, don't follow it because it's not going to work for you. You have to find your own way with it. And you have to just be intuitive with it. My biggest piece of advice is if you can find a way to calm down and to settle into your own body again when you're around somebody who you're interested in, that will naturally allow you to flirt. We tend to focus on like, how do we flirt? How do we flirt? Well, what we should really be focusing on is How can we be as comfortable and as ourselves as possible when we're around somebody we're interested in? We're focusing on the wrong thing. Because naturally, if you can find a way to take this person off the pedestal and be comfortable around them, the flirting will just come. That's what we forget about. We're too focused on how to flirt and less focused on how do we just be ourselves around this person. So I would say that's my advice. Anyway, that's all I have for today. I wish you all luck on your journey with your crushes. It's double-edged sword, you know. It's fun, but it's a nightmare, but it's exhilarating and distracting, but it's torturous and painful. It's just one of those things. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you all so much for listening and hanging out. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you did, tune in Thursdays and Sundays. New episodes twice a week. Anywhere that you stream podcasts, although video is exclusive to Spotify. Check out Anything Goes on Instagram at Anything Goes, on TikTok at Anything Goes. You can follow me on Instagram at Emma Chamberlain, on YouTube, Emma Chamberlain, on TikTok. I don't really know. My username is changing like every 30 minutes right now, but I'm back on TikTok, which is super weird. But find me on TikTok now that I'm back on there. Check out my coffee company, Chamberlain Coffee. You can find us online, chamberlaincoffee.com. You can find a store locator on chamberlaincoffee.com and see if we're in a store near you, or just order us online. It's even easier. That's all I have for today. I love you all. I appreciate you all, and I can't wait to talk to you soon. I'll talk to you in a few days, and I just love you. I think I have a birthday party mental block. For the last probably 10 years, I've refused to throw myself a birthday party. And this year was no different. I just turned 23, and I made the decision that once again, I was not going to throw myself a birthday party. And it is kind of weird because I actually enjoy birthday parties. I love going to other people's birthday parties. Love. Like when it comes up on the calendar, I get excited. Like when someone texts me and says, hey, next week I'm having a birthday party. I'm elated. Elated. I love birthday parties. I really do. But my God, do I hate throwing one for myself. When I look inward and reflect on why I never throw a birthday party for myself, I think it's because number one, I fear that it would be an inconvenience in people's schedules, which makes no sense because I get excited when somebody's birthday party comes up in the calendar. It's not a burden to me. But for some reason, I believe that if I were to throw a birthday party, it would be a burden to those who were invited. They'd be like, oh, come on. Another one? I don't have time for this. I have shit to do. I don't want to go out tonight. Fuck. I don't want to hang out. No. What an inconvenience. Fuck Emma. She sucks. Why did she have to throw a birthday party? Now I have to go to this birthday party and it's a chore. Okay, so that's reason number one. Reason number two, I think I'm afraid of being disappointed. You know, if I put a lot of money and time into planning a birthday party and everyone was busy and no one showed up, I would be very disappointed. I mean, obviously I would have my closest friends and family there, but I don't know, if I'm throwing a birthday party, I want the room to be packed. I want it to be a fucking vibe. And you know, I always feel bad for people when they throw a birthday party or some sort of party and it ends up not being very fun and people sort of talk shit about it. And I've seen that happen many times where, you know, a party didn't really turn out to be very fun. And it sort of reflects on the person who threw the party, which is sort of unfair because the fate of a party is in the universe's hands. It's not in the hands of the person throwing the party. I guess in some ways it is, but the energy, who shows up, it's all unpredictable. And it's kind of sad when somebody's party doesn't work out. The third reason why is because it's a lot of work. And I'll put in work for other people, but it's harder for me to put in work for myself unless I'm super passionate about it. I'm not necessarily super passionate, but more because I'm working. So there's a lack of motivation there. Number four, there's something inside of me that feels like throwing a birthday party for myself is too indulgent. Like, really? You think that you're so important that you should have your own birthday party? Which again is stupid because when other people throw a birthday party for themselves, exactly as you should. You should have the most phenomenal, beautiful night of your life with all the people that you love and have the best time ever. Like, I don't see birthday parties in such a negative light for other people at all. But for me, I'm like, you narcissistic pig. You want to fucking throw a birthday party for yourself? You're a loser and you're a narcissist and you're toxic. What makes you think that you deserve a birthday party? What makes you think that many people care about you and will show up? What a loser. It's just negative self-talk. It's almost like a weird imposter syndrome. Like, I don't feel like I deserve a birthday party. I don't feel like I've earned a birthday party for some weird reason that I don't understand. That's how imposter syndrome is. It's like telling you in the back of your head that you don't deserve what you have or you don't deserve nice things, even though you do. I definitely still have imposter syndrome with my birthday for some reason. Gotten rid of it in the work side of my life, I think. I'm working on it with the relationships, feeling like an imposter in relationships, getting better at that. But I've not addressed my birthday party imposter syndrome, so it's still kind of there, I'm realizing. And last but not least, number 5, I actually don't really like parties that much. Like, I would way rather go on a trip or go out to dinner with 5 friends. Keep it low key. Like, I kind of prefer that over going to a party. I don't like parties that much. They're so rarely fun. So for all of those reasons, I do not throw birthday parties for myself. However, I was laying in bed the other day, sort of thinking about what I would do if I were to throw a birthday party. And I realized that I have very strong opinions about what a good birthday party is to me. So today I've prepared for you a full birthday party itinerary that will maybe come to fruition one day, not this year, but maybe will come to fruition one day. This is my ideal birthday party. This is what I think the perfect birthday party would be for me. And I have a lot of opinions about one. Let's start out with the venue. Okay. Venue is very important because it is the foundation for the vibe, for the energy of the party. Now, what I don't want is to throw the party at my own house. Why? It's going to be the worst night of my life. I'm going to be so stressed out about whether or not my neighbors are upset with me because there's a lot of noise. I'm going to be very concerned about whether or not my guests are rummaging through my things. I'm going to be very stressed out about my cats and their well-being. Where are my cats going to be during all of this? They're definitely not going to be out during the party. Somebody's going to leave a door open. The cat's going to run out. My life will be ruined. The music might be loud. They might be upset. I have to hire a cleaning crew the next day to clean up my house, probably because it will be so messy. Throwing a party at my own house sounds like a fucking nightmare. So that is out. Another thing that I think is out is throwing a party at a massive venue. Like renting out, I don't know, like a huge space. I don't like birthday parties being held at a huge space because a lot of times it ends up not feeling intimate enough. Like there's too much space to kind of do your own thing in the corner. And so you don't end up mingling. I think it's better to have a birthday party in a small, more intimate, homey space because people tend to bond and hang out and talk more. And speaking of that, the venue must have reasonable volume. Okay. I don't want to throw a birthday party at a club that's so fucking loud and dark that you can't talk to anyone or hang out with anyone. That is no fun to me. Do I think that there should be a dance floor? Absolutely. I think dance floors are great. Is it common that you'll find me on the dance floor at a party? No, I'm always sitting in the corner talking to somebody. I love that. That's my vibe. Do I think there should be a dance floor anyway? Yes, but not like a club vibe. If the entire party is just a dance floor, it's a dead end. You get sick of that. You dance for an hour. Unless you're on drugs, you can only dance for a little bit and then you have to sit down. And if it's so loud that you can't talk to anyone, then you're going to get bored when you're sitting and want to leave. No. Here's the vibe I believe in for my birthday party. Okay, we have 2 options that I can think of. Number 1, a house that's not yours. Okay, a rented house of some sort. It's cozy, it's intimate. Some areas can be loud and have a dance floor. Other areas can be more quiet. There can be an area to hang out in the backyard. There's a kitchen in there where people can go in and make drinks or, maybe you could set up a bartender if you're really feeling crazy, well, I guess if I'm feeling crazy, this is my birthday party. That's a phenomenal vibe. Or possibly some sort of vibey bar that isn't too loud. Like maybe a bar restaurant vibe where you can sit, you can stand, you can be in a loud dance floor area, you can be in a quieter, more chill area. There's a bar area to hang out into. It's not too big where everyone's all spread out and nobody's hanging out, but it's not so small that, it's like cramped and uncomfortable and everybody's miserable and can't sit down and stuff. Perfect balance. And ideally something too that has a cool aesthetic to it, like nice decor. My vibe is not a futuristic club with like neon dance floor, neon lights everywhere. It's just not me. My hypothetical birthday party needs to have nice decor that matches my aesthetic. So douchey. This is a hypothetical birthday party though, so you can't say, Emma, you're so douchey for this. Yeah, it didn't happen. So leave me alone. Like, let me have my fun, for fuck's sake. Okay, moving on. Let's talk about timing. When are people showing up? Okay, let me tell you what I don't like. I don't like when the party starts at 11 p.m. I do not like that. By 12:30, I'm getting a little sleepy. You know? That's a little too late for mommy. Mommy's getting old. Nothing too late. This might be a hot take, but I love a darty, a day party. People show up at like, I don't know, 3 p.m., hang out, have some drinks. Maybe there's some activities going on. We'll get into that later, but I kind of like an all day party. During the summer in my backyard, I love to have a few friends over. In my backyard, we start at like 2 or 3 p.m. and we go until like 8. And then everybody has dinner. Sometimes we all have dinner together. Sometimes we separate for dinner, go out to a restaurant or something. Everybody goes and does their own thing. And then you're in bed by 10. It's phenomenal. But you get also more time to hang out, more time to party because you start early. Feels like a full day experience. It's so fun. And you end up bonding with everyone who's at the party because you spend so much time together and it's daylight and you can talk because it's during the day. Like at night, it's when things get dark and loud. But during the day, things are lighter and brighter. And I don't know, like the daytime invites a less intense vibe, more conducive for hanging out. And you can still party, you can still have drinks, you can still dance and stuff. But I don't know. I love a darty. So start at like 3 p.m. Or the other option is starting at like 7. Now, recently I went to a birthday party that started at like 7 and I was like, wow, that's early. Like I'm shocked. In LA, usually parties start at 9, 10, 11 p.m. And so seeing a party start at 7, I was like, this is fascinating. What's happening? It was also very delightful. You don't get the whole day experience, which I really do enjoy. But when you start at 7, people can come and go throughout the evening. Same thing with the day party. People can come and go throughout the day. But I don't know. When it starts early in the evening, people sort of trickle in over the course of the evening. And, there's options to eat dinner there and all of these things. And it's more of a well-rounded evening instead of showing up to the party at like 11 p.m. and half the people being exhausted and wanting to go home like 30 minutes after arriving. Next, let's discuss activities. Now, let me tell you what I don't like. Two polar opposites, okay? I don't like when the only activity is just getting drunk and dancing and clubbing. I don't like that. Because again, that gets boring for me. It's too loud. It's too overwhelming. I like to sit and hang out. And so when the only activity is getting drunk and dancing, it's like you're not even spending quality time with anyone. You're not even going to remember it. Like it feels pointless to me. And I feel like people end up leaving that environment sooner. Like if there's nothing to grasp onto socially, people just leave. Obviously, there are some people who love to dance and get drunk and do that all night. That's maybe 50% of party goers. A lot of people are like, God, I'd love to just be able to sit and talk and hang out or do a less exhausting activity. I can't dance all night. It's just not enjoyable. So when that's the only activity, I think people just get discouraged and leave. Not everyone, but a decent portion. But then on the other hand, I don't want the activities to be overly planned either. It's not very fun when you show up to a party and there's strict rules on what's happening. Like everyone has to sit in a circle and play this card game, or everyone needs to go outside and play beer pong right now, or everybody needs to go grab a frisbee because we're playing frisbee, or everybody needs to get on the dance floor because we're all dancing. Like things should not be overly organized. There should be things around that are optional, but it should be low key, which leads us to the activities that I do enjoy. I will say I enjoy games. I think. Like drinking games are fun. Having a little card game out, like a drinking card game, so fun. Beer pong, sorry, call me basic. That's fun to me. I actually enjoy that. And there's a way to make it classy and a way to make it cute, you know? You can buy cuter cups to spice it up or something. Ping pong, fucking badminton, a tattoo artist, a piercing person, a fortune teller, a bouncy house. Like, I don't care. Having little optional activities around is kind of nice. Even like arcade games could be fun. Actually, maybe a birthday party at an arcade could be fun. Like, I love the arcade game where you throw the basketballs into the little hoop. It's basically basketball. I fucking love that arcade game. If there was just a room filled with those, that would be the best birthday of my life. But yeah, like stuff like that's fun. Maybe there's a pool, maybe it's a pool party. It's just nice to have something to do, but it's nice to have it be optional. Next, let's discuss decorations. Now, this might be a hot take, but I don't love when everything is overly detailed, okay? I appreciate the art of it, though. Don't get me wrong. Like, if you Google birthday party decoration inspiration on Pinterest, you'll see what I'm saying. People will throw birthday parties and make the most detailed decorations. Everything is on theme. Every single napkin, every single balloon, every single tablecloth is all perfectly matching and super on a theme. I don't think that that's necessary. I think it's so much work and so much effort, and I don't think it's worth it for me. When someone else does it for their birthday party, I think that's gorgeous. But if I was throwing my own birthday party, would not spend the money on that. I just don't think it's necessary. I think you can do subtle decor that's chic and, cheap and just keep it at that. Like you could get a few really cool balloons and maybe put like a cute little sign on the door. Call it a day. That's all. It's cost so much money to decorate things in that Pinterest level of detail that I just wouldn't do it. Unless it's a super intense, weird niche theme that's kind of funny. Like if somebody threw me a Napoleon Dynamite themed birthday party or like a Coraline themed birthday party and every single plate was Coraline and that's kind of funny. Like I kind of love that. If somebody were to surprise me with it, maybe I wouldn't do it myself, but that would be kind of iconic. So like that would be kind of funny. Like if the food served at the Napoleon Dynamite birthday party was like tater tots, it's like super on theme. It's actually kind of a good idea. Maybe I'll do a Napoleon Dynamite themed birthday party next year. So maybe I do like super detailed decorations. I guess I do, but only when it's kind of silly. I think if it's for aesthetic purposes, I don't need that, I can pass on that. If it's for funny, amusing purposes, yes, I can get behind that. Okay, next, let's discuss the guest list. This might be shocking to some of you, what I'm about to say. I kind of believe in an open door policy. Like, I don't like when there's a party and plus ones are not allowed. It's like, no, only you are invited. You cannot bring a friend. You can't bring anyone. Or like, you're only allowed to bring one friend. I don't like that because I don't know, it just complicates things socially. Like, let's say, for example, I invite one of my friends to my birthday party and I say, you're only allowed to bring one friend. And they actually were planning to hang out with two friends that night. now there's an uncomfortable situation. I always respect somebody's rules when they're throwing a party. If they're like, don't bring anyone with you, I'm like, done. I'm not bringing anyone. I always respect other people's rules. I totally get it. Everyone has their preference, but I kind of like meeting new people when I'm at a party. That's kind of the whole
Let's get
point
it.
for me. So even if it's my own birthday party, and it's kind of weird that people I don't really know that well are going to be there, I would
think
prefer
in
that
drive pa siya right now. Kaya
over
pa siya nag-join
being
sa
super controlling over the
convoy.
guest list and
I-fix
not
na ako.
potentially unlocking fun new
I-service na akong
personalities.
truck eh, 40%
Because that is
damage.
ultimately what I enjoy about a party is a mix of a bunch of different
What
personalities.
the fuck?
That's when it's the best.
Yeah.
That's when it's the most exciting.
One
Obviously,
hit was
there are
all
times
it
when
took.
a
Wala pa
bad
yung
apple can come
tapilok
in,
or something.
but for the most part, if you're inviting people that you know and love, and they're bringing other
Fragile
people,
kayo.
if you like the person that you invited, chances are they're not going to
Sige,
invite
sige,
anyone
let's
who's
go.
that
Dito sa front.
horrible. You know? I don't know. I kind of like the idea of being like, if you know someone who's coming, come on in. Let's make new friends. Let's have fun. I actually do that again. I do that during the summer in the backyard. I'll just like have people over that I
Okay.
barely know.
Here we go.
I'll tell my friends,
May
hey,
contract
invite
kay
whoever.
30 lang speed limit
And
limit.
sometimes they'll invite people over that I don't really know that well. But that's what makes it so fun. That's
I
what
got
makes
direct
it
mo
feel
Ato ko
all
sa
the more exciting
service.
is when, you know, you have a big mix of people. Most of the time, I prefer a small
Sa
group
prog
over a
center,
super
sa
large
prog.
group when it comes to hanging out and doing stuff.
Yeah,
And I do
exactly.
that already so much that if I'm throwing a birthday party, I'm gonna go big. Bring whoever. If anyone misbehaves, they get kicked out. No problem, you know? Next, let's discuss the dress code. Let me tell you what I do not like. I do not like black tie, fancy. No. I don't enjoy myself when I'm in a really uncomfortable, fancy outfit. I end up wanting to go home sooner, I get tired sooner, so I would never put my guests through that. Do I love playing dress up? Absolutely. But if I'm throwing a birthday party, I want people to want to hang out all day, all night. So I don't want to put people in fancy outfit and then now they're uncomfortable and their feet hurt and they want to go home early because I don't know. I even think about that with my wedding. Like, if I end up having a wedding one day, kind of want it to be casual vibes so that people can just enjoy themselves. It's not so formal that everyone's just excited to go home because they don't want to stand in their heels anymore or in their dress shoes. I don't know. I also don't like parties
Bro,
that
struggle
feel like a
truck
hot
sa home.
competition. You know when somebody's throwing a party and it's at a club or it's at a house, but the invite gives this vibe of like, oh no, we're dressing hot tonight.
What the?
I don't know how to explain it, but you can tell on a party invite what the vibe is. Like if it's kind of a cool, edgy invite, you know, oh shit, we're dressing hot tonight. Whereas if it's more of a fun, playful invite, then you're like, oh, I can be chill, you know? I don't like
Straight on.
the hot competition for my own birthday. I like it sometimes. It's kind of fun to almost dress to theme and, you know, wear your cute little tight pants or, you know, your cute little top or do like a bitchy, like makeup look. Like that's a vibe sometimes. Don't get me wrong. It can be fun, but I don't want that energy for my hypothetical birthday party. I just don't want that. I'd rather people come really casual, in clothes that they can wear all day or all night. People should want to feel cute, but it doesn't need to be a hot
Background.
competition.
Think first.
It could also be fun to do a pajama party. In fact, that is kind of my dream. I thought that'd be so fun. Pajama party would be really fun.
Exit
Or
now.
super niche theme. Like, okay, we're doing a Napoleon Dynamite birthday party. Everybody has to
Keep
dress up as somebody from Napoleon Dynamite. The only thing I don't like about that is that that does create a task for the people attending that's kind of
Right.
tedious, which is kind of not ideal. You don't want to, I don't know, create a chore for the people going to the party, but it could also be kind of fun. I think mega casual or pajama party is like, oh my god, you know, it would be so fun actually. Pajama party at like a bar.
Ako'y
It's
annoying po
kinda
at the moment na mag-crash ang game response tab ko.
Being able to wear pajamas
What?
where you don't normally get to wear pajamas is possibly
Na-annoying
one of
po
my
sa
favorite
akong game
things
na mag-crash
in
ang
the
baka
entire
tab
world.
ko.
And
That happened to
to have
that
a
happened to me
birthday party
kanina.
like that in my
walang convoy.
Okay, let's talk about the bar/drink situation. Okay, I will say an open bar is critical. An open bar is prepaid by me, by whoever's throwing the party, me, I guess. I really feel like I've won the lottery every time I go to a party and there's an open bar and I don't have to pay. I know it sounds stupid because it's like, I don't know, it's like, who cares? Like, pay for your drink. Of course. But there is something so fun about
Bilis mo, buti
just
ka
going to the
nagtawa
bar
ka.
and have something in and out. You don't have to get your card out. It's free. You feel taken care of. It's a fucking bar. So if I were to throw a birthday party for myself, definitely open bar. I thought about it kind of being cool to have like a bunch of wine, like doing like a wine party. But I very quickly realized no, that's never fun. Everybody has such unique alcohol preferences and like what works with their body and what they enjoy the most. Some people don't like alcohol at all, but for people who do drink alcohol, everyone has their own preference. Like for the most part, I like a tequila soda with lime when I'm drinking, or a glass of wine. When I go to a party and there's just beer, I'm like, fuck, I don't drink beer. No. Like the options are helpful so that everyone can participate in it. So I think it's open bar. I think it's all types of liquor. If people misbehave, they get kicked out. It's mommy's rule. Okay, I already been through this. So if anyone's abusing the open bar, they're out. And it's as easy as that. Yeah, that leads me to my next one. Do I have a security guard? Yes. So that I can say, take this person out now. They're causing a scene. They're causing a ruckus. Get them out. No, I'm kidding. I did not write that down in my notes. Next, let's discuss food. I thought about this a lot. And it's clear to me what I don't like. I don't like when it's all junk food. Don't get me wrong. Like, yum, and there better be some fun foods, even if they are
Keep
junk
that,
foods and
and
give
then
you a
turn
stomachache
that.
or whatever. For me specifically, give me a stomachache. Whatever, that must be included.
Turn that.
However, if it's all junk food, everyone's gonna get a tummy ache, everyone's gonna be sluggish. There has to be a good balance of options, right? Some fresh stuff, some fun stuff, like a mix of everything. All junk food, everyone's just gonna have diarrhea and have a stomachache. You know what I mean? Like, that's not good for morale. Also, I don't love when there's a big table filled with food and it's just sitting there and kind of like rotting for too long.
Exit now.
That feels like a food safety issue to me every single time I see it. Like, every time I go to a party and there's just food
Have
that's been out
arrived
on the
at your
table for literally 8 hours
Your
and
route
all of it
guidance
is
is now
perishable, I'm like, I feel like this is not safe. Also, the food gets gross really quickly. There's certain foods that are totally fine. Like, leave chips out all day. Who gives a fuck? Leave fruit out. That's fine. There's certain foods where it's fine. Like, snack foods, all good. But, like, I don't know, like having like a bowl of pasta out feels like a food safety issue. Anyway, so I think the food should be made to order. Maybe there's a food truck outside. Maybe there's, I don't know, some sort of like restaurant involved in the party, whether they're catering or something and they're like managing it. I don't throw parties, so I don't know how this shit works, but having the food sort of made to order or have it be maintained by a third party, or just have there only be snacks out that can be out all day and nobody's worrying about food poisoning. Am I the only one that is very concerned about food poisoning? Maybe, but my God, I am not. There's no good time to get food poisoning, so I'm always avoiding it.
22K
I
ang
think
repair sa
some
nawala.
foods that
Akong profit
I
at tong 2
would
jobs.
love to have at my birthday party would be
At
definitely
least,
some
di ba?
sort of
Nabayaran
tater
na.
tot situation. I just love
Stick
tater
on the
tots.
right side.
I know earlier I mentioned my Napoleon
No,
Dynamite theme. This is actually, regardless of theme, I just love tater tots. Tater tots are a good option. Honestly, I feel like Italian food is always a hit. Like, I went to a birthday party a few months ago that had full Italian vibes going, like really good Caesar salad, really good spicy rigatoni, like all the things, really good pizza. There was like a fried zucchini. Like, it was a balance of light and, you know, yummy, but also like fun. Like it was balanced and well done. So maybe that's the vibe. But also like a falafel truck could be so good. Like falafel wrap, hummus. That'd be pretty good. I always need hummus involved whenever I'm having a party. Every party needs a little fucking plate of hummus. God damn it. I believe that. I believe that with every fiber of my being. That's just necessary. So consider that on the snack table. There is, I guess, a difference between the snack table and the main food. You know what I mean?
Naka-rest na
The
ko to.
snack table is far less important, I would argue. The main
Ano,
food is what's
Stanford?
really important. Like, what are you doing? Ooh, honestly, a Mexican food truck would be kind of amazing as well. Like burritos, tacos, customizable options. You know, people can get what they want. That would be really good. With a salsa bar. Must have a salsa bar. That would be iconic. Wow, that's great. I love that. That might be my favorite. There's options. There's options. Let's discuss gifts. I really don't need any gifts. So I would make a no
Bili
gift
ka.
policy for my birthday. And number one, I don't need anything. Number two, I
Magkano
get very
lagi mo, truck?
uncomfortable with gift giving and gift receiving. Like the whole thing, I
Pwede nga
don't
truck.
like
Ang
it.
dili niya ko main truck.
Because I don't like
Ipa-use na ako sa
receiving gifts.
co-driver.
And I get uncomfortable with it.
1K per day,
I
maybe.
assume that other people are like that. So I don't like
Let's
giving
go.
gifts
Akong
because
first
I
truck
don't
kay
like
negative ang
making other
profit,
people
bullshit.
uncomfortable. But
Ito
that's
sa Plymouth.
ridiculous because many people enjoy receiving gifts.
Ano negative the
In
fuck?
fact, it's many people's love language.
Ugok mo
So
ng driver.
I need to get over that. I love giving people gifts,
Bangga niya ba?
but I don't like being there when they receive it. Like I'd
At least
rather
karon
mail
kay
people
sa
a
una
gift
kay
and they
negative
can just
1,000 mo ka
react to
negative
it however they
something
want.
ni
And they
300
can
ganina
just shoot me a
karon
text
kay
and say thank
negative
you for the gift.
36
Like
na lang.
they don't have to be
He's
like,
going
Emma,
up
I
from
love
here.
it. And it's like, no, you don't, and it's fine. But let's move on. So
Let's
no gift
go.
policy for my
Ako, okay,
birthday.
from the start,
And
mga
last but not
800,
least, let's
tapos ni
discuss cake
900,
flavor
karon kay 1-1 na.
and design. I want something naughty, okay? I want something like a chocolate peanut butter cake. I want
Si
something
Sanford ba?
like a classic
Just
funfetti
ako.
vanilla with thick buttercream. Like, I want something sweet. I want something with absolutely no elegance. You know what I mean? Like, when I think of an elegant cake, I think of like a lavender Earl Grey cake with beautiful cream cheese frosting, or carrot cake with cream cheese frosting, or like lemon cake. I actually love lemon cake, but not on my birthday. Oh, I would love it, but I'd prefer fucking chocolate peanut butter brownie chocolate chip cookie dough. Like fucking pack that shit full with every goddamn dessert you can think of. Like I want that shit to be just sickly sweet. I want funfetti. Like that's what I want. I want to feel like a little kid when I'm eating my stupid birthday cake. That is the type of flavor I want. I do not want lavender, rosewater, fairy dust birthday cake. I want sticky fingers funfetti. That's what I fucking want for my birthday. And I will say I'm a sucker for a funny cake. A few years ago, my friends got me a huge cake that was shaped like a penis. And it was funny because at the time I was the one in the group who had a boyfriend. And it was like, oh my God, Emma loves, like, okay, what, you get the idea. It was like I was the girl in the group who, you know what I'm saying? And so it was funny at the time because it was like, oh, Emma loves wiener. You know what I mean? Here's a wiener cake. It was funny. It was personal with the group. I love that. I thought it was funny. I took a selfie with my penis cake. My dad was in town. He saw it. He was mortified. It was a nightmare, but it was funny. And I do love that. So a funny cake that's sort of like an inside joke. I love that.
Nice. Ano ka dapat?
On the other hand, I do love just a beautifully made cake by a really passionate cake artist. I think that's phenomenal. There are so many amazing cake artists. Like I am constantly watching their videos on Instagram Reels. Even though I'm back on TikTok, I still don't watch TikTok. I only watch Reels. But you get the idea. Like that could be really cool. Like just letting a cake artist do their thing. The one thing I don't like is when there's too much fondant. I hate fondant. I think it tastes horrible. And I think cake should, you know, I get you need to use fondant to decorate a cake, but it shouldn't have too much. It shouldn't be like the whole cake is fucking fondant. And it should be always peeled off, in my opinion. So that's my idea birthday party. It's kind of all over the place. It seems like it's a day party, it's a darty. It seems like there's food trucks. It seems like this birthday party is going to cost a lot of fucking money.
Nako'y
My
22 hours
hypothetical
nga
birthday
trip
party
pero
is like
30K ra
fucking
siya yawa.
20 grand easy. No, this is like
Nah,
insane. Like, I feel like
no.
maybe this is why I
No.
haven't thrown a birthday party, is because subconsciously
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
know,
Emma,
no, of course
you
not.
have 2 grand of ideas. Like, cool down. I almost enjoy talking about
I
birthday
wanna go
parties in
to
a
Venice.
pretentious, picky way more than I
Gusto mo
enjoy
mag-Venice?
actually having one. Like, I love
Yeah,
this
magpicture din to
this
dito.
discussion, and I feel almost full. Like, I
Oh.
don't need to have a birthday party
Di ba
for
Venice kaya
another
nasa
at least
Italy?
10 years.
I
Like, I
think
feel
lock ang Italy.
satisfied.
DLC.
So, you know, we're going to leave it at
May
that.
Venice sa map.
I hope that you enjoyed this episode.
Oh,
Please let me
nice.
know
Although,
what your
I think
ideal
Venice
birthday
sa
party looks
Tumagi at
like. You can
Itakatsu
shoot
sa
a
like
DM
sa
to @anything goes on Instagram.
I don't think
Let me know. I'm so
TP goes
curious.
there. Oh, wait lang, yeah.
If you
I don't
disagree
know,
with
let
me
me
on
see.
some things, if you agree with me on some things,
Ang pinakaduol
as
nga
always, please let me
mission
know. New
ay
episodes
ang
of Anything
only
Goes every
mission to
Thursday and
Venice
Sunday.
kay
You can listen anywhere you stream
sa gikan
podcasts,
sa
but
Linz,
video
which
is
is kind of
exclusively on
far.
Spotify. You can check me out at Emma Chamberlain
Ah,
on
wala,
Instagram,
TP. Ay, kung
Emma
lang ta,
Chamberlain on YouTube,
go to
pretty
there.
much at Emma
Tapos then
Chamberlain
from there
everywhere.
to Venice.
You can check out my coffee company. We're probably
Pero
in a
may
store near
expired.
you
God
if you live in the
damn
United
it,
States.
I paid
Use our store
1,000 to be
locator
here.
on chamberlaincoffee.com to see if we're in a store near you.
No, no,
Yun
no.
lang, meron lang
Go
tayo.
pick up some fun, or you can
I,
order
let's not
Chamberlain
do
Coffee
that kay
straight
mo
to your
expire
phone.
man
I
gyapon.
hope
Let's
that you
just
all
look for a job
are
from
having a
Prague.
beautiful day.
Balag bisa
And if
kasi
you're
na basta
not,
high
I
paying
hope
and
that you
good
have a beautiful
value.
day
Si
soon.
Stanford
And
mangita.
I love you all and appreciate you all. And thank you all for
Nice, 6
listening to
hours
me
per,
rant
6
about
hours nga,
a
20,000.
hypothetical birthday party
Or
that
19K.
will not happen. You learn nothing.
That's
but
good enough.
Maybe it was good background
That's great.
noise while you
Gani.
folded
Oh,
laundry or
and
something.
from here
But
to
that's all I could
Austria.
ask for. Because
Which is exactly
some
south.
of my
So,
favorite
those
content
But
is
that's great.
background noise while I'm folding my laundry. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's good.
So
That's good.
we're all in this together.
Take it.
Love you all. Thank you all for listening. And I will
go.
talk to you so soon. Bye.
Dungan man ka.
Gani. Uy, Nick, truck sa likod. Stanford? Oh, Stanford. Magkailan?
Lead the way. Lead the way. Wait lang, please. Walang spot.
Ilagay mo na ang gamit sa ating paahan.
What the hell?
Wala nang larawan, ayaw ay nasa
Bullshit, kulbahan ko. Mag-add lang ko. Cute.
Init ka ng kamay sa pagitan ng ngita. Habang isa ay nagmamaneho, di na kailangan biglang lumiko. Ating igilid ng nakapre.
Nakulbaan ko kaya pinonabanggaan ako or sa balikod mo din, truck dealer.
Di na magandang gamit, tinanak kong sa lamesa. Ang laman ng passenger seat, empty road, four-seater para
Gagi
meron
nag-
tayong space sa likod.
Gagi, nag-stream ko. Copyright ang
Kung
music.
sisilbi na taklo, pangiling di malakot. Kang masilip sa loob.
Damn,
Hello,
bro.
and welcome
Hindi na
back
kayo
to
monetize sa
a
YouTube.
series that I have here on Anything Goes called Advice
Kailang
Session,
bitaw
where
yung
you
audience.
send in your
Di man
current
work with
dilemmas or anything that you want advice on, and I give my unprofessional advice. In honor of the Met Gala this week, I've decided to curate a special list of your current dilemmas that somehow relate to things
Jesus, don't bring
that
Jack
I
like
have
that.
advice on
Habit ko,
because I've
wala na akong break.
learned weird
Oh, yan lang ako
things
differential.
from attending red carpet events, from posing for photos to putting together a flattering outfit to socializing in high pressure situations. I've weirdly learned a lot from attending red carpet events, and it'll allow me to provide you with some unprofessional
Alright,
advice.
go.
So
What in you?
let's waste no time
Hindi ko.
and get right into it. Number one, somebody said, how do I pose for photos
Hindi ko pwede
and
yan
not look awkward?
job. Kaya
I
wala ko
always
yung
feel
fragile
weird
cargo.
when taking a photo and it's obvious in the picture.
God damn it.
Help.
Bro.
I think there's a few things here.
Pangitan
There
naglain.
are a
I mean,
few
I didn't say na long
separate
distance.
variables that
High value
impact the way that you
AR
feel
lang
when
natapos.
taking a photo
Sa Stanford,
And I
lagi
think that
dapat
that is
nagkuwag shit.
to getting comfortable in front of the camera.
Lagi, ikaw lagi dapat
I want to tell a
Same-
story really quickly about
Same
my
location.
first
Ay, pag-load
photo
na lang,
shoot, like my
Todd.
first big
Load before you
campaign.
took the
It was for
job.
Hollister swimsuits. So it's like
took the job.
already scary because it's a campaign and I need to pose and look pretty in clothes,
Ay, makalot
which is
ako
something
ito.
I was not very familiar with.
Opo, i-click lang
But
show
also, it was in
autosaves.
bathing suits, so I'm half naked as well. it was possibly the worst situation you could have,
I'd say high,
for someone
pinaka-high
who's
paying job
new
niyo
to
from your
taking
stand. Kanang
photos.
dealer, may
especially in a professional sense, right? It sort of reminds me of acting or singing. When I think about the most challenging part about acting or singing, it's getting out of your own way. There's something about our ego that gets threatened when we perform in some way. Because performing is vulnerable. You're putting effort in and trying to do a good job. And there's a risk that if you don't do a good job, that it's really embarrassing. And all of these things, acting, singing, modeling, in a way, like modeling for photos, whatever.
Let's take the 4 hours.
There's
Gonna be
good singing and there's bad singing. There's good acting and there's bad acting. There's good modeling and there's bad modeling. All of these things can be done wrong, which is why there's such a huge risk when you put yourself out there and you try to do it, right? And so I think with all of these things, the first step is to get out of your own way and be okay with being embarrassed.
Did you
Because
take the job,
there are going to be times when you look stupid. There are going to be times when you sound stupid. And you have to learn to accept that and to be comfortable with that feeling. And I found that the best way to get over yourself is to practice. Now, when it comes to taking photos, you can set up self-timer on your phone and just start practicing posing. And you can look back and be like, huh, how was
No,
that?
nag-ask
Okay,
siya,
was that bad? Was that
crash?
good?
Question mark?
You don't
Meaning
need
wala
someone
siya
else to be there
nag-crash.
to take photos. And what's nice about taking photos is that also you can look at the result alone and analyze it alone. And you can practice this very well on your own in the safety of your solitude. Whereas when it comes to singing or acting, a lot of times it's hard to judge your own singing. It's hard to judge your own acting because you're so deep in it. It's very hard to reflect. Yeah, you can take videos and watch them back. But I don't know. There's something about singing and acting that is even more challenging in a way to get over yourself because I feel like there's just much more to critique there. And I don't know. And it's harder to judge your own work in a way. Whereas when it comes to a photo, it's two-dimensional, you know? It's much easier to analyze on your own. Anyway, that's a great way to practice. Beyond that, you can do little photo shoots with your friends more often. It's all about practicing, figuring out what feels good, what you know looks good, figuring out your angles through practice, through trial and error, and slowly but surely becoming confident in your ability to take a good photo of yourself. It's exposure therapy. That's the only thing that I found that helps me because my first few photo shoots were a catastrophe. I felt so uncomfortable posing. I was so afraid of being embarrassed. And it ended up creating images that were more embarrassing in a way because you could tell that I was uncomfortable. It would have been overall probably less embarrassing to have just accepted the fact that I might look stupid while I'm posing. And it might be embarrassing. And the photographer might think, wow, she has no idea what she's doing. That's so funny and so cute. But if I would have tried and just settled into it and accepted it and surrendered to it, it would have ended up looking good and I wouldn't have been crying in the bathroom during the photo shoot. Freaking out and saying, I can't do this anymore. Because that did happen to me.
Weird patch. Hopefully they fix it.
So that's number one. Sort of surrendering to the potential embarrassment. And putting your ego aside and just saying, you know what? To be human is to take photos. You know, this is a part of our lives now. It's nothing to be ashamed of. And posing for a photo, it's not that embarrassing. And even if it is, who gives a fuck? My second tip is to practice in the mirror. This is so embarrassing, but I've practiced in the mirror a lot before photo shoots, before red carpet events, just figuring out what looks good in the clothes that I'm wearing. And it might sound like overkill, but it's incredibly helpful. Like, literally my stylist Jared and I set out like 5 minutes before we leave for a red carpet event for me to pose in the mirror and figure out what poses look good in the outfit and what emphasizes, you know, certain details of the outfit in the best way possible. What angles look the best with my hair, with my makeup, like what looks the best. Because, I don't know, understanding your body and what you're wearing and how to best present it makes it easy when it comes time to take a photo. So if you know, obviously we'll broaden this advice a little bit. Every once in a while when you think of it and you're in the bathroom by yourself, you can practice posing for a photo. And it's embarrassing, even though you're alone and no one's saying it, it's still kind of embarrassing, but it's incredibly helpful. and it helps you figure out what you like. And it really makes sense as to why it works, because you're connecting your physical movements now with a visual. Most of the time when you're taking a photo, you can't see what you look like. So you're nervous. You're like, God, I don't know what I look like when I smile like this. What does it look like? Does it look bad?
Pila ka hours?
Oh, I don't know
7?
what it looks like when I bend one knee a little bit. Does that look flattering? Like, and you can doubt yourself and get in your
You
head
could go for that.
when you're unfamiliar with what it looks like to pose in certain ways. But if you practice in the mirror, then you become familiar with what it looks like when you smile a certain way, when you look serious in a certain way, when you angle your body in a certain way, when you pop your knee in a certain way. You eventually connect what it looks like with a mirror in front of you with what it looks like when you don't and you're just alone with the camera. You know what I'm saying? And you can't see yourself. It just sort of connects the dots, and it gives you a better connection to your body movements in a way. And last but not least, I think it really helps to surround yourself with people who don't judge you. It's very hard to have someone who is judgmental taking a photo. So let's say you're someone who, you use Instagram for fun, right? And who else is going to take your Instagram photos other than your friends? Like, the people in my life who take my Instagram photos are my friends, my family. I mean, sometimes I shoot with photographers as well. But when it comes to like my more casual sort of photos, those are friends. And if someone is behind the camera who is judgmental of me, I cannot pose. I freeze up, I'm weird, I'm awkward. And for the most part, it's like the people in our lives are the people who are taking photos of us. If you're surrounding yourself with people who judge you for who you are, how the fuck are you supposed to pose for a photo for them? So it sort of comes down to this like larger issue of like who's in your life, and do you feel accepted by them? Do you feel free to be goofy or to embarrass yourself in front of them? Because if you surround yourself with people like that, it's so much easier to allow yourself to be embarrassed, not just with them, but also in general in life, because your close circle allows you to exist in that mental space often. And so then when you go outside of that group, it's easy for you to check into that mental space. I can be myself. And people like me when I'm myself, because you have people around you who remind you that constantly. Okay, number 2, somebody said, how do I do makeup that looks good in photos and in person? It usually looks good in one, but not the other. I understand this. I'm not a makeup artist, okay? So like, some of you might be like, I don't want to hear this from you. Fair enough. However, I've studied what makeup artists do for me, and I've studied what I do myself, and I've learned a lot. So here's what I've learned. And I'm a rookie. Like, I'm a makeup rookie. I don't know a lot about makeup. I love doing my makeup, actually, but I'm not like an artist at it by any means.
All the time na lang
This is something that's very well known nowadays, but the skincare prep before the makeup is so important for keeping the skin looking like skin. If you put foundation, which can sometimes look dry and papery and like not good. If you properly moisturize and hydrate the skin when you put the makeup on, it'll sit on this like gorgeous sheet of moisture, and your skin will look more supple and more like skin, like natural skin. So I tend to keep it simple. I just wash my face, and then I do a thin layer of moisturizer and a thin layer of face oil. Now, face oil doesn't work under all types of foundations. Sometimes oil can like not meld well with foundation. However, I haven't had an issue with that. All the foundations I use have been all good with putting oil underneath it. The oil really keeps you looking sort of dewy and hydrated all day in a way that looks very natural and, whatever. I also think foundation matching, like making sure that your foundation and your concealer match properly is so important. Like, if you're like me and you don't know how to match it, talk to a fucking professional and have them match it for you, because that will make your makeup not look good if it's not the right shade. A lot of times it looks really good on camera to do makeup really heavy, okay? Like, contour your face really heavily, mattify the face in certain areas, amount of makeup, and then turn your phone camera on and be like, wait, it looks like I'm wearing none. There's just something about the phone that makes everything look less extreme. It like dulls the features to a point that makes it so that if you want things to really show up, you kind of have to overdo it in person. And the problem with that is makeup that looks good on camera, when it's super visible and it's super extreme, it just tends not to look as good in person. It can look, at times overly cakey because maybe there's too much powder to mattify things. It can look overly contoured where it's like you look at the side of someone's face and you're like, that's so much contour. Like it's just like, you know, a deeper shade of fucking like line down the face. You know, it's just like, what is that? Or the eyelashes can look too overwhelming. It can overpower the face. So I think finding the perfect balance is, you know, it's like if you want it to look good on camera, but then also good in person, it's like basically pushing it as far as you can in person, constantly checking in the mirror in different lightings and stuff to make sure that nothing's too extreme. Pushing it as far as you can go while still making sure that it's not overpowering in person. It's like finding that perfect balance, and it takes practice, but I recommend checking in every different light. Like look in shaded light, look in direct sunlight, look in partially shaded sunlight. Like take a mirror out and fucking walk around the house and like check a bunch of different lightings and see what it looks like, because that's where you can find certain flaws. Like, oh, I didn't blend well enough, or oh, I over applied here, or whatever. Testing it out is really important. And taking your phone out, looking at the phone, and eventually you'll get into a place where you understand how to do it, where like it can look good everywhere. But I've found, you know, specifically when it comes to red carpets, the lighting is so unpredictable, and, you know, sometimes people are filming, and so it's not a photo with extreme lighting, it's more of a realistic view of the makeup, and so makeup artists have to sort of balance making it look extreme enough to show up on camera, but also not so much that it looks really unflattering when it's not in like a flash photography photo. I found that certain things that work for
from
me
my driver.
is
Let's go.
kind of taking it easy on the skin, like, you know, covering blemishes and stuff like that, of
I
course,
ain't got no driver. I'm
but
from
going light with the product, like going in
Let's
with
go.
one layer of product. If I need full coverage foundation,
I already load
going in with a
100,000.
full coverage foundation instead of trying to build up like a light or medium coverage foundation. Using the least amount of product possible just tends to make things sit better.
No, bro.
Also, fake eyelashes tend to look good in photo, but then in person can sometimes look a bit goofy on me. It overpowers my eyes, so we tend to avoid those. I refuse to fill in my eyebrows, because when I fill in my eyebrows, it can look good in person, but then in photos, my eyebrows can look like blocks, so we just don't do it at all. You know,
If you're gonna
you have
speed,
to weigh
my
pros and
pag-go all
cons
the
of
way na
certain
lang.
things. But it's a lot of testing, a lot of trial and error, and eventually you sort of figure it out, I guess. Next, somebody said, how to put together an outfit that's flattering. I feel like half the time my outfits look kind of off. I so understand this because it's actually kind of a challenge to put together an outfit that is balanced and flattering when it comes to the silhouettes and the way that things fit. However, I do think the most important thing is having clothes that fit properly. That's step number one for things to be flattering. Like, if a shirt is too tight or it's too big, it's not going to be flattering for the most part. There's obviously times when, like, maybe, you know, a more oversized, baggier look can be cool, totally. But it's almost more challenging sometimes to find things that are oversized, baggy, that are flattering, because they're not naturally supposed to fit you. Now that that's a style and a trend, there are more things that you can find in shops that are like supposed to look oversized but in a flattering way, you know? Like, that is a way that brands are manufacturing clothing, they're creating clothing with that in mind. However, there are times when you just want something to fit oversized, so you buy it oversized, or maybe you went down in a size, so now something's too big, it doesn't really fit quite right anymore. And you can try to make it work, but a lot of times it's just not going to look flattering, it's just not going to look right. And same thing if you're like squeezing into a pair of jeans that don't fit you anymore, or, you know, and I've tried to do that. Like, I've been like, oh, I love these jeans, like, I grew out of them, but I love them, and I want to keep wearing them, but they don't look right. Like, the butt looks squished, and like, it's sort of like squeezing my waist really tight, so like, you can see that it's like cinching my waist really tight, and it looks unflattering because it's like squeezing my body, and it doesn't look quite right. And it's frustrating when clothes doesn't fit right, and you can try to make it work, but I think, you know, the best thing you can do for yourself is number one, just buy clothes that fit you. And not only is that more comfortable, but it's ultimately more flattering. So having clothes that fit right, that's number one. If you're struggling, you're like, God, I cannot find clothes that fit me in the store. Don't worry, that's common, okay? They can't possibly make things for every single
It
different
took me
type
this long
of
kapag
like,
na
you
wala
know,
ko
some
i-play na
people have
music.
really
I've
long
been raw
arms.
dogging this
Some
goddamn
people
trip.
have like maybe wide hips, but like a narrower waist, or some people have, you know,
kinibab.
wide hips and they have like
Bro,
really
it's
long
annoying
legs. Some people have
kinibab.
wide. It's like there's so many different
Ganun siya mo under
body
parang-
types that exist in this world, and what a beautiful thing that is. However, brands, a lot of them try, which is amazing, but it's very rare that there's something for everyone. It's so
Like,
challenging,
one-off siya,
which
pero
is why
dili vehicle
I
malfunction, like,
have started getting things
Magutong-utong ang
tailored.
sakyanan for no
So
reason. Dili
it's
pa
not
damage.
ideal all the time, and it's definitely, you know, you have to pay for that. So it's like an added cost in addition to what you've purchased, like the piece of clothing that you purchased. However,
I don't think so,
it
cause
is
this
so
only
helpful.
happened now. Kaya
And
before
it's
kay
something
kakamali
that
man kung
you'll be able
gear.
to wear for a
Nagkakulangan
long
and
time,
nagligay na
and you can rely on this piece of clothing because it's flattering. You know it's flattering. It fits you properly. So that's number one. The
I think
problem
dili
number
ka
two
I don't know ni Elton, alright,
is
pero I don't think
balancing
kakahita
the
mo yung mo kay
silhouettes
automatic.
of clothing.
Yup.
Now, I wish that there was some sort of formula for this. And I think that to an extent there is. Like, this is somewhat opinion-based. Like, some people might disagree with me. Like, what's flattering in
We
my
have the
eyes
same
might not be
fucking
flattering in
truck,
other
Brent.
people's eyes. So there is some of this that is subjective. And a lot of times you do need to go based on feel. I think that there are some
Pero
general
ikaw,
rules
ikaw,
that
niya, may
I follow.
manual.
I don't know if they're
Ikaw po?
universal. Maybe
No,
they're not,
I
but,
intentionally
like, for
set my
example, if I'm
controls on
wearing a
manual.
sneaker,
Pwede min ko
Okay.
mag-automatic. But
the
what's
types
the
of
fun in
pants
that?
that look
I'm not a
good
pussy
with
like
a
you guys.
sneaker are usually either a baggier pant that like covers the whole top of the shoe for the most part, or it's
Puti, lagi may
a
parking sa
slightly
galis.
cropped
Doon
pant, like a high water, that shows a little bit of ankle. That
Karon
tends
na
to be
ganin nga
better.
patch. Kisay mas
You can
dagan.
see a little bit of the sock.
Karon na
Or,
ganin nga patch.
you know,
Kisay mas dagan
shorts, like,
kwarta. Ako uy,
It
pag
looks
nilog dira.
flattering with a sneaker, but I tend to think it looks weird without some sort of like higher up sock,
I have
like a
69
mid-calf
though,
sock.
so
I
more,
think
you
that
know,
tends to look more
nice.
flattering than wearing like an ankle sock. You know, I think ankle boots, like boots that
120.
cut off at the ankle, tend to be pretty unflattering unless you're wearing a pant or a dress or a skirt that goes all
Sabay
the
na
way
mo
past it
yung
and
look.
covers the ankle.
Keep right.
Whereas a knee-high
wala pa.
boot
Katulad
looks
ako
more
sa
flattering
first
with
loan, tapos
short
17
skirts,
tapos akong second
short
loan.
shorts, maybe like a mid
Wala
calf
pa sad ko.
skirt,
Can you pay it
where,
in
like,
advance?
It
I
all
just
just looks
want
like
my
one sort of
dump to
unit
be
in a way.
gone.
I think crop tops. Well, I don't really
Pwede,
like crop tops.
kuwan, if nag-take ka sa kantong 100k nga loan, mabayaran naman
like,
yun.
I think a cropped shirt
Yeah,
looks
if
nice
sana ang
with a
full
higher
amount,
waisted
pwede na
pant
ka ma-pay full,
because it just tends to be,
ma-pay
look more balanced than like
Ano na akong
crop
goal?
top and like a low
400k man ako na
Whereas I
loan.
like a lower waisted pant. with,
Then I
a
bought like
long
2
shirt
garages
that maybe leaves like a little
and a lot
sliver
of trucks.
skin, but that just tends to look more balanced to me. I don't
Wait,
know. There are like
tama
all
na
these
kita
different
sa
rules
Team
that I
K,
have in my
nakakuha
head that I've
achievement
learned
for
over the
like
years
buying
from
all
trial
the
and error,
garages in
figuring
your
out like
home
what to me looks
country.
balanced on
There's
my
only like
specific
2
body type,
garages you
and
can.
it's very different for everyone. You know,
Okay.
so I think it is a matter of trial and error. And
I only have
wish
one
that
garage
there
in
was
UK,
a
one
better
garage in
solution. Like I
Luxembourg.
wish that there was a mathematical equation, but I think
Oh,
it
isa lang, zero
tends to
ka
come
garage
down
lang.
to trial and error. And I think a lot
I
of
don't
times
think so. Mark,
something
nagpag
can
garage
look
yun.
off, and it's
Kay
because
Plymouth
you know
naman
what,
nga
you're
garage
wearing the
yun
wrong
na.
shoe.
Napay other garage
oh,
man
I'm
sa
wearing Sauber
UK.
with a sneaker, but it would actually look way better with a boot. Or,
Oh, yeah, pero
I'm wearing a
Luxembourg
loafer
is
with this
in
outfit, but it would
Germany,
actually look
man,
better
so
with
I
a
think
boot. Or
more than
I'm wearing a
only
boot
in
with this
that
outfit, but it
area,
would
I
actually
think.
look better with a ballet
Oh.
flat. Or anyway, I think a lot of it is trial and error. And I think over time you build sort of formulas for your outfits, and you just start to figure out what looks good with what. Like, I like the way dress pants look with loafers. I like the way that skirts, long skirts, look with boots or with a loafer with a sock. Like, that always looks really balanced and flattering. I like to wear longer shirts, longer sweaters with a long skirt because that looks really flattering together. Whereas I like to wear maybe a bit shorter of a shirt or a bit shorter of a sweater with jeans because I like to be able to see the pockets because that tends to be more flattering. I don't like to cover the waist section of jeans. It doesn't look as good. I know that I like to add a belt sometimes to pull in the color of the shoe. I don't know. There's just so many things that I've learned over the years. And so I think it's a matter of trial and error. And I've learned a lot about this from red carpet events and events in general because a
Keep
lot of
right.
times, you know,
And then
outfits get
exit
photographed. And so I am very aware when I'm looking at the photo whether or not the outfit was flattering. And what I've learned more specifically from red carpets, rather than like me just getting sort of dressed on a day-to-day basis, is, you know, of course, still like balancing silhouettes and colors and all of these things and making sure that it's tailored properly. That's also very important with red carpet, but also figuring out something that works for your body. Like, there are certain things that I just don't like on my body. It's just not flattering. Like, I do not like any sort of silhouette that makes my shoulders look broad. I tend to avoid things that have a scoop neck, for example, because scoop neck does not look good on me for some reason. I just don't like, it's not flattering on me. I just don't like the way that it looks. I don't like dresses that are in bright colors. Like, I don't tend to wear gowns that are like really bright colors because those colors are not flattering on me. And instead of going into picking out a look with the idea like, oh, I just really want to objectively like this outfit, or like this dress, or like this gown, or like this outfit, whatever, I go into it with the mindset of, what do I like that also flatters me and my body? And it's kind of heartbreaking at times, I think, because it's like, oh my God, but I really love this, but it's not flattering on me. There are so many things that I love that do not flatter me. It just does not look good on me. And because I feel more confident and more satisfied when I'm wearing something, when it's flattering, I have to make that choice and be like, you know what, this doesn't flatter my body. I don't like the way that it looks on me. So guess what? I'm just not going to wear it, and I'm going to take that loss, because something being flattering is my number one priority when it comes to, well, it's not my number one priority, but it's one of my top priorities when it comes to putting on an outfit. So at times you have to remind yourself that it's not just about what you like, but also about what you feel looks good on you too. And I think that that's why, you know, we tend to buy so many things and become dissatisfied, especially when we order online and stuff, because we're ordering just based on what we like and not based on what flatters us. And that's why it's so helpful to go shopping in person, because you can try things on and see if they're flattering, and you know
make
that
sure
you're
that it's
satisfied
not
with them.
electric.
Overall, this whole sort of process of figuring out what's flattering for you is an ongoing journey, and it's a lot of trial and error, and it's sometimes going to the tape to get things to fit. But I wish you luck on your journey. Okay, next. Somebody said, my senior prom is coming up this month, and I just want to feel good, but I don't even know where to start. I feel physically like shit. I have no idea what to wear. I'm a mess. Emma, help me, girl. I fucking got you, because when I go and do, again, like a red carpet event, I tend to like go on a mental, physical journey beforehand so that I can feel my best, because at the end of the day, like, going and doing a red carpet event, you're going up trying to look your best and feel your best, and that's what you want to present to the world on that red carpet. And so I have quite a few things that I like to do. Physically, this goes beyond just like for an event. This is just my life, but I do think it's important to be moving on a daily basis as much as you can in ways that feel fit for you. Like, for me, I love workout classes. Okay? I love the way that they make me feel physically, because I feel stronger, because they're challenging for me, but then also I love the endorphins that I experience afterwards, so that actually not only helps me physically, but also helps me mentally, and I'm just overall in a better physical, mental space when I'm exercising. But you can find what that looks like for you. It's so different for everyone. If you want to go for a walk every day outside, maybe it's walking your dog, make that into your exercise moment of the, you know, your movement moment of the day. Maybe it's yoga, maybe it's, I don't know, like signing up for a sport, like an adult recreational sport. It doesn't matter, but movement in general in life is so, it's just, you can't go wrong with it. You know what I mean? It helps with everything. It's undeniably helpful. And so, especially when I have an event coming up, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna use this time to like recenter myself, but to also feel just like physically strong and good and healthy, and that feels good. That's a good feeling. So adding that into the routine, I think, can really help with physically feeling like shit. But also, I think cooking at home really helps me feel better physically. Like, when I'm eating out a lot of times the food that you either get, you know, pre-prepared or from restaurants, it doesn't feel as good running through the body. I don't know. There's just ingredients in there that maybe don't make you feel as good sometimes. this is at least my experience.
Immediately after
For the
gingot
most part,
ko,
eating out tends to not make me feel
gikon ko,
physical. I think
gitikit
it's
ka
fuck with my
overspeed.
stomach. I tend to maybe eat less nutritious
Automatic
foods
na lang gani.
when I'm eating out a lot, so like that just doesn't make me feel good either. Like I'm not as energized. Maybe I'm feeling kind of lazy or
Magali,
like
automatic,
sluggish.
sumasayon mo
When I
overspeed.
cook at home, on the other hand, I'm usually cooking
No,
things that
automatic. Last
are
name
more
mo think about.
nutritious,
Just need to
do
look at
have,
this
you know,
feed
fresher,
or-
better ingredients. And that can really help me feel better. My
Ako,
stomach
magod
feels
kayo
better.
na ko'y
I mean, I
hapit
have
na
IBS
ako.
anyway, so I already have a
Bugod
sensitive
yung
stomach.
push
So
up.
I know what
Wala tayong
ingredients that you shouldn't use to keep my
wala
tummy in a
dyan,
happy
wala.
place. But also, I don't know, I'm just like,
Keep right
I know what I'm putting in
and
there.
then
And
exit right.
Tunog
more
isip
simple
ang 1 speed
ingredients in
limit
there.
kay
It
I
just
think
feels
na ako
better
sa
in my
city.
body.
So
So that helps
50
a
ang
lot
speed
too.
limit.
I think
I
just
think this is why tubig
whatever type
kayo.
of movement feels good for you, and then also cooking for yourself, I think really is helpful. And you just, I don't know, you just end up feeling better. And then when it comes to picking out an outfit, I think the first step
The game
is
says I've been to
to get a
Berlin,
basic idea about what
pero
you
I
want.
don't recall
You might not
going
end up
to
getting
Berlin.
what you want, or you might end up changing your mind once you start really shopping. But there is something helpful and inspiring about having an idea of
Yeah,
what
I
you
see
want.
your name.
Get on
Nakaunahan.
Pinterest, make a Pinterest board, start pinning different dresses, start figuring out what you like and what you don't like, and get a basic idea of that. And then I really think it's good to go shop in person, to be honest, because it's just so much
God damn it, Elton,
easier
no,
and
it's-
it's foolproof. Like you can just narrow
Bro,
down the
bobo
list of
lagi ning
options
navigation
so
ki pa
quickly
street food
when
ko.
you're, I don't know, in person and you're like
Ano siya?
trying things on and you're like,
weird
wait, that
siya,
doesn't fit. Instead of like
change
ordering
siya
6 dresses online and getting them all delivered in.
Ano siya stay left.
But I
So
think
ni
mood
stay ko
boarding is
left. Wala ko ni
crucial.
sulod sa right.
Because then it gives you something to look for.
Bobo
Otherwise, you're just like, oh my god, I'm overwhelmed by these options. I have decision fatigue. Now at least you have something to cling to. Like, okay, I know I like blue dresses, so I'm just
Bro,
gonna look in the blue
na-crush
dress
naman
section. Or I
ko.
know I like dresses with a sweetheart neckline. So you know what? I'm gonna go in the
I
section
think
with all
ang
the
boto
dresses
na to
with the
ni Red
sweetheart
kay
necklines. You know
memorize
what I
na
mean?
natong tipo
It gives you
ma'am,
something
pero
to
kapaluta
look
ang
for,
pinakadool.
and that's very helpful.
Katanong ko
Last
to
but
sa
not
map
least,
quest
somebody
while
said, how
listening
to
to the
communicate
quad
properly
person.
in high pressure
To the guys.
situations. I always freeze up
Para
or
ako
blurt out
ma-cross-reference ang
nonsense.
ilang
I'm just
info.
not good under pressure. I don't know. I
Sa
have a
highway,
lot of
magod kay
experience
Morag Dili, kay
with
klaro kay
this
Kalsagan,
at
kay
events
Kuliko,
like the
wag siya
Met,
kapaluan
where
sa
I'm
kang
interviewing
padulong.
people, or even I'm just inside at the dinner
That's the second
at the
of
gala
score
itself,
was also.
and I'm, you know, around all of these people that are put very much on a pedestal in society. You know,
Cruise
and I'm in a
control ko
room
so di
with
ko
these people, and I'm
basta-basta
like,
change.
how the fuck am I supposed to be acting? I found that the most helpful thing to do
Ano yung cruise control like
is
kanang
to take
ginamaintain ra sa
everyone
imong
and
truck?
everything
Kuwan
off the
ang
pedestal.
imong
If
speed
you're trying
automatic.
to bring yourself
Yes.
up and put yourself on the pedestal too, you have it all wrong.
Like,
When you're in a
imitation
high pressure
sa-
situation,
Yeah, exactly, that's it.
It's usually because you're taking something very seriously. And it's not
Ano,
inherently
gipahapit
bad to be
pa ta
taking
ni
things
Stan sa
seriously.
Berlin. Kasi nasa
However,
Berlin.
if you're taking things seriously to a point where
Wala,
it's
just a
debilitating
fucking
for you,
15
there's a
na
chance
50
it's
ang
because
speed limit.
something or someone is on a
Wala,
pedestal
dito
in a
lang
way
siya.
that's unhealthy
Bullshit,
for you.
Bullshit.
The second that you take
It's a
that
horrible
off the
place.
pedestal, the
It's,
pressure
fucking
has
cities are horrible, man.
alleviated 50%.
I don't
at
like Cagayan
least,
de Oro.
if not more. So for me, when it comes to interviewing people at the Met Gala
United
or
Kingdom.
having a really serious meeting with
It is better than the United
people
Kingdom.
that
I feel
make or
bad for
break
the
certain
British
things
people.
for me. You know, when it comes to things like that, I have to just
Yeah,
take it off
lucky
the
ikaw
pedestal.
matino na
So, you know, because today's episode is about what I've learned from the red carpet, let's use the Met Gala interviews as an example. What I did psychologically to sort of take the pressure off myself so that I could behave normally, I had to, number one, reinforce my belief that celebrities are just normal people and that they belong on the pedestal no more
Rest
than
na
the
lang sa
next
hotel sa Berlin.
which is ultimately true. Celebrities, yeah, a lot of them are very talented, have special
Adik sa discover
talents.
mo sa city, di
A
ba?
lot of them are very charismatic
No,
and
naku.
good looking, and it, you know, you just
Na-discover
you
na
feel
ako
like they're
daan sa
godlike in a way.
Pulos.
They're not. They're normal. And there's
Na-discover
nothing.
na ako, ano?
It's like talking to anyone else. It's like
Oh, ako
if
wala
I'm
pa.
not nervous to talk to the barista at the coffee shop in the
Ikaw
morning,
dapat
I shouldn't be
nag-tutor
nervous to talk to a celebrity on the red carpet. Why?
Pagkali yun,
Because
eh.
they are the exact same human.
Maybe
It's
that's
just
why
human.
wala
It's just
gipa-dito
talking to
siya
humans.
dun
So
kay Kuan.
I
Kay wala
knew
pa niya
that. I
na-discover ang
believed that
Berlin.
for a while now. But it's one thing to believe that. It's another thing to be faced with it.
What?
And it has been very important for me
of course, ang
to
i-calculate sa
actively
travel
repeat
advisor
to
kay katulong mga
myself
routes na
that truth.
naagian ni mo,
And
di
in
ba?
moments when I
Instead of
catch
like
myself
places
getting
na
all
mapakag.
riled up, that is a normal fucking person.
Okay, I
So
guess so.
chill the fuck out. Who cares if you embarrass yourself in front of them?
Also,
Who
Red,
cares if you
paggawas
fuck it
mo sa
up? It
Berlin
doesn't
na
fucking
ay
matter because they're human
gasolinahan
and they
o truck
poop and they
stop,
wipe
so,
just the way the
yeah.
rest of us do. Okay? But to take it to another example, it's like, let's say you're having a conversation with your significant other that's really uncomfortable and it's high pressure and you freeze up and you get nervous. It's the same thing with that. It's like, okay, you know, chances are you're putting the relationship up on a pedestal. And that's why you're so nervous. That's why there's so much pressure because you're like, I don't want to lose this relationship. This relationship means so much to me. And if I confront, then I might lose it. And I really don't want to lose it. You have to take the relationship off that pedestal. And you have to be like, listen, you know what? This relationship is really special to me. It means a lot to me. However, there are a lot of fish in the sea. And if this doesn't work out, it wasn't supposed to. And it's no better than what I could actually go find elsewhere. There's a good chance that I could find something even better elsewhere if this doesn't work out. Take it off
Layo
the
kay Sel.
pedestal.
Ideally,
Give
layo
it
Sel
an
doon
air
for Bertoldo
of
na
reality.
Delson, pero
And through that, take
out
the
of
pressure off of
bunch siya sa
yourself.
akong map
And
na
I think
ako
the best way
nakakita
to
siya nga
do this is to,
nag-i-eager.
number one, figure out why the situation is high pressure. And then number two, figure out what needs to be taken off the pedestal. Then to remind yourself over and over and over and over again when you're faced with the high pressure situation, why it does not need to be as high pressure as it feels, and why you do not need to freeze up, and why you don't need to act different, and why you don't need to overthink things. All right, you guys, that's it. That's all my advice for today. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that some of it was helpful. My God, was it unprofessional, but I hope it was still at least helpful. I just love you all, and I love that we get to hang out, and I always have fun when we get to hang out. And if you enjoyed it, hey, tune in. New episodes of Anything Goes every Thursday and Sunday, anywhere you stream podcasts. Video is exclusive to Spotify, though. You can check out my Instagram at Emma Chamberlain. You can check out my TikTok at Emma Chamberlain. You can check out my YouTube at Emma Chamberlain. You can check out Anything Goes Instagram or TikTok at Anything Goes. You can go check out my coffee company at Chamberlain Coffee on everything. ChamberlainCoffee.com to use the store locator and see if we're in a store near you, or just order directly from the website directly to your door. Yeah, you guys, that's all I have for today. Thank you so much for listening and hanging out. I love you all. I appreciate you all. We have so much fun together. Don't we just have so much fun together? I know we do. I just love you. Okay, I will talk to you soon. I will be talking to you in a few days. Okay, I love you all. Bye. Love you. Bye. Love you. Mwah. Okay, love you. Bye. In honor of my favorite fashion event of the year, the Met Gala, I've decided to come to the Vogue office here in New York City to speak to Sergio, the global entertainment director at Vogue magazine. He oversees all celebrity bookings for Vogue US, UK, Latin America, and Mexico. Over the course of his career, Sergio has worked at Harper's Bazaar, Women's Health, 17, Cosmopolitan, and Marie Claire. He's produced the World Music Awards and worked at numerous record companies, including Motown, Sony, Arista, and Virgin Records. I'm excited to talk to Sergio today because I feel like we all have our assumptions about the fashion world, what it means to be in the fashion world, what it means to work in the fashion world. We've seen movies like Devil Wears Prada. We've read articles about it. We all have our assumptions. But
I changed to automatic, the bug still happens.
Tell us what's really up. And so that's why I'm excited to be speaking to Sergio today.
We're going back
going to be
to
discussing
manual. Fuck this
what it's
shit.
like to work behind the scenes in fashion, as well as details around the Met Gala, because obviously it's the biggest fashion event of the year, and there's a lot to uncover. So I present to you Sergio from Vogue. I do want to know about you as a child. Were you a fashionable kid? Like, I was obsessed with little costumes, and it was weird, but...
I mean, I'm not a fashion guy to begin with. Like, I was born in the former USSR, and I was obsessed with music. So, like, the fact that I am working in entertainment and you see Vogue cover so much music, it's because I'm obsessed with musicians. Every time there's somebody music on the cover, it's probably because I have
Go straight on.
stressed everybody on our team about putting that person on the cover. Like I have such passion for musicians because like ever since I remember first time watching a music video on my grandmother's couch when I was like 5 years old in Russia. And it was Michael Jackson and Billie Jean. I did not speak a word of English, could not understand what Michael was singing about, but I had such a strong reaction that I went to work behind the scenes in music, and somehow it all just came together.
Yeah, how did you get from like being music obsessed to now working at Vogue?
Well, we moved to this country when I was 12, and I didn't know anyone, there was no connections, there was no like, hey, I know this person, they will hook you up with a job. I went to a community college in Westchester, and somehow I got an internship at, do you know Arista Records? Do you know who Clive Davis is? So Clive Davis is a big-time record executive. He, quote-unquote, discovered Whitney Houston, Carlos Santana, Janis Joplin, and all these like iconic musicians. And I got to talking to somebody at this label, and he was like, "Do you want to intern? We have internships available." And I literally started like ditching school and going in like 2-3 times a week, no pay, 12 hours a day. I wanted to be a sponge. Like I would walk in every day, and from the moment I was there, I just wanted to observe and take everything in. And somehow it led me to this. I spent like 3 years as an intern at Arista Records working for free. Didn't finish college. Got offered my first job in my last year of college, and my first job was at like Motown Records, working in radio promotion. And I spent a year working at Motown. We all got fired because someone else, like another company, bought out this label. Everybody got let go. And my second job working at Sony, my third job working back at Arista Records, the place that I interned. And after Arista, I went to Virgin Records. Spent 2 years there, got so burnt out, and took a year off. And in that year, I saw Billy West. And somehow, I realized that that is the one thing in my career that I haven't done yet, like work in the fashion industry. And it's that film that made me want to work here.
Really?
I mean, here, like in fashion in general, in magazines.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing that movie and realizing that Vogue is basically like at the top of the food chain.
Yeah.
And that was my goal all along.
Yeah.
Like, hopefully one day I get to work at this magazine.
So then how'd you get to Vogue?
I worked at 6 different magazines. So I spent 5 years at Cosmo. While I was at Cosmo, I got my own magazine. They gave me 17, so I was booking 17. And after 17, I did like Red Book and Women's Health, and my last job in that company was working for Harper's Bazaar, which you obviously know.
Of course.
And this job at Vogue somehow
then exit
became open because the previous booker was here for 20 years with me. And my friend works at GQ. She was like, "You should come in and interview for this job." There's no way in hell Anna Wintour is gonna happen. I drop more fuck words, like more fucks in a single sentence than probably anyone she knows.
Yeah.
Covered in tattoos, not polished.
Yeah.
I'm just a worker.
Yeah.
Like I go in, I have a vision, and how do I get it done?
Yeah.
And I don't even know how to explain it, but like I walked into our office, the first person I interviewed with was Anna. There was no human resources, there was no like number 2. My first interview for this job was with Anna. And I had a broken foot,
Oh, no.
3 broken toes,
No.
and I refused to wear my boot.
I was going to say she would not like the boot.
I mean, she probably would have been fine with it, but I was like, there's no way I'm walking into
I know.
an interview at Vogue limping.
I know.
with a boot.
Yeah.
I was in so much pain wearing this Valentino boot that I barely squeezed my foot into. And I never dress up to go.
Yeah.
Like, you're not gonna see me in a sweater or a tie or a jacket. I walk into Harper's Bazaar that day in like a really nice sweater, nice pants, these Valentino boots, and someone I work with goes, "Do you have an interview? Like, why are you dressed that way?" I'm like, no, I have an event after. He's like, "No, I don't believe you. Like, there's no way you're coming into work looking like this."
Yeah.
I go to the interview here, and I've heard before that, usually like interviews here take like 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We ended up talking for maybe 20. and I was only supposed to be Banana.
Yeah.
I got to meet with 2 other people that day, and walking out of here, I kind of had an idea that I was maybe the front runner.
Yeah.
And it all just happened so quickly. I think within 2 weeks I was hired.
Wow.
And it's been almost 6 years.
Wow. That's a journey. I feel like most people would think about working at Vogue and it's like, okay, well, it's a fashion job, but I feel like it's so much more dynamic than that. Like you have to be up to date on pop culture because the fashion piece of it is absolutely crucial. But it's also like for the mainstream, not everyone's into fashion, but you want everyone to be into Vogue. Is that something that comes naturally to you, or are you just like naturally soaking up pop culture in a way, or are you sort of someone who has to go out and seek it out? Like obviously it comes naturally for you with music and musicians, but what about, when it comes to the broader industry, like what is that sort of experience like? How do you stay in the know?
Everything has to do with pop
Keep
culture,
right,
right? Like
and
I
then
remember
exit right.
growing up, and Vogue had a tagline: "Before it's anywhere, it's in Vogue," right? And it always stuck with me. Like I was obsessed with supermodels back in the day. Like my walls were covered in like photos of Linda Evangelista and Naomi Campbell and Lucy Turlington. Apart from music, like supermodels was like my obsession.
Yeah.
So I always paid attention to what fashion magazines were doing. And now, like everything I do, I pay attention to what's happening in theater, to what's happening in film and television, in music, in with influencers, with TikTok. Like it has to make sense for a woman. Like at the end of the day, it is a fashion brand.
Yeah.
But you don't want to miss out on something that's happening in pop culture that has nothing to do with fashion.
Yeah. Working at so many different magazines, how has it been different curating for Vogue in all things? Because I feel like Vogue is the top dog, so it's like that must be terrifying in a way. Like there's this weight because it's like it must be taken so seriously, and like how do you? Is it a gut feeling like this feels right?
Always a gut.
Okay.
Like, listen, this is how it works in every single magazine. I remember being in every magazine I worked in prior to Vogue. They all paid attention. However, every single brand had something that that works for Cosmo may not work for Marie Claire
1000%.
or Elle or Harper's Bazaar.
Sino
or
bang galing
Vogue.
truck?
Something that
Ah,
works
lost ni siya.
for Harper's Bazaar is not going to work for all those other brands. However, once you're in Vogue, you literally could go anywhere.
Yeah.
And I knew that when I started out working at Marie Claire. That is the epitome of what's happening in pop culture. Here, it's all about it is your personal opinion. You are curating these ideas. You go into a meeting with a big staff and you make pitches.
Yeah.
Like every single publicist, every agent, every manager, they pitch ideas to us. We speak to them on a daily basis. Like every single booker from every single brand, from every single TV show. You kind of have to know. You don't always know because you don't there's not enough time in the world to watch every TV show, to watch every film, to listen to every single album or single that's sent to you. So you kind of have to have a gut reaction to this person.
Yeah.
And there's always a buzz, like someone will be the first one to discover it.
Yeah.
I'm not the one who's going to discover it. I'm going to ride the wave, but I have to pay attention to what's happening in pop culture. And it's my job to walk in every single day and say, I heard about this, we should look into this person, or we should pay attention to this, or what's happening here. Maybe they're not ready for Vogue yet, but maybe in 2 months they will be.
Yeah.
And that's how every single magazine works. We all function in the same way. We all want to be the first to put somebody fresh on the cover who no one has had before.
Yeah.
But then you don't want to risk it and put somebody on the cover who no one is going to click on. So it's this double-edged sword. Every time you do a cover story or a feature or put somebody in a video or invite somebody to the Med or bring them to an event, it's always a 50-50. You never know.
Yeah. How do you feel like the overall strategy has changed post social media explosion?
Social media changes everything.
Yeah.
For every single industry out there.
Right.
For fashion, for entertainment, for every single movie and TV studio. we all have to follow what's happening on social media because talent has even more influence now than ever before.
Okay,
Because
ako na rin
anywhere
ako
from
first doon.
10 million to what Kim K has 400 million followers
Something
on Instagram.
like that, yeah.
Talent has more power than ever before, and they have
Yeah.
their own
Okay, 100K total.
platform
Okay,
where
pay
they
ako
can do
100K.
anything they want. So how is this going to work for both of us? Right? Like, yes, everybody still wants Vogue, but is it going to be the right thing
Try
for
ko ba
Vogue?
mag-400K loan
Just because you
para
have
ma-upgrade lang ko ang
300 million followers doesn't mean that we need to cover that.
Yeah, okay naman.
And if you're doing every single thing under the sun,
Ipag long distance ha?
what's the
Upgrade.
gain in us
Yep.
featuring
Katong-
someone? If
katong
you live your
fragile
life on
cargo
social
akong
media,
gi-upgrade.
how is that
Level
going
3 akong long
to be interesting for
Okay, good, that's fine.
our audience, right?
Right.
Like if you already put everything out there, what are you giving to us or W or Vanity Fair or like if you're doing 17 covers, what's the point?
That's a great point. It's almost like
It becomes diluted. Like you literally
Yeah.
just if you give up everything on social media every single day,
yeah.
why do you need a cover? Like you don't even need it.
That's so true because it's like there's no story to tell. I've never even thought of it like that. It's almost like
Plus, ang
I think that
longest
is
ako
probably what
nabalan yung
makes
mga
a
24
cover story
hours
so
yun
interesting is
actually.
when you're uncovering something about
Like,
a
ang
public
ice
figure
hindi
that
pa
you
mamelta ng
couldn't
time.
really access otherwise.
Well, everyone is so guarded
No word?
nowadays. I mean, like every
So,
single video you see on
I don't know if it's
Instagram or
healthy, bro.
TikTok,
Damn, bro.
people take like 10 different versions of that video and
Or at
post
least overnight,
the best
inanalo.
one.
Yeah.
At least
Like,
overnight.
I
Dili
mean,
pa
I don't want to
tatangay
sound like
at
an
all.
old man, but like, I remember,
Done.
like, I
Kay
love picking up
Nagko
interview
ako
magazine
tubig.
because
Bugnaw
Madonna just
kaniya
revealed
alas
something she hasn't said anywhere
Bugnaw pag
else.
Yeah.
yapon
I
karon
love picking
kinainom-inom.
up Vanity Fair and reading a story about a cover star
Ano, kita?
where like Courtney Love literally admitted to like taking
I'm done.
drugs during pregnancy, and
Yeah.
yes, that backfired on you,
Stanford
Yeah.
and it was a
doing.
horrible experience for her. But celebrities back in the day weren't that afraid to speak up.
That's so true. Do you feel like the media training of today, like everyone's so media trained, has
Pag-unti
negatively
mga
impacted
injustice
the
kay
industry?
ayaw
I mean, everything is
pag-account
controlled.
so
Like,
painit sa
at the end of the day, even if you are guarded, it's going to take an amazing writer
I got
for
you,
you
got you.
to open up. And if you don't want to open up, you shouldn't do press. If you have a publicist who says to me, "Don't ask this person these 3 topics,"
Yeah.
why are they doing an interview? Or guess what? It's our job as a journalist to ask the questions, and
Yeah.
it's your job to say, you know what? I don't want to answer that. Can we move on? Like,
Yeah.
why does your publicist have to tell me in advance?
That's
don't
true.
ask that question. If your talent
Okay,
doesn't know
naitap
how
na
to
ako.
pivot, then maybe you should do some more media training.
That's a
Nice.
really, really phenomenal point.
Gira ako
I
kapag
think people look at
kanang
press
hump.
in this industry
All the
as
humps.
like maybe less of a, I think talent
Bump
especially
them.
maybe looks at it less as
Mubag
like a
akong
mutually
game, like,
beneficial
mo-
thing.
mag-
And I feel like a
ano,
lot of
ano,
people
akong
get really
engine.
too big in their purchase. They're like, no, you need me. Vogue, you need me.
Or
You know what I
mag-isa
mean?
na
Which is
siguro siya
obviously
sa
not
sa
true.
We both need each other.
We both need each other. Like it's
Like-
like everyone
Grabe
needs
kasi
each other.
hindi ako ma-job.
And that is very
19,000
fascinating.
for 12
People are
hours
just so
kaya.
scared because it's such a witch hunt sort of time that everyone's like so
400 horsepower
maybe it's always
na
been a
nitong
witch hunting
party
sort of
down.
time.
That's
You
your
have
shit.
like, well, it always. It was
What's
always
up, Dwayne?
the moment paparazzi
Currently,
became
we're
famous
at
in the 1950s.
Yeah.
I don't know how to
Celebrities
read
were
that.
being followed. Politicians were
That
being
place,
followed.
Yeah.
Smashburg.
Anyone who in some
Not
way
sure
was
where
famous
we're
was being
going.
Okay,
followed,
so-
and you wanted to know their
Hopefully
secrets.
somewhere
and they
there's only
started
like
in
2
the
jobs.
National Enquirer.
Yeah.
Ang
So,
isa
like,
kay
there was
19,000
always
na 12
that
hours.
witch hunt.
Yeah.
The moment you become famous,
No,
regular
no
people
thanks.
feel like
Well,
you
ang
don't
imo isa ka
have,
choice kay 12
feelings
hours per
as a celebrity,
13,000.
that you are prepared for anything that comes your way because you chose that
Oh,
life.
man.
Sure, but at the same time, there are boundaries for everyone.
Yep.
Ikaw na lang
Nowadays,
try o
you are
pili,
afraid to
since
speak
hapit naman
about
sa magtunong og
Yeah.
because social media will tear
things
you.
anyway.
Yeah.
But all you have to do is don't go on social media.
I know.
Don't pay attention. Guess
it-
what? Like,
Yeah.
Kumabala,
it's
kumabala.
just a bunch of people who trying to start shit.
So
12
what
hours
about
for 19?
strategy that like Vogue does YouTube
Yeah, I know
so
it's
well?
fucked up, pero
So well. Like everyone loves the Vogue
Punish
YouTube
who to
channel and
find
it's such like a
jobs.
genius sort of focus. I feel like YouTube is a huge
Wala job
focus
sa ko.
for Vogue.
Well, we definitely get more access than I think any other brand.
Yeah.
So it's over for
And
us.
at
TP
the
na
end of the day,
television.
it all is because of this brand that's
Wala,
been
short
built
job
over
sa mo astan para lang
150 years
ma-transfer
now.
ta.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Short job from
it
here.
means something.
Yeah.
it's a status for a
Wala.
lot of
Kana
people.
araduha
And
gyud.
once you get Vogue,
12 hours ang
these
duha.
fashion brands and just brands in general
Let's
look
look
at
for
you in a
another
different
company
way,
nearby.
and you will
Right.
probably get bigger jobs. So
Sige, sige.
it is
Elton
that
Lidoy, ikaw may
we
map.
need you and you need us.
Ay, Nara,
Yeah.
Nara. I
moment.
see it.
We have an
Euro
amazing
Art
video team, and we literally
Acres.
will
Can you go,
brainstorm
guys, go
and
there?
pitch ideas. Like we
Mag-rest
have
ako kay katulgo ng
quite a few
karakter.
series that
Yep.
we do on the regular, from the getting ready to 24 hours to
Yep.
the cooking
Wait lang,
series
ma-check
that
mo na
you
sa
did
Freight
for us, now
Market. Wait, let me
serving
check
73
the jobs.
questions, life and looks, and like it is a curation. Like
Yes,
every
bakit
single
makita?
time we have to do an episode, we go through a list of names of who would be the best person
Paano kinuha ka dyan?
for
Yeah,
that
there you go.
video, tied to a project.
7
Like,
hours, 7
it is
hours.
all connected,
10K.
and we get access like no one else does, which
Yeah,
I'm
that's so
incredibly
good.
grateful for,
We'll take
because
it.
all my other
Yeah.
magazines I was like struggling.
Yeah, it goes to Cologne.
And look, not to say that we get everyone we want
Angkot?
here,
Yeah.
Cargo?
I mean, I
It-
feel like almost everyone.
it's nice to work in a
nasa
place
Cologne.
where, for the most part, I
Ay,
can go
no,
to
asa
most
cargo,
people,
ani?
and
No,
they will
padulong
release
Cologne.
me.
Nadiri ang cargo.
1000%. But I think it's
Ma-filter man nimo to your
interesting
current
because
location.
Yeah, but
this
like-
industry was at one point
Unsay yung name sa
so
company?
just physical paper. It was
Yeah.
just paper, and that was the industry
Euro
as a whole.
acres.
That's it. Now,
Fully
That's
controlled.
what I mentioned.
yes,
kanina.
so
Like
controlled.
every single page,
Okay, good.
and there was
Okay,
no
good.
social media. There was nobody talking about like, we don't like that cover, we don't like that person,
Yeah.
we don't like that interview, we don't like the cover
Oh,
line.
nag-alt-up ko.
Yeah.
We
Ayaw
made
na rin
that
siya
tiny part in the video.
lusot
It
sa
just
thing.
it disappeared into the abyss.
Yes.
Now every single thing is under a microscope.
Saan ikaw
And
lead
we are
daw?
on the
I don't know
microscope
asa.
for everything. But by the way, I'm not gonna feel bad for us.
Yeah.
Like everyone else goes through the same thing.
Yeah.
Every single brand, from fashion to entertainment to publishing, we all experience the same problems.
I mean, it's even more
I'll give you just a
interesting
second.
because
Okay,
now, like being a magazine, you have to do more than just the print. You have to do
Nakara?
like
Nakara?
there's
360.
there's the YouTube
Mag-rest
now.
pala
There's
ako
like,
right now.
oh, are we gonna do like a merch collection? Or are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do like? There's so much
TikTok
more
videos,
happening.
social media videos,
Yeah.
behind the scenes videos,
Yeah.
interviews, cover stories, features, .com. I mean, there's so many layers to every single thing we do
Yeah.
that sometimes it could be a bit.
Well, it's like it must be harder to maintain this sort of Vogue identity when there's so much fucking happening. Like you're doing every category all the time, and it's like, how do you maintain a strong identity as a brand when you're being spread so thin?
We all wear like 20
Yeah, go
hats.
straight lang.
That's
like
what it
20
is.
jobs.
Yeah.
And look, you don't get into publishing because you're like, I'm gonna become rich. You
Mm-hmm.
get into publishing because you're passionate about
Let's
you know,
go.
pop culture and fashion
Yeah.
and music and whatever field you work in publishing. That's your passion. And if you're not passionate, you're going to hate your job.
Yeah.
You're going to be annoyed. You're going to be agitated about every single thing that's happening. It's not an easy job.
Yeah.
But we're also not saving lives.
Yeah.
We don't have to take ourselves seriously. We have to take our job seriously, like
Yeah.
because we get paid to do a job. And if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here.
Yep.
You always have a choice.
Yep.
But if you're doing this, I mean, my
It's
parents taught
doing
me
the
from when
bug
I was a
again.
kid,
I'm so
if you sign
annoyed.
up to do something, you have to finish it.
Yep.
We have to make it work. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but
Mm-hmm.
like we have to figure it out.
It's like
Because if we
mag-keyboard
don't
ko.
move with this ever-changing industry, we're going to get left behind.
Wala po yung speed bump.
The Met Gala. It is the fashion event of the year, of course. How did it
No, so tayo
get
i-update nito.
that
Mer,
title?
grabe kay kapag
I don't know how to
i-compare sa last
explain
time.
Yeah. Basta mo
How the
leave
Met
ko
Yeah.
But
non-collision
most people don't
zone.
realize it's a fundraiser.
Yeah.
It's a fundraiser for the museum,
Yep.
for the Costume
Kung
Institute,
i-try ang
which
kung ano,
Anna
like
is obviously heavily
start, restart ang
Yep.
tula.
its main job is to raise money. Every single seat
Can
is
I
paid
restart?
Sa mukha.
Every seat is paid for by a designer or
Can
a
I
brand.
restart?
They're the ones who are bringing talent
and
in
someone
support of the
boy ka dyan.
museum. So every single seat has
Research
to
man,
be.
nakatignan ko sa job.
Somehow it
Straight
became
Latatra.
the event to go to
I'll
every
restart.
single year.
Yeah.
Usually
Yeah,
it starts
we're
the
delivering
day
potatoes.
after the Met Gala.
Potatoes.
So like
Yeah.
this
Fucking
year's
love
Met Gala is May
potatoes.
6th. On May 7th, I will get an email from Anna
Yeah, taters, man.
asking me to work on
Next year.
next year's event. I may not know what the theme is, but she's going to ask me for ideas.
Uh-huh.
The theme comes later.
Interesting.
I mean, she knows what the theme is. I don't know what the theme is.
Oh.
I found out about this year's theme, I don't know, maybe 6 months before.
Okay.
Everything is kept under a lock and key.
Wow.
So the day after, she'll say, you know, I have some ideas. I want to hear yours.
Yeah.
Let's meet. And it literally takes us maybe a few months to brainstorm ideas, then a few more months to figure out who we want to go after for co-chairs. And then the last part of it is music. It's always a surprise. This is my 6th Met, I think. I can't tell you, like I am like a kid in a candy store every single time I get to work on the Met. It is so much fun, even when it's like the most hard job on the planet, because there's so many details and
Yep.
there's a huge team. Like we have a huge Vogue team working on the Met every year, and every single detail is thought of. Like
Yeah.
every single like napkin, knife, florals, arrangements, chairs,
Yep.
every single detail is thought about way, way, way in advance. Even the way your name is written on a placement card
Yeah.
is thought about, and there's a reason for it. It is so fascinating to watch from the sidelines because I'm not really involved in that part.
Right.
Like I'm involved in the co-chairs, I'm involved in the performer, and I'm involved in the last month of preparation. And like I help with some of the guests,
Yeah.
but towards the end, once our team like literally places almost everyone, I can't even
Time
tell
to
you
get
how
the
many
job done.
emails and phone calls we get every single day leading
Straight
up to
up.
like the Met 4 months prior to. It will be like 50 to 100 requests for the Met on a daily.
Again, it kind of goes back to like, this is fashion. We're not saving lives here. It's like, it's almost like throwing a big birthday party for you know, it's like planning a party. It's fun.
But do you get nervous when you get on that red carpet?
I do get nervous.
You don't show it though.
The one thing I can say that I'm good at is my poker face. Like, no one will ever know. I'm not afraid of the interviews. I'm afraid of the carpet. That's what's scary, because it's like everybody puts so much effort into
Get ready
making you
to
look
turn left.
good. And now it's up to you to stand there and like make it come to life in the face. And you get, it's like a
left.
performance, even though all you're doing is like
Here we
standing
are.
there like that.
Safe and
But I mean, I think now I'm not afraid anymore, maybe. Like maybe this year, I don't think I'll be afraid at all this year. But I mean, I think my heart will beat. I'm not gonna be afraid, but I'll be exhilarated.
I mean, I'm sure you watched enough episode of America's Next Top Model.
You know
And
what's crazy?
Zoolander.
It's been so many years, and my stylist, Jared, keeps being like, Emma, you need to watch more America's Next Top Model because it'll take you to the next level. Like, you're gonna really, like, you're gonna learn how to do things with your face that you didn't even know you could do.
Maybe Zoolander.
Oh,
Have you ever
Let's
seen
go.
Zoolander?
No.
Do you know what Zoolander is?
I'm like
What?
vaguely familiar.
It's a Ben Stiller movie about
Yeah.
being a male model.
Oh.
It's pretty brilliant. It has all these cameos from like every celebrity you can imagine.
Fun.
All these fashion designers, and it's basically poking fun of Zoolander,
Yeah.
but it's absolutely brilliant. And he
Damn.
had this look called Blue Steel.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you should adapt that for the
Yeah,
Met.
I'm gonna adapt Blue Steel for this mat.
Yeah.
So that's my homework.
I totally see it for you.
I think it's gonna be really,
Or siya
really
mukha siya
handsome.
Research siya.
Does everything.
That sucks.
Like,
this news patch
I'm
sucks.
thinking of being Anna, and I'm like,
I don't even
there's
know
no
what's
way that
simple.
she's signing
It's
off
just-
on everything.
She was. On
Really?
everything. And on top of that, she is at everything. We have rehearsals
Drive
with the
safe.
performer. We have rehearsals with dancers. We have
Whoa.
fittings. We have like we go through. Like, once we're at the Met preparing in that one room, everything is kind of like it gets laid out days in advance. She's there to oversee it all. She's literally there at 10 p.m. at night when we were rehearsing with the performer.
Wow.
Like I remember my first year, and like my first year, I literally was like, I don't know how I got
Hey,
here.
girl.
I hope I don't get escorted. I don't know how I fooled people into thinking that I belong here. But like Poker Face was on 10 that time.
Yeah.
And Cher was the performer.
Wow.
Which is so like unreal. Like
Yeah.
this is a like icon and legend get thrown around about every single
Yeah.
person nowadays. Like that is a fucking legend.
Yeah.
And I remember going to see Cher the night before her rehearsal at either Barclays or MSG. She was on tour at the time. And going backstage with her publicist. and like being like, it wasn't my first time meeting Cher, but it was just like you're in such an awe of this woman, the way she talks, like she makes jokes, and the way she looks, like she's just so brilliant. And it was like, I'll see you tomorrow at the rehearsal. We get to the rehearsal, of course, like Anna's there.
Yep.
Cher gets on stage, does her thing, comes off, and she was like, how was it? What do you think? I'm like, are you really asking me like, how was it? I was like, you literally, this is what I said to her.
Yeah.
I go, you literally could sing the phone book and I will fucking listen and say it's the most brilliant album on the planet.
Yeah.
I don't care what you sing. I'm like, you on that stage is enough.
Yep.
And Anna was there for every single rehearsal.
Wow.
And like, she loves being a part of this.
That's
like
amazing.
She's raised something like $500 million for the museum.
Yeah.
In her, I want to say like what, 25 years that she's done the Met. So it's pretty.
I think that is why it's such a special and culturally sort of significant event, is because so much love goes into it. Like there is a lot of human in it, which I think a lot of people look at something like the Met and they're like, this is just a big event. It's like, no.
Or like a bunch of pretty people dressing up. Like what? Like why do we have to pay attention to it?
Yeah.
You don't have to. People are just having fun. Like our world is so fucking dark.
Yeah.
Right? Like if this is the one time a year that everyone gets together and have fun, and you get to watch it from home, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's just people having a good time.
Yeah.
Like we've all been through some shit in the last few years.
Yeah.
Like coming to the Met, seeing what people are wearing, like
it's
I
fun.
don't care what anyone says. I have fun.
Yep. See,
and even if I wasn't there, I still would want to see what people were wearing. I would be watching you on live stream.
Yeah.
I would be watching you and Jack Harlow on live stream.
Yes. No. I mean, it's really honestly heartwarming to hear that it's fun, because I feel like coming into this interview, I was like, there's no way that this is fun. Like I was expecting you to tell me like, this is actually the worst like 6 months of my life before the Met. I mean, I can imagine there are probably some challenging moments when preparing.
I mean, listen, of course there's going to be challenges. Somebody falls out 24 hours before and you have to find a celebrity for a designer because they ran out of ideas.
Yep.
I literally pulled talent the day of the Met. Like I would call everybody I know and I would say, is anyone available and do they have a look that they can wear to the Met? Like I remember calling someone at SNL, knowing like the entire cast is in New York. Multiple times when somebody would fall out.
Wow.
And I would be like, can we please get so-and-so to come? Like, they're challenges, but like again, we're not saying
by
like,
insisting on your
placing
own
so
convoy.
like my first year we got to bring so many people that have never been to the Met. Like RuPaul's first time at the Met. Theme was camp. Like, who's better to come to the Met than RuPaul? Like it was the first time RuPaul got shot for American Vogue in his 30-year career. Like I love nothing more than having somebody for the first time. It makes me as happy as it probably makes them. You know, like having a first man on the cover.
Yeah.
Anna and I talked about that for a long time. I think for like a year I was told, you know, it's a women's magazine.
Yeah.
So like, a guy solo, like why would we do that? Let GQ do that. Let another brand do that. Then we saw everything that was happening with Harry as far as his style and how he was embracing fashion, and like it just made sense.
Yes.
And it became, I want to say like, if not the biggest, probably like top 3 biggest of all time.
Yep.
Cover-wise, social media, clicks. There were like essays written about like Harry Styles being on the cover of Vogue.
Yeah.
And whether it's positive or negative, the point is that people are reacting.
Yup.
You don't
that was a
not
restart.
care. Like whether it's a positive reaction or negative reaction, people care about what we're doing. And I'm not gonna sit here and say like I take everything so seriously. This is, I am the word.
Yeah.
Like if it's not in Vogue, I don't care. No, that's not. Like when I worked at Marie Claire, I gave as much passion to what I was doing there as I did at 17, as I did at Women's Health and Red Book, and I do at Vogue now. Like for me, again, it goes back to like my mom always telling me, if you start something, you have to finish.
Yeah.
So everything I do here, no matter how hard it is, at the end of the day, like I don't have a real office job. I get to work with creative people.
Yeah.
We get to put cool people in clothes. We get to shoot them. We get to bring them to events. We get to do videos with them. We get to in some way be a part of this pop culture train. And I have to enjoy it, because if I start hating on every single thing that in some way agitates me or annoys me, I'm gonna be a miserable fucker.
Amen.
I don't want to be that.
Yeah, hell no.
But then gummies help too.
Oh my God,
I have to get home and I have to like pop a gummy.
Obviously, one time I popped a gummy though, and I had a full freak out, like a little Camino gummy, you know?
Oh, Camino are my favorite.
Oh, well, don't the yuzu ones. I had 2 of them once and went into like a
10 milligram
12-hour.
or 5?
I think I took 2 5s.
That's nothing.
But that's what I thought. Full? Oh, maybe they were 10s.
They were probably 10. Man, I had 2 Caminos at a Taylor Swift and then 2 Caminos at Beyonce, and it was the best experience I've ever seen in a concert. Ever. Like, I literally thought I was flowing on a cloud. It was incredible. Like, especially during Beyonce, because Renaissance is literally fucking perfection.
Yeah.
And every single song with a gummy, you're in
With
heaven.
a gummy?
In heaven.
Oh my God, I'm so jealous. I like traumatized myself with a gummy.
When
When it comes to the Met, there's a
one
thing.
slowdown, it was all
And
ito.
that is very important to the event. However,
1-1.
it seems that that
One
tends to be
slowdown
where the
sa
drama is. Did
ambulance.
people
No one
follow the
understands the
theme?
theme.
No one understands the
It's all
theme.
it took for me to
Also, though, too, a
have a
lot
hard
of
time
brands, I
for
think, don't really want to do the
Oh, yeah, kay pasaka mo guna
Like,
diyan
I feel like
dalan.
there's this sort of,
So,
or they're
hinaingig ka.
like, we love this. You know what I mean? How important
Ay,
is the theme
ambulance
to
rin.
vote? And how important is
Kaya
it that
ambulance
people
rin.
follow the theme? Because I feel like a lot of times the internet will get mad on Vogue's behalf when people don't follow the theme. Because Anna approves looks somewhat.
I wouldn't say it's approved. Like, she is involved,
She's
especially
aware.
with like our co-chairs and our
Yeah.
performers and, you know, the people that we do have relationships with.
Yep.
They'll ask her opinion.
Yep.
And I'm sure, like, look, I'm not in those conversations.
Yeah.
Don't ask me about fashion because I don't care. Like, I know I work in a fashion magazine, but
Yeah.
like, you're wearing a dress, amazing.
Yeah.
You either look good or you don't. For me.
Yes.
However,
Yes.
I think this is my 6th year here, the only time that I saw pretty much everybody on theme was camp.
Yeah.
Because it's easy to interpret camp.
Broad.
It's somewhat fun, it's a little cheesy.
Yeah.
It's a little over the top. And
It was,
for the most
it was
part,
an
you
iconic
like
year.
I've seen camp now every single year since camp.
I know, it's true. Like, everyone wants to be camp now.
And my favorite story, okay, another going back to
Yes,
Cher.
yes.
So, the night before at rehearsals, I was like, "What are you wearing?" She's like, "Well, I'm not doing red carpet." I'm like, "Well, why not?" She's like, "I don't." I'm just like, "No, obviously nobody knows that I'm coming.
Yeah.
That I'm performing. I don't need to dress up." I'm like, "Well, you probably don't need to because so many people are coming as you."
Yeah.
And she goes, "What do you mean so many people are coming as me?" I'm like, "You're Cher. Like, you are the definition of camp.
Yeah.
Like Bob Mackie, camp. Like Bob
Yeah.
Mackie is an incredible designer. He's a master. But like, definition of camp. Like when I think of camp, I think of Vegas, over the top, like feathers and jewelry and
Yeah.
blingy. Like
Yeah.
it is. You are camp."
Yes.
She goes, "Bullshit." She literally goes, "Bullshit." Then next day, I see her, like she arrives, I see her, and I go, "Did you look at the carpet?" She goes, "I did. Quite a few people dressed as me, like literally dressed as me." She goes, "That's why I
Stop.
changed my mind." She goes, "I'm literally gonna perform in jeans and my puffer." Cher is not in camp, but she's wearing jeans and a puffer because she saw so many. That year was literally like, Jennifer Lopez came in inspired by Cher.
Yep.
Emily Ratajkowski came in inspired by Cher.
Yep.
There were literally, I think, like 6 or 7 people. My brain doesn't work well, clearly because of the gummies. But there were so many people dressed as Cher, and it was just so funny to see this woman who literally is the epitome of
Yes.
the word. It was like, "No, I'm gonna let you all have it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wear jeans."
That's so good.
It was kind of amazing.
That's so good. The performers do go on the carpet or
Yeah,
don't?
like sometimes they
If
do.
it's up to them.
Like Lizzo was the performer last
Yes.
year. She was on the carpet.
Yes.
Lenny Kravitz was the performer 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He was on the carpet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends. Like if
Yeah.
you want it, you can. If you don't,
Yeah.
you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of interesting, like, it's a dinner, but it's
Nobody
also,
eats. Come on.
But no one eats. I know, except for me. I am not kidding. The first year I remember so vividly, I come in and I'm starving. Like, I'm so hungry. Like, we've just been, well, I also do the interviews, so it's like I'm there for like 5 hours just interviewing and like whatever. So I'm like,
Okay, you're making it sound like we make you work for that long. You interview for 2 hours, but you're around for like 5.
yes.
You do have to be there early.
So they make me interview for 24 hours straight.
Oh my
It's ridiculous.
God,
No,
we are
I'm so
horrible.
kidding. No, and it's the best joy of my absolute life.
Yeah,
but it's-
because you and Jack have this thing
we just
that
have this
you
thing
created.
that we've
You
created.
only come for Jack. I know that.
Well, now it's like I can't leave him hanging. Like if he walks up and it's not me, he's gonna be heartbroken. And it's gonna be so sad.
It's like Billie Eilish from Vanity Fair. We have to get that video.
That's so
Because this is good. I think this is this is your 4th year hosting.
This
or
is
3rd?
my 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it's the 4th.
This is my 4th.
And haven't we had him on all 3 years with you, or no?
The last 2.
Okay, so we need
So
to.
this will be our 3rd.
We're gonna have
Lucky
to
3rd.
continue. Yeah?
I think the 3rd is gonna be the last. You know what I mean? What's the week of the Met for you? Summarized.
It depends. This week I have a cover shoot literally like a few days before the Met. Actually, 2 cover shoots, one in LA, one in New York, and I have to go to both of them.
Oh, ouch.
Like literally 4 days before. Leading up, I'm telling you, like, it is like clockwork. Somebody will fall out and it will be anywhere between 4 to 10 people. Someone will get sick. Someone's schedule will change with their production. And you either have to replace a person or figure out what to do with that scene.
Yeah.
So there's always those issues to deal with. Rehearsals, we always have a pre-party. We get an insane amount of emails for after parties, which we have nothing to do with. But we still have to answer those questions because you can't ignore people. I literally respond to every single email.
Wow.
Day of the Met is insane.
Yeah.
I usually get anywhere between 200 to like 600 text messages as people are arriving, or publicists will be like, so-and-so is on their way, can you look out for them? I'm like, yes, I'm at the top of the stairs, I will see everyone who arrives.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell me that.
Yeah.
Like, I say hi to everyone.
Yep.
I usually work with Lala at the top of the stairs, pulling talent for all of her.
Yeah.
So I'm Lala's bitch for the night.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty cool thing to do because like I know most people that come up.
Yeah.
And a lot of them don't want to be on camera and talk. They just want to go inside and have a good time.
Yeah.
And I literally have to force some people to do interviews.
Yeah.
It literally happens every single time. Like J-Lo last year did not want to be on camera.
Yeah.
And I was like, Jennifer, you cannot not do this.
Yeah.
And it took like good convincing.
Yeah. But they're always glad, I think, that they did it.
Poor Nikki last year, she had a problem with her look.
Uh-huh.
The top kept falling.
Yeah.
And she did not want to be on camera. And she kept holding on to her dress.
Oh.
And I was like, I promise you, 30 seconds. That's all I need.
Yeah.
I'm begging you. I'm like,
Yeah.
I love Nikki so much.
Yeah.
But I also love Cardi, so I don't want people to be like, he picks people. He picks his favorites.
You don't have favorites.
I don't have
These are
favorites.
all your children.
I love them all.
Yeah.
And literally 30 seconds in front of the camera. She was so uncomfortable, but they do it. And, you know, that's where the charming surgery comes out.
Yeah.
I have to turn that on because...
Of course.
It could be quite the asshole sometimes.
So maybe you fit into Devil's Body. No, I'm kidding. You know.
Maybe the September issue. Did you ever see that?
No.
Okay. It's the most brilliant documentary about making of a September issue for Vogue.
Oh! You know what?
From like many, many years ago.
I was gonna say I might
think
have
like
seen
15
that.
years ago.
Yeah, but maybe I watched half of it. Yeah. Well, it's insane. I didn't know about the significance of the September issue until I don't know. Like it is interesting how it's like.
Well, September and March are considered like the fashion issues.
Yep.
You always want to have someone super cool or someone with a big project or a big supermodel.
Yep.
It's, you know, it's the thing.
It's the thing. So we have how long till the Met? How are you feeling now? How are you sleeping now? Are you like, is life pretty normal for now?
No, it's a little stressful.
It's already getting stressful.
Because now is when I start to get frantic phone calls from people who have not gotten in yet.
Hey, crush.
So it's like, hey, can you help us in any way? And I'm not in those conversations. Like, I don't talk to designers. I don't convince them to bring talent.
Yeah.
And
I feel like a lot of people listening are probably like, how do you even get invited? How do you get invited?
Mostly it's relationships, right? So like a brand has relationships with talent.
Yep.
Just like we know who's right for our cover and who's right for our videos and what people we want to put a spotlight on, brands have their people.
Yep.
And those are the people they want to take to the Met. They will check on their availability before they go out to anyone else.
Right.
So if you have a relationship with the brand, that's the best way to go.
Yep.
But here's the kicker. Nobody ever knows which designers are coming to the Met. So publicists will literally go to like 50 brands to see who's coming to the Met that year. And typically it's not like
Because
information.
every year, different brands are like, we're gonna
make
purchase
this
investment.
table. Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone always says, well, they've been before, why can't they come back? And
Yeah.
it's not about that. Of course they can come back. If
Yeah.
a brand wants to bring you, absolutely fine by us. But
Right.
at the same time, we also want to bring in different people every
Yep.
year. You don't want to have the same group of people every single time.
Yep.
Even Rihanna doesn't want to come every single year.
Yeah.
Beyonce doesn't want to come every single year.
Yeah.
Just because you've been before doesn't mean that you have to come every single year. You want to have
Want
a
to
different
vary
route.
it and like let room for new people to circle in and you know.
Like when you think about it, it's not that big a room. It's like 425
No.
seats, maybe 450 seats, depending on a year. I think before I started, they Met was like something like 600, 700 people.
Yeah.
It has gone down significantly because that room is just so packed.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to get in.
Yeah. What's like a little secret, like a little Met Gala secret or a little Met Gala fact that you feel like people don't know that would be interesting to them?
How much I have to fight to get certain people in,
Oh.
especially performer, right? Because so many people have ideas.
Yeah.
Like we have a director, there's always going to be like a brilliant director attached to the Met. Most people probably don't know, but Baz Luhrmann has this long-standing relationship with Anna, and Baz works at the Met. Baz is like a brilliant film director. He always has a vision, and for the last few years, like it's a group of people that decide on who the performer is.
Yeah.
And you literally have to do, you know, a song and dance.
Yeah.
Thank God I don't have a voice because like that entire room would be running. But I do have a way of somehow convincing our team that we should lean a certain way. That's probably the hardest part every single year. Like co-chairs are easy because it's all Anna.
Yeah.
The performer, like most people, like there's like a group of people and everyone has their own opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know if that answers your question. It's not.
No, that's a great fact. It's sort of like there's different ideas and a lot of different voices and a lot of different whatever, and it's like when it comes to making certain decisions, that you know, everyone has their own kind of idea, agenda, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I love this, I think this would be so good. And then it's trying to find the best option.
The best fit.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's all it is.
That's all it is. I'm so excited for this year. Are you excited? Are you?
Have you figured out what you're wearing?
Have
you had fittings?
I've had one fitting, and we did sketches. I've had about 2 or 3 calls, and it's happening, and it's the most on theme I've ever been, which I know you don't care about as much, but it's
Right.
No, I love seeing people
And
on
then
theme.
exit
Like,
right.
this one's really on theme, which I'm stoked about because I feel like in the past it's maybe not ended up being as on theme. Like it's been like
Right.
great and I love it, but I'm like, this is not quite on theme as much as I want to be. Like I want to be on theme.
I mean, look.
It's
this
hard to
year-
get there though. Oh, great theme this year though.
This year's theme is truly like the most famous line from Devil Wears Prada,
Yeah.
right? Like florals for spring, groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Like it's the only time you can literally use that as the theme for the Met.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone like I think people are either really thinking that it's florals for spring, which it really isn't.
Yeah.
Like from what I understand, this is my interpretation.
Yeah.
The exhibit features all these like, incredible gowns and dresses that have been locked away for many years.
Yep.
And they're being reawakened.
Yeah.
So, yes, Sleeping Beauty, florals in some way.
Yep.
But it's about rebirth. It's about,
Yeah.
you know, florals for spring.
Yeah. I think when you're somebody who's into fashion, you're like, this is a great little challenge. It sort of it changes what you're able to do in a fun way.
mean, I feel like you have really grown so much as a live stream host. I mean, I don't know live stream, like you, a part of a live stream, you're a part of a live stream, you're a live stream host, but you have grown so much because I remember that first year and how nervous you were.
Oh.
Like, you were freaking out.
I was freaking out. Well, also, no. This was so bad.
It wasn't bad because you actually did a really great job with all of your interviews.
Except for the most important one.
Who?
With Anna.
You had an interview with Anna. I didn't realize
Never got posted.
What happened?
The microphone wasn't quite working.
Is that the excuse?
Well, it was kind of me not knowing how to use the microphone. Listen, I was like having a hard time like switching it back and forth. That's before we mic'd me and then I could just hold the mic like this, which we figured out. We did that immediately after because we were like, I can't, because people just don't talk like that. Like, I'm not used to this. Even when you're like Ryan Seacrest,
Well, you needed
awkward.
the 2 mics or...
Yeah, it was just not right. So anyway, so that was that. We fixed that immediately after and then everything became way better. But I was like, she is going to never have me back. Like I was certain of it after that. And I couldn't have blamed her because, you know, I mean, in such a, she was the first one of the day.
Well, because she's the first one to arrive.
She's
always
the first one to arrive.
arrive.
So it was like, it was basically doomed. But she, you know what? She was patient with me.
Listen, most people have a very wrong idea of Anna and how she is.
No, she's...
Anna
yes.
cracks jokes in meetings. Anna is fun. Anna has brilliant comebacks when you say something funny. Like, I've had incredible experiences over my career with so many, like, really smart, brilliant people who have taught me so much. Every single day I leave here, I feel like I've accomplished something.
Yeah.
Every single day. Like, this is not bullshit. I don't stay at jobs that I don't need, that I don't want to stay in.
Yep.
I don't have that fixation on, like, what will I do without this? Like, I literally come from nothing. We came to this country with 2 pieces of luggage. Like, if somebody takes all of this away tomorrow, I'll be fine. I'll start all over again.
Yeah.
However, I do appreciate, like, I am the first person who's going to be incredibly grateful for every opportunity that comes my way.
Absolutely.
I get to work with someone who literally changed the face of this industry.
Yeah.
I get to learn from this person every single day.
Yeah.
I get to walk into that office every day and have any conversation I want with her, and she will listen because we've established a relationship now where I contribute to what she's doing. I am of help, and I've proven myself. I would think that I've proven myself for almost 6 years of working here. So, like, I greatly appreciate every single thing she brings to the table. Whether I agree with my boss or not, at the end of the day, she has been doing this much longer than I have.
Yep.
And for the most part, she knows better than
1 hour
I do.
away po.
And this job is about challenges.
Yeah.
Like, she challenges me, and I hope that in some way I challenge her
Yep.
when she does not know someone. And it's my job to make her and the rest of our team see why this person is important to cover, why this person is important to come to the Met, why this person is important for a feature or a cover story or a video. And I appreciate working here because I work on a level that everyone else wants to work on.
Yeah.
As far as this brand, because I come from 6 other brands.
Yeah.
Like, I've been here, I've worked at so many other companies, and we always talked about what this brand does. So like, I am grateful for this opportunity, and I work my ass off because I actually enjoy seeing the fruits of my labor.
Like, her work ethic is unlike anything I've ever heard about in my life.
I'll get an email at like 5:30 in the morning. Mind you, I'm not awake at 5:30 in the morning. But when I look at my emails in the morning, I'm like, oh, 5:30 a.m., cool.
I don't understand how she does it.
And she's here every single day. She comes in the morning, she leaves in the evening, always available to read. She responds to every single email I send.
She's
like,
somehow at every fashion show too. I don't know how she does it.
Every fashion show, every big event.
Yep.
She cares about this brand. So like, if my boss cares and my boss has a lot more on her plate than I do, then I certainly have to step up every single time I come into the building or I get to work on any event with her.
Yeah, it's
like, we just got to work on the Biden campaign on this massive fundraiser, the biggest fundraiser in history at Radio City Music Hall. And, you know, if you would have told me as a 12-year-old kid that I'm going to be working on this mega presidential campaign with Clinton, Obama, and Biden, with all these performers, I would have laughed in your face because, like, it is so outside of what I know. But I get to work on this because of Anna. Yeah. So, at the end of the day, I have to, like, admire and appreciate and be grateful for these opportunities. And the Met is one of them. Like, I used to watch it, like, literally every single day. I mean, every single day, every single year. So to be able to work on here, on the Met every year now is pretty fucking cool.
It's so fucking cool. Oh my god. This was amazing.
This is it?
I mean...
Are we done? Are you not going to sing?
Well, I guess you know what? I'm going to sing at the Met. I'm going to sing
Amazing.
at the Met.
You're the performer.
So this is my big announcement. I am the performer, so I'm putting out my first album. It's similar to Adele, just a little bit different. That was amazing. That was like incredible. Hello, and welcome back to a series I have here on Anything Goes called Trendy or Timeless, where I take current fashion trends that are happening in the zeitgeist, and I figure out whether they are a trend, something that will be cringy to us in 6 months to a year, or if these trends are actually timeless. And in 50 years, we'll look back at these trends and say, you know what? That was chic then, and it's still chic now. Let's waste absolutely no time and get, when you're young, birthdays are exciting. Every year that goes by gets you closer to cool shit. For example, I'm 1 year closer to getting my driver's license when I turn 16. Oh, I'm 1 year closer to being able to buy alcohol and go to the bar, etc., etc. When you're young, birthdays are exciting. Getting older is exciting because it means that you're unlocking new adult activities. You're unlocking new mature responsibilities. And there's something really exciting about that. This year I turned 23. And I realized that's sort of over for me. Birthdays moving forward are not really going to be unlocking exciting things anymore. Birthdays for me, for the remainder of my life, are just going to be a marker of me being a year older. Now, for some people, that's exciting. Birthdays are still exciting because it's a symbol of surviving another year on this planet. Some people see it as a sign that their youth is escaping them and that life is only getting worse from here. Depending on who you are, birthdays after a certain point can become even more exciting or even more daunting. It just depends on who you are. Personally, I'm pretty neutral. I am not particularly afraid of getting older, which is shocking because I'm usually afraid of everything. I haven't always been that way, but over the last few years, I've developed a sensitivity to reality. I don't know, I was never afraid of dying as a kid. Oh, that's not true. Well, it is. I wasn't afraid of myself dying. I was afraid of everyone else dying, like people around me dying, but I wasn't afraid of me. Growing up, I was not concerned about me, about my well-being. I was very anxious about other people, my parents especially, and their well-being, but I was never concerned about my own. And as I've grown older, my concern for my loved ones has remained, but I have also developed a concern about myself that is very, at times, distracting. So you would think, okay, as Emma grows, she's becoming more protective of herself, more concerned about her health and well-being. She's probably afraid of aging, because what is aging? Getting closer to death. But shockingly, I'm not. I'm not disturbed by it, which is a relief. It's a breath of fresh air for me. Like, I love to hear that come out of my mouth, that I'm not afraid of something. But I will say that it feels like societally, we are afraid of aging. Growing up, I saw endless anti-aging commercials. Anti-aging facial moisturizer, anti-aging supplements, makeup that makes wrinkled skin look smoother, hair dye that covers gray hair the best, you know? Like, we've all grown up watching our elders try to cover up their aging. And I think it sort of makes sense, you know, why we're societally afraid of aging. I think for the most part, it comes down to vanity, which is funny because I would argue the scariest thing about aging is the fact that your body, in a way, is decaying. That's terrifying. But again, societally, it seems that we're most concerned about what it looks like on the outside, what aging looks like aesthetically, right? That seems to be the loudest topic when it comes to getting older. It's about what you look like, not how you feel or what's really happening inside of your body. Do you know what I'm saying? And maybe this is just the media that I've been consuming over the course of my life, but I would say it's a pretty loud conversation. And it's a pretty big concern. I did some research, like surface level skimming research about why we're afraid to look older. And it seems like it's because youth is strongly associated with health and fertility. Since younger people are expected to have more time to reproduce, these evolutionary accounts offer one reason why many regard young people as more attractive than older people. It's not just a societal beauty standard. Younger is more beautiful. In a way, it's sort of biological. The animal in us wants to reproduce, and so naturally we're going to be more attracted to what looks the most fertile. That's somewhat reassuring when it comes to why
That's
we
so
feel this
true.
way and why this is such a prominent topic and concern. I mean, I think that there are other reasons why people are
Keep
afraid
right,
of aging.
and then
There's a lot
turn
of
right.
pressure being an adult. I feel like the older you get, the more pressure there is to have achieved
right.
something, to have accomplished certain things, to have everything figured out. Every year that goes by, the pressure builds. And I would say societally, there's an expectation. Again, understandably so, because the older you get, the wiser you get. And yeah, you're just sort of expected to have shit figured out. Whereas when you're younger, you can fuck up left and right. As long as you get back on the horse,
right,
everyone's
and
going to
then
be on your
turn
team
right.
for the most part. Because you're young, and it's expected that you make mistakes. And it's
Turn
expected
right.
that you don't have it all figured out yet. And it's expected that you haven't accomplished all that you're going to accomplish in your life. But the older you get, the more that goes away, that leniency, I guess, about what you're up to. You know? I think people fear that. I think a lot of people also fear that becoming an adult means not having fun anymore. And I know many adults that completely disagree with that. But that is a fear that I've heard many people discuss. Oh no, you know, when I get older, then I'm gonna have a family, and I'm excited about that, but also won't be able to travel as much. I won't be able to go out with my friends as much. All of these things that I consider to be fun are not gonna be a priority for me
Keep
anymore.
left,
They can't be.
and then turn
Or,
left.
oh, I'm getting older and I might not be able to play my favorite
Turn
sport
left.
anymore. I don't know if my body will allow me to at a certain point. Or, you know, you get the idea. I think there's a fear that the fun ends at a certain point. Or the fun slowly dissipates over time. I don't think that's necessarily true, but I think that's another reason why people fear aging. And then last but not least, there are obviously people who fear aging for what it truly is on a cellular level, which is dying and not being alive anymore. That's fucking frightening. I don't need to get into that. I think we all are aware enough about how frightening that is. With all that being said, I do think it's interesting that the hottest topic is the fear of physically aging, looking older. And I've been thinking about this a lot recently because even though I'm still young and I'm not necessarily showing signs of physical
over now.
aging much yet, I have some wrinkles on my forehead and around my mouth, sure. But leave me the fuck alone, okay? There are a lot of people my age in their early 20s getting work done, getting Botox, getting filler, drinking out of special straws so that they don't get wrinkles around their mouth. The list goes on, but it's starting now. And so I've been thinking about it a lot. How do I plan on physically aging? I'm not stoked about dying. However, it's so inevitable that
Wait, ako kasi
I've
check
come to
ang
terms
emergency
with that.
brake.
I'm frightened about my body decaying and not feeling,
asa ka
you know,
to? Yun
good
na ni mga
anymore.
I
But
need sleep.
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. I'm sure that I'll have fun for the rest of my life. I think that that's a choice. And I'm going to do my best to choose to have fun for the rest of my life. I'm not really concerned about that. The area that I'm the most confused is the vanity element, the external piece of it all. What am I going to do? I feel like there are sort of two roads that you can go when it comes to physically aging. You can go the all-natural route, which means
first left no, di mo
you
katulog di
accept
kay
it as it
garage man na.
comes. You can take care of yourself physically, exercise,
Sa garage,
eat
Elton.
well, sleep good, manage your stress. You know, take care of your physical body.
Dili
You
ako
can go out of
tagiyana.
your way to do that,
Thanks, bro.
I would say, and
My truck is
still
shit,
fall
bro.
under this sort
It's
of natural
Mercedes.
aging
I mean, it's
category.
decent.
But you're not going and dyeing your
It's
hair
better.
Go back
to
there.
cover the gray.
Used.
You're not getting Botox. You're
I
not
don't
getting
even know
filler.
if
You're not getting a
emergency brake
facelift.
is off.
You're not getting
Let me
liposuction.
Google
You're
that.
not getting skin tightening treatments. You're not using anti-aging facial
No.
products. You're just kind of letting it happen. So there's one way that you can go. And then the other way you can go is you can utilize the procedures and tactics that we have today to look as young as you possibly can. You can dye your hair. You can use anti-wrinkle products. You can get Botox. You can get filler. You can get a facelift. There's all these different lasers and tools and things that you can use on your body to make yourself look younger. And you can go that direction too. Now,
I
I'm
need to
not going to
change.
lie. I'm really conflicted because there are things that I enjoy about both paths. I would say that there's pros and cons to both. Let's start with the all-natural route. I think that there's something really empowering about accepting the inevitable, about owning the inevitable, and about sort of living your fullest truth in a way. Your fullest truth is that you have gray hair and that you have wrinkles and that your skin sags in some areas and that you have discoloration on your legs from where there's sunspots. There is something really beautiful about that and about making the most of it. You know, saying, I'm going to take the best care of my body as I can so that I can look and feel great in my natural form. Right? There's something beautiful about that because you're truly accepting who you are at your age and the beauty that that is. But also, you're free. You're free in a way. Like, it's so stressful to chase this idea of looking as young as possible for as long as possible. And it's sort of an unattainable goal too, because in your imagination, if you're on the journey of using anti-aging methods to look as young as possible, there's no exact endpoint for that, which is very stressful. Like, you might go and get a procedure done. You might go and get a facelift. But now you're like, but my arm, like the skin on my arms is sort of a bit wrinkly. It's a bit saggy maybe. Well, maybe I need to get that done too. It becomes this hamster wheel of procedures and you never feel like you arrive at a point where you're like, I feel satisfied with what I look like. Maybe some people feel that way. I think that that can be great. And we'll discuss that when we discuss the benefits of going the non-natural route. But there's this risk of getting addicted to looking younger and younger and younger and changing this, and that about yourself. Whereas if you're choosing to do none of it and just take good care of yourself, there's something so freeing about that. You're not at the mercy of your procedures. You're just accepting what nature chooses to do to your body as time passes, and it's out of your control,
Okay,
which is
I have
kind of a
disabled
relief. You
emergency
can't control what
brake.
gets a wrinkle
Okay, grabe
next.
ka buggies
But there's
ako.
something sort of beautiful about just
I gotta
accepting
sleep,
that
though.
and letting it happen. Whereas when you
Okay,
go
neighbor,
the unnatural route, It is in your control.
What?
Because it's up to you if you get filler in your
Naka-enable sa imo, ha?
cheekbones. It's up to you
Yeah,
if you get
naka
filler in
full
your
detection
under eyes.
siya
It's up
for
to
some
you if
reason.
you book
It's
the
like
face
default
lift.
settings
It's up
lang
to
ko.
you if you get a laser treatment on your skin. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mo
There's
siguro
something beautiful about
gakastop
letting
ka sa
go
kuan,
and
speed
letting
bump.
nature just do it. And I
Mini
think that's
collision or
amazing.
something.
And I hate to be
Before the
cynical,
patch, okay
but
naman siya bike
I
eh. Like,
also
especially kung
understand
like,
not
makahelp siya sa
loving
emergency
every single nook and
situations ka,
cranny
mo-break lang.
of
Pero
your body.
this patch
Now,
is
in an ideal
too
world,
buggy.
we all accept our bodies for exactly what they are.
To
It's
the-
a lot to ask of
To
us.
the point na
in
di ko
a way,
kagawa sometimes sa mga
especially
non-collision
because we live in
zones
such
or
a
kung nalang
vain
abay na
time
ako kay mo break na siya for
societally.
no reason.
It
ba.
is sort of a lot to ask
Na-aksidente na noon ko
that
ganino.
we don't ever feel insecure about anything, that we accept every
Wait, dili ka
single nook and cranny of
magko-mission?
our bodies.
Dili ka
That would be
magko-mission,
phenomenal
Ton?
if we could all do that. But I think it's,
Yes, so,
in some ways, an unfair ask.
Pwede ra, para
And
magko
there
ko diri
are
then
all of these
mag-sleep ko.
treatments
Ay,
available
ko sleep pag
to
hapawa.
enhance the way that we look, to get rid of our
Wala pa ako diyan.
insecurities, and to be someone who decides, you know what, I'm just going to age naturally.
Oh
But
man, I
then to
got
feel
Cologne
pigeonholed by
to...
that, like, fuck, but I kind of do wish I could get Botox
man,
in this one
Cologne,
area.
15
Or,
hours
I
na
wish I
trip,
could go and get filler in this one
34,000.
area. Like, oh, you know, I would love to get a laser treatment to help
Pero ano
smooth
na
my skin in this
ninyo?
area. This is an insecurity, and
Most likely
for a
not.
chunk of money, I could make that insecurity go away. I
Yeah.
kind of wish I could go do it. I kind of want to go do it.
Long
Like,
distance for naman
is it
ko.
fair to yourself to say, you know what,
Naisa
I'm gonna
shorter.
reject
Kana lang.
the societal pressure to look as young as possible, and I'm just gonna let myself age naturally, and this is the hill that I'm gonna die on? Is it fair to yourself to do that when there are all of these things available that maybe could alleviate some of your insecurities? Listen, I love the idea of a world where
25K.
none of us have any
10
insecurities.
hours,
None
11
of
hours.
us want to
Yeah.
go and get these
Take it,
cosmetic
take it, take it,
procedures.
take it.
On the other hand, when it comes to going the
Fragile and
unnatural
kuwan,
route, you know,
high value.
participating in
Done.
these anti-aging cosmetic procedures, they're there. They're
Ako
available.
doon.
And if you can manage
Dapat ko.
to have a healthy relationship with these procedures, and what I mean by healthy
Oh, you're
is
here.
something that's non-addictive, you know? If you are at a place where
How'd
you're
you
like,
get here?
I
What the
accept
fuck?
myself for who I am. I love myself
Ano,
as much as I
pagdiri
possibly can. But also, there are things about aging that I don't like. I don't like the
Ano,
way that
ganin
my
ko
wrinkles
after na
look.
lang.
I don't like how my hair looks when it's gray. You know, I
Ah, wala pa rin
might
magikuha.
as well get a facelift. Why not? If you can manage to
Ikuha na,
have
pero
a healthy
mo rin mo
relationship
ipo.
with
Do
these
the trailer.
procedures in a way that's rational and
Malapit ang trailer.
is that even
Other side,
possible?
ay,
I don't know. I don't know because I've never
Company.
gotten
Lot.
any cosmetic procedures done. I've never even done my lips. I've
For
done
same
nothing,
company.
Okay, absolutely nothing. No Botox, no filler.
Same
The
company or
most
no?
that I've ever done is get like one of those electromagnetic facials that, I don't know, kind of like snatches your face. I hate the word snatch. Snatches your face, you know? That's the most I've ever done. But I've never done anything else. And because I haven't experienced it, I can't say for sure if there's a way to have a healthy relationship with changing your physical body. I don't know.
Pinatulog ko ba?
I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm analyzing this for me because I don't give a fuck what anyone else does. It is none of my business,
Over.
and that's the end of that.
Pataw na lang rin,
So,
pataw na lang.
My
Siyempre,
reason
mabot
for
ka din
asking
sa
the question, like, is it
300
possible
naman
for
sa...
people to have a healthy relationship
Pagkuha na lang ako sa mission, then
procedures?
tuloy ko.
Because that's just data for myself. Like, okay, if 70% of people can't form a healthy relationship with getting cosmetic procedures, well, then my likelihood is maybe not great. All of this to say, I think there is something kind of cool about the fact that this shit is available, you know? And there's also something to be said for the fact that we only live once. Do we need to go and be the hero who rejects all beauty standards and goes the all-natural route? I don't know. Does that even make you a hero? That's a huge question. Does it even make you a hero? It's so perplexing. Like, what is the way to go? Because I also think that if there's something out there that's going to make you feel better about yourself, even if in theory we should accept ourselves for exactly who we are, that's unrealistic to ask of ourselves all the time, right? If there's something out there that could make us feel better about ourselves, it's right there and we could do it, and we're doing it responsibly, Is there a reason to not do it? I would say the only reason not to do it is because it's promoting and adding to the new body standard, the new beauty standard. The new beauty standard is not natural. The new beauty standard is having different enhancements for the most part. If you look at the people who are setting the beauty standard for the most part, all of them have some sort of cosmetic procedure done to them. And that is sort of disturbing. I mean, I think beauty standards in general are disturbing and a shitty part of being human. But it's particularly disturbing that the body standard now is based on certain enhancements. It is kind of interesting, though, that it's more accessible than ever to fit the beauty standard. Not necessarily financially, because these procedures are very expensive. It's interesting because on one hand, it's unnatural, which is kind of horrible because no one is ever going to be born into the beauty standard, or very rarely will people be born into the beauty standard anymore. It's become something that is non-human almost, which means in order to get it, you have to go and change something about yourself for the most part. And on the other hand, it's weird because anyone can go do it. Not anyone, because obviously, again, there's a financial barrier, but technically, anyone can go and book an appointment to go get a procedure done. It's very interesting, and it's morally very confusing because, again, it all comes back to this is something that's available, and if it's going to make you feel better about yourself, should you not do it for the sake of rejecting beauty standard? Or should you make a decision that's more based on your own feelings and let yourself do it, because who gives a fuck? At the end of the day, you got to take care of yourself, and if you want to go do something, hell, you should be able to go do it. This is sort of my dilemma. Again, I don't care what other people do. If you want to go and get surgery and make yourself look like a 2-year-old because you want to look really, really young, okay? I don't care. That's none of my business. Go ahead and book that appointment. My God. Be my guest. It is none of my fucking business. It has nothing to do with me. However, I am, again, analyzing this for myself. You know, I go back and forth on it all the time. I really do. And there's a lot of factors that I consider. For example, I have a history of really bad body dysmorphia. That makes me vulnerable to becoming addicted to various procedures, possibly overdoing it, you know, getting too much done and looking not human anymore because of my body dysmorphia. Like, I am at risk of that because I have suffered from that so much. So that's a factor that I consider. I also consider my happiness, what's going to make me happy. I almost think that there's no way to predict. You know, I might turn 60 years old and say, fuck it, I want to get a facelift. You know, that's what I want to do. That's going to make me happy. That's something that's going to make me feel good. It's not going to fulfill me, but that's something I want to do. Maybe that is what I'm going to want to do. But I also love the idea of going the natural route and setting myself free from that. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I will say I'm not doing anything now. You know, the most that I do now is eat well, exercise. I quit vaping. I have not vaped in a very long time. I'll hit a vape every once in a while. If somebody has a vape around me and they're blowing it in my face, I'll say, if you don't fucking let me hit that, it's done. I'm throwing that thing out the fucking window, which is ironic because I used to be hitting my vape all the time in front of everyone. But, you know, I'll hit a friend's vape every once in a while if it's around me. Rarely. Like, maybe once a month, if that. I've gone months without it. So I quit that. I'm not, you know, I keep my drinking under control. I go through long phases of not drinking. And then I'll have little phases of drinking too, because I gotta live a little. I don't do any drugs at all. In fact, I'm not into that. I try to manage my sleep and my stress as best as I can so that, again, so that I'm in the healthiest state possible. I'm gonna do that for as long as I can. And I might never get Botox. I might never get filler. I might never get a facelift. I might never get the laser treatments done. I might go the all-natural route. But I don't want to say that because I don't know if I'm ready to die on that hill. Fuck, I wish I was. Like, I wish I could say with every fiber of my being, I know for a fact
Nagto ko para
that
makaras ng heading ko.
because
300 oh.
although I think I'm morally aligned with that, I also think that you only live once. And if something's gonna make you feel good and you can do it in a healthy way, it's available. I can't decide if it's like having a devil and an angel on your shoulder. Like, is running away from aging wrong? Is getting cosmetic procedures done wrong? I don't think so. But I don't know. Again, I'm not saying it's wrong. Is it wrong for others? We're talking about is it wrong for me. Like, do I not align with that? I don't know. I don't know. Like, for myself, I don't know. For the world, I don't care. Do whatever you want. For me, I don't know. But I do have this overwhelming feeling in my gut that anytime that you are running away from the truth, you're running away from the inevitable, you'll fail in a way. And aging and getting wrinkles and getting gray hair is inevitable. It's the truth of the situation. It's almost like how you can't have your cake and eat it too. I've never once in my life been able to have my cake and eat it too. There's certain truths in life that you can't avoid. Aging is one of them. But also, treating people badly is another one. Like, you can't treat your friends badly, but then also keep those friendships for the rest of your life. Friends are gonna leave. You can't date somebody who's bad for you and then be happy. You don't get to run away from aging and not have it bite you in the ass in some way. Maybe? I think that there's levels to it. And I really do think it depends on the person. And I think it's going to be curious to see what happens. It's also even weirder, I think, for me, because I am in the public eye. And, you know, my appearance is heavily scrutinized. Not heavily. I'm lucky. I don't get it nearly as bad as other public figures. But I do get judged for my appearance 1,000%. In fact, something that comes to mind is some news outlet posted an article. The title of the article was, Gen Z is aging worse than other generations. Why is this the case? Question mark. Is it because of cosmetic surgeries? Blah, blah, blah. Like, why are they aging badly? And it was a photo of me wearing no makeup. You know, you can see my forehead lines. I have lines on my forehead from being very emotive. You know, I had dark circles under my eyes. I had, you know, my eyes were kind of deep set in the photo. I had maybe a bit of wrinkles around my mouth in the photo because I was making a facial expression. And they used my photo to demonstrate how Gen Z is not aging very well. Okay? That kind of ticked me off, but it didn't bother me. It's fine. I don't care. I'm not as upset by that, but it's also because I am still young and I'm not showing that many signs of aging yet. So it's not bothering me yet. But it's like, is it going to bother me at some point? I can't predict that. I hope that I only become more accepting of myself as I grow older. But being in the public eye is weird. You know, 'cause everybody is commenting about your appearance at all times. People are obsessed with the way that celebrities look, the way that public figures look. And I wonder how the public eye will impact the way that I choose to go. Part of me feels like it's an act of rebellion, and a cool one at that, to be in the public eye, but to reject all of that, to say, you know what, no. Somebody's got to look like a fucking normal 50-year-old woman, for fuck's sake. But then part of me is like, do I want to deal with the scrutiny that comes with that? Do I want to deal with the comments that come with that? Am I really being a hero by doing that? I'm not sure.
Cruise control ba?
So that's something I'm still
Sa
thinking
new
about a lot.
patch.
So it's safe to say that I haven't come to any sort of conclusion when it comes to my own path. But it is something that I'm thinking about a lot. And I am curious to see what I end up doing. I'm talking about it as though that it's not ultimately up to me, but I can't predict the way that I'm going to feel, which is why I'm not telling you today that I'm going to go the all-natural route, like I kind of want to. I'm afraid of saying that. I can't die on that hill right now.
5 stars
It's too soon to say, but it's definitely what I'm shooting for. I would really like to go that route because I think it aligns with my morals more so than the other route, and it seems freeing. The reason why I say it aligns with my morals
No,
is because I
kakaon
really
galing po.
try to let my personality and my soul be my identity more than my appearance. It's not to say that my appearance is not a part of my identity, because it absolutely is. You know, the way that I present myself,
Wala namang may
and,
braces.
you know, it's undeniably a part of my identity. I cannot. It is a part of everyone's identity, whether they like it or not. But I try to have my personality and my soul, you know, be the majority of my identity, and I try to find my worth there.
Why the
And I
fuck
also
is Q sa keyboard
believe
ang
in
engine?
trying to accept oneself for exactly what they are, and to appreciate the beauty of that. But in a society
Gagamit
where
kong
that is
keyboard
not
ug drive kay
happening, it
isa lang
feels
makakamot ang kailangan ko pang accelerate ug
must
pang
be
liko-liko.
superhuman in a way to like reject that,
Right.
especially in the bubble that I'm in. The
Q
bubble
akong
of
natuplok with shut
of
off the engine.
entertainment.
Ipalok ro kalit.
So all of that being said, we'll see. You know, like we'll see what I end up doing and what ends up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, my closing statement is I'm just talking through my own personal experience and my own personal morals and ethics and values when it comes to these things. But it's not in any way to be better than anyone else. Like, I'm trying to figure out what it means to do the right thing for me. Okay? Doing the right thing for you has nothing to do with me. And no way of living life is necessarily better than the other. Going the natural route is not necessarily better morally than going and getting cosmetic procedures done to prevent it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have to figure out what feels right for me, what feels morally right for me. But there is no morally right necessarily. And so I want to make that clear, because if you're like, well, fuck, I want to get a facelift, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. It's none of my business. So, you get what I'm saying here. Like, all I'm saying is that, like, don't take this personally. You know, this has nothing to do with you. I would hope that it makes you think about what's right for you in a way that's helpful, because I think that it's important to analyze these things before we make decisions, you know, and to weigh the pros and cons of all options, and to weigh the risks of different methods of living. And I think that is very important, and I would want to inspire that. But I don't want to make anyone feel bad about, you know, maybe leaning towards the opposite route of me, because again, there is no right and wrong in a broad sense. There's just a right and wrong for oneself, and it's a journey to figure that out, and only you can figure it out. That's what I'm doing. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Keep
Hopefully
right, and then
you enjoyed
exit
this,
right.
and if you did, new episodes of Anything Goes every Thursday and Sunday. You can stream anywhere. You get podcasts. Video is exclusive on Spotify, though. You can follow Anything Goes on Instagram, TikTok, all the platforms at Anything Goes. You can follow me on all the platforms at Emma Chamberlain or Emma Chamberlain. You can check out my coffee company, Chamberlain Coffee. We might be in a store near you. You go to chamberlaincoffee.com and go to the store locator and see if we're in a store near you. Or you can just order online and it'll deliver to your door, as it works when you order things online. That's all I have. Thank you all for listening and hanging out and hearing me out. And I'm very curious to hear what you have to say about the topic and where you stand on it. So please let me know, and I'll talk to you so soon. I love you all and appreciate you all. Thank you for supporting me and listening to me. You're awesome. All right, talk to you soon. This is a very full circle moment, because the first podcast I ever went on was Cody Ko's podcast, Insanely Chill. This was in probably 2017, and I was a really big fan of Cody. Let's just say I was an absolute menace on that podcast. I was so fucking annoying. I can't even watch it back now. It's very full circle, because today I'm bringing on the two people that I spoke to when I did my very first podcast, which was Insanely Chill. Cody Ko and Kelsey Kreppel. They are a beautiful married couple with a newborn. They're also sort of my parents as well. And I can explain. I met them when I was like 17, And when I moved to LA, they immediately became my parents in a way because, you know, my mom didn't live in LA, my dad didn't live in LA. I was this young girl on my own, and there's certain things that you can't do when you're not 18 yet. For example, go to certain doctor's appointments. I had this doctor's appointment because I had a UTI. I didn't know I had to pee after sex. And you learn that the hard way. Kelsey took me to the doctor.
Yo, shit.
The meds I needed for this was the worst UTI.
What
I don't
did
understand
you
about this UTI. I was
say?
peeing blood. Like it was so bad. So
No,
Cody and Kelsey and I go way back. And they've sort of been like my LA parents.
Kaya si Doc
And I don't know, it's cool too because we all are in the same sort
Yeah.
of space. Cody and Kelsey
Not
are
that I would need that
YouTubers. I'm a
information.
YouTuber. Cody and Kelsey are podcasters. I'm a podcaster. They are truly some of my
Wala ko
closest
namati,
friends.
ha?
And so I'm so excited to bring them onto the show.
Podcasting.
They're two very special people. And I haven't really gotten to speak to them since they've had their baby. So I'm very excited to pick their brains about that because I think about what it's going to be like to have a child all of the time. Because every day is one day closer to me becoming pregnant one day. In a long time, but still, one day. And I have a lot of questions. So there's something about parents where it's like, that's like an elevated, like this person has done something that is, how masterful and human is it to have like a child and to like be raising the child and have it be alive? Like I feel like when I think about me having a kid right now, I think of it like me holding it wrong and it like hurting its neck or something. Like I feel like I'd fuck it up.
Right.
We felt like that too in the beginning.
Yeah, everyone feels
Actually,
like that.
still.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask that. Like, did you feel like, oh, we're not ready for this a little bit?
No, we definitely felt ready.
Yeah, not that we weren't ready, but that it was like really terrifying.
Well, you have so much experience with babies.
Yeah.
Because you
Yeah, but those are like 2-year-olds. Like newborns, I was always kind of like.
it's also one
scared.
thing when it's like you're, working with kids that are not yours.
Right,
And it's
right.
like they're being sent to you at a point when you still have to baby them, but not as much. It's not like a newborn baby.
You're just not like as emotionally attached to them. I'm realizing. Well, like now, because I'm like there are just certain things where like if a parent came in and said it to me when I was a teacher, I would be like, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
But like now being a mom, I'm like, oh my god, I would be freaking out.
Yeah.
If this was my kid.
Are you anxious, parents? I feel like I'm going to be an anxious parent. That's why I'm asking.
I feel like sometimes we're a little anxious with Chili, so I feel like maybe we'll end up being a little bit more on the anxious side. Like, I think we're like a little bit overly cautious with him. In terms of like,
He's like a precious baby.
I know.
For
it's so
context, you guys, he's a dog. In case you don't know.
That's our
Chili's the
other
dog.
son,
4.5-year-old dog.
child named Chili.
Oh my god, when I was driving here, I actually freaked out because I get so spiritual about things. Car drives by, Otis.
Really?
Really? Wait, it said Otis.
Right. Yep. Where Will is a
the-
truck.
Was it from the elevator company?
Oh,
Maybe.
Was it
I
the
just-
same logo?
I
It just says Otis.
don't remember, but it just said Otis really big.
I think
and I
it
was
is.
like,
I've
this
seen one
is-
of those.
to me,
I think it was a sign.
That
it
was
was
a
an
sign.
omen.
Were
We
you like,
in the
thank God?
elevator on the parking garage right here. It said Otis in there. I
Because
think that's
every
also a
fucking
sign.
elevator.
Every elevator says that, but when we did see that for the first time, like when we noticed it for the first time, we were
We've
like,
never
holy
noticed
shit.
that every
Yeah.
notice,
Elevator.
by the way, also has Otis in it.
Oh.
Another sign.
Okay.
But
Shit.
we never noticed that before. That every single Otis or every single elevator is made by the company Otis, and then we were like, we should name our son Otis. And
Not
then I
because
got
of
in an elevator
that,
one time and I
by
saw
the
her picture. I was
way.
like, holy shit. What?
Not because of that.
Not
Because you
of
guys
that.
have beautiful
You know when
memories
you, like-
spent in elevators. and
Yes,
so
that's where
you
he was
now named your
conceived in
son
an
Otis
elevator.
after the elevator.
I conceived him in an elevator. We had a beautiful, passionate elevator
Yeah,
ride one.
we just hit like the emergency stop button and we made a baby.
No, it was a quickie, you know. For three to
it was
three
just
to lobby.
on.
Super efficient. Wow, Cody, that's really fast.
Yeah,
You need to work
yeah,
on that.
I don't know why he's bragging about that. I gave him the benefit of the doubt and said we had to
Efficiency is
stop
key.
it, but he's.
Okay, so what were you expecting it was going to be like to be a new parent? And then what happened so far?
what I was expecting when it came to actually having him like at home with us.
But also, actually, I think that's like by design. You never really know what to expect because I feel like every baby is different.
Yeah.
But also, like that's the point of being a new parent is that you're just like flying by the seat of your pants, learning. You never know what to expect. You don't have, and nobody has experience with a newborn except for brand new parents. You know.
That's true.
And also, every single baby is different. You can like read as much as you want, or like take advice from people and whatnot. But like, there are just things that like he's gonna do that are not the same as every single other baby. So it's like kind of tricky. But I feel like he is a really good sleeper. So we lucked out with that. Yeah.
He's a savage.
He's such a savage.
That was actually our second name choice. Second on the list was Savage.
Otis Savage?
Yeah, we made it his middle name actually.
Yeah, that's his
We wanted to go
name.
classy, so we made it his middle name.
Yeah.
Otis
Sav
Savage.
for
It sounds like
short.
a fragrance.
That's a great fragrance.
Otis Savage.
Otis Savage.
That's
Oh God.
so. What has been like I don't know, like a notable, like what's been like a rough moment? Like paint a rough moment for me.
I just think that like there are just times when you're like, okay, you're fed, you're changed, you've napped, you should be so happy, and you're like screaming, and I don't know what to do to make you stop. But like, I also think it's something with like hormones, but like when the baby's screaming and crying, it like makes me like freak out.
Of course, yes.
I get like really like I don't know what to do, and then I've gotten like a little bit better, but like it like sends me
Spiral.
But there's
Yeah.
there's like a certain tolerance. It's like 30 seconds or something that
yeah.
I feel like our brains have that you can deal with it, and then after that it's like, oh my god, I can't handle this anymore.
Yeah.
And then like you
We have to,
pass
like,
it off.
tag team.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird. How that
Yeah.
works. I've seen that too on like TikTok or something like that. It's like that's why I feel like having two people is so like important because the one person like they're going insane, the other person's like, oh, I can handle it for 30 seconds. and then
Totally.
it's like-
Right.
It's so helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you good at changing a diaper?
Cody is really good at changing diapers. I will say, for Otis's like first week of life, I didn't change a single diaper.
That's amazing.
I like after labor and everything, I was like kind of out for the count a little bit, and so Cody really stepped up with anything that he could possibly help with because I was like breastfeeding and stuff
Yeah.
too. And he became the master diaper changer.
Master diaper, bro.
It's well for someone who's
Well, you've
never
done it once.
okay, but for someone who's never changed a diaper.
Yeah, I did it for the first time in the hospital.
in the
nurse had to like show me how to do it.
Well, like there's actually like a proper hygiene,
Yeah.
regimen that must happen so that
Yeah.
they don't get like a rash. They don't have, like I actually wouldn't know what to do. In fact, I've held probably 5 babies in my whole life.
That's a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, here's one interesting thing about
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
that same. I had only ever held like 1 or 2, I think, in my life, and I was always like very scared to do that. And I was like, I wonder when we have our own, if that'll like go away and I won't be scared. And like, it was like intuition. Like I've always been like, I don't know how to handle the head and
Yeah,
the neck.
yeah.
I'm so scared about like what are the rules
Yeah.
about like dropping, And then once we had our own baby, it was like the first day I just knew how to do it. It was
Yeah.
weird.
That's so crazy. But
Yeah.
I've heard that. I have heard that. Little chatters of that. Like your
Little
intuition.
murmurs of
There's
that.
little murmurs of that. Little whispers, you guys. And it just kind of does come naturally.
Yeah.
Which is comforting.
Yeah.
Because I am.
Oh my God! No, I would
No, I'm not.
be so scared. we would talk about that.
Imagine if that was the announcement.
Yeah.
Mid, it's like 20 minutes into a
Mid-interview.
podcast or 15 minutes or whatever.
So
It's
I
off
am.
handed. By the way, I'm pregnant.
That's why I have so many questions about this, by the way.
Yeah.
I am so curious though because I don't know. Even though I have a long time,
Yeah.
I don't know any new parents either. Like,
Yeah.
This is really the first, like where it's like in real time. I
Right.
can witness and watch.
Yeah.
Did you listen to any online advice? I feel like the parenting community online is fucking horrible.
Well, it's just
insane.
wild. Like it's like
it's crazy.
There's I don't know. There's just so many like different. There's too many opinions. I think
In strong opinions.
for sure.
People are critical. Like
For
if you're
sure.
not doing something that someone else is doing and they think it's the right thing, they'll let you know.
Yeah.
Which I always have thought was so interesting because I'm like, once you're pregnant and you have a baby, you realize like how different everyone's experience is and like how emotional you are and all of those things. And I feel like everybody would be like more sensitive to that. But then it turns people like into like police. Yeah, it's kind of insane. But I would say like little tips of like put this thing like this when you want them to, like a toy.
True.
Like stuff like that is helpful, but like there's also stuff where it's like, oh, your baby straightened his legs, like something's wrong. Like there's like so many things where I'm like, oh my god. There was one night when he was like maybe like 2 weeks old, and like I just got on like the wrong side of TikTok and was just like diagnosing him with like 6 million things, and I was like, I need to
set up by this point that he has this disease. Like,
it's like it was just
chronic condition.
Yeah,
like,
so intense.
It's like WebMD anxiety times 5,000.
Right.
Well, yeah, because they also can't. Obviously, they can't talk to you, so you feel like, oh, it's your responsibility to
It
catch
is.
everything.
It is.
Yeah, you feel like it's your responsibility, which it isn't.
Like he like literally didn't even tell me that like that was like hurting him, and it's like
That's on
fuck,
him,
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're stupid. So you're really stupid.
Also, the online parenting community is very performative, more so than I would say than like vlogging or like typical vlogger stuff. Everyone like wants to make it seem like their life is perfect.
Yeah.
But the parenting shit is like it's on steroids.
Yeah,
Everyone's like because it's like parenting is so hard that they want to make it seem like it's so easy for them. It's like an extra level of like I'm fantastic because I'm doing this thing that's so hard, so effortlessly.
Yeah.
That's so fucking annoying. And I got like I got like tied up in that shit. Not like doing it, but I'm saying like on TikTok.
Yeah.
I would find myself getting fucking depressed because I'm like, how is this person's baby not crying in the morning? I don't understand. What are they doing that I'm not doing?
And I was like, I just think that they're not showing it.
What's your like boundaries with baby and internet? Have you kind of decided that?
We're gonna wait.
Like
for sure.
like with us posting him,
He
or
can't go on
him
impulsive
using it.
until 16.
Yeah, exactly. Oh
And
my god.
then at 21 he can go on Joe Rogan.
yeah, maybe. We'll see. I think we're pretty like no screen for as long as we can possibly do it. But I feel like now we've started this little thing where when we're burping him, because he fucking hates
You
being
have
burped.
TikTok scrolling. while
No,
you're
if the
burping.
TV's playing, we'll just so happen to like spin him around a little bit.
It's a little cocoa melon, a little
So that he
nipple.
sees
He gets a
the
little
TV.
Summer House. I've been watching Summer House, and he's into it. A little
'Cause
bit
he'll-
too into it, honestly.
He'll like arch his back and he'll
doesn't
freak
like to
out
be
when
burped.
he doesn't like to be burped. So he gets like super stiff, which makes it impossible for the burp to come out.
Yeah.
He only burps when he like relaxes.
But if also,
So
by
if
the
he
way, if
kinda
he doesn't
turns
burp,
towards-
he'll like projectile vomit everywhere. So like he needs to like let some air out.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like just accidentally come to
Then he's looking at the TV, and
then
then
he'll
he
like
gets
lock onto it and he'll
distracted.
kind of like relax and then he'll burp and then it's okay, sorry, that's it for screen.
There you go. Okay, that's great.
I think
But,
we'll use
like-
it strategically.
Yeah.
But not like, hey, shut up for a little bit.
Right.
And when we go out for dinner, where he's not gonna have an iPad.
I was about to ask about iPad baby and dinner. What
I feel like, okay, this is the only thing, is that like you really never know like what it's gonna be like until you're actually in it. Like who knows what kind of
If you have
two-year-old
an absolute
and then extra
wild
crunch.
child,
Like
you need to put that
yes,
iPad.
and like
Yeah.
if we're like with someone and they give their kid an iPad, I would never be like, wow,
Lola, yeah,
cool,
no,
good
no.
parents. Like I don't care.
Yep.
If your kid needs an iPad so you can sit through dinner, like give him one.
That's a great point.
I would like to try to not give him an iPad at dinner. I would like for him to learn how to sit at the table and like distract himself with like other toys or a book or something.
Because I
like
think
we
people
did.
resort to it too quickly. That's-
I agree. I don't want to
True.
resort to it. I
Yeah.
would like to not give him an iPad when we're sitting at the table eating a meal. If we're on like a long flight or something, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Strategically,
It
like, when
depends.
we absolutely like, yeah.
But like
going to
sitting at
Europe.
the dinner table, and like I said, this could change, but the plan is like sitting at the dinner table like he would do like with his family. I would like for him to sit and enjoy it, color, learn how to like have a conversation.
Yeah. Can he talk yet?
Yeah, he's really like blah blah blah. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, when did babies start talking?
I think around like 10 to 12 months. That's when they start like he could say like mama or.
So does he have a personality right now, or is he kind of like, who is this guy?
I think he does.
Okay, see, do you have any predictions about what his vibe's gonna be?
I
Like,
think
you know what I mean?
He's got really good vibes as it is right now. He's a
does.
happy fucking guy.
You know what's so interesting is that this is how I feel. Like, I've been putting his hair in like a little mohawk after the baths, and like nothing suits him better than a mohawk. Like every time his hair is like flat, I'm like something's
He's gonna
wrong.
be like Machine Gun Kelly.
Maybe.
Oh shit. Okay, so he's gonna be like
I think he's just gonna be like fun and cool and like spunky.
totally. Like, do you feel like he's
Funny.
gonna be like a like real estate guy, or is he gonna be like a rock star, or is he gonna be?
I think he's gonna do something musical.
I'm thinking sensitive artist,
Oh.
but with a mohawk. So
Like looks kind of like
Machine Gun
literally Machine Gun.
Wait, me? No.
No, come on.
MGK.
Machine Gun Otis.
That's so cute. But also, Otis is such a surfer name too.
I feel like Otis is an artist
really is.
name.
Artist.
I don't want to give.
surfer.
I don't want to like. He can do whatever he wants and be happy, but
Yeah.
I can see him like being a little like outdoorsy.
Right.
He sings.
He's definitely gonna surf. With
Yeah,
me,
of
for
course.
Sure. If he doesn't like it, then he doesn't have to do it. I'm gonna take him surfing. Hopefully he'll like it. I hope, because I like to surf.
I think a lot of times, if you, I feel like no kid hates surfing.
Did you go surfing with your dad?
I didn't start surfing because until like now, and I still can't do it because my dad didn't start surfing until
later.
like now.
Yeah.
He started so late. Like most people are starting when they're teenagers. He started when he was 50.
That's awesome.
5. And he's so cute. He shreds.
I
He
want to
sends
see
me
you guys
videos.
surf together.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I
god,
gotta
my
get
dad
one too.
surfs Malibu.
Tell him to text me.
Yeah, y'all can hit that.
Yeah, because I want to surf with him too.
Oh, he loves that.
Yeah.
Like he like makes friends in this way,
Yeah.
and he's good
Love it.
and fun.
He's
Love
the
it.
best.
And we
Take
can
the second
we can
exit.
sit on the side
Of
with
course.
like a little chips and like
That's not good.
Wine.
yeah.
Exit now.
This is beautiful. Okay, can't wait.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
No, it's gonna be
Where's
so good.
Otis?
He's with us.
Or he can surf.
Or
Otis is baby surfing.
Otis is
Sister.
sitting with
Layo pa.
mom's aunt.
Yeah, honestly.
Sister.
isa mga 4-3.
Big sis, obviously. Obviously,
one
yeah. Wait,
or
what
no.
is happening? Don't age me.
Sorry. His big sister.
Sama
So,
kayo pagka 1
let's
hour
do a
left,
parent.
kailan kayo
Okay.
traffic light of
Okay,
50
I'm gonna
ra.
do scenarios.
Tapos
Okay.
And you have to tell me what you would do. What would you do if at 5 years old, baby, well not a baby anymore, young man, takes mommy's phone and makes a TikTok account, okay? Starts making TikToks. Could be anything, like a little cooking video, like make my school lunch with me for kindergarten, something like that. Just starts making little videos. You're unaware of this completely. Young man goes completely viral. Okay, 3
Okay.
million followers in a month.
Okay.
Okay, he's 5.
And we still have no clue.
You have no clue.
Okay.
You find out because
Turn left.
it's on your For You page one day. He's somehow smart enough to like be swift. Okay, what do? Do you take the account away, or do you say, all right, you know what, like you might have a career in this.
You're-
Let's fucking,
This is your calling.
this is your
son.
calling. Let's put our foot on the
TikTok.
gas here. Like, what do you take the social media away, or do you say, you know what, I'm just gonna try to facilitate this in the best, healthiest way possible? What would you do?
Okay, well, first of all, I would have to like really take a second and like consider how in the world I have let my son take my phone, post a TikTok, go viral, and I had simply no clue. Like what kind of mom I was being from
Yeah, you
in
gotta
that
check
point.
yourself first.
He was being sneaky, and he like
Okay.
he knew how to like switch the
straight
account
on.
back so he
Yeah,
didn't find out.
and
Like,
then
he
I'd be
knows.
impressed because he's like
A
really
genius.
smart.
He's ultimately
Yeah, we'd probably
Einstein.
be like,
Yeah.
I don't
Holy
even know how to do
fuck,
that.
son. How did you do this?
But I feel maybe I would be like, let's. Clearly, you like making these videos
Yeah.
and you like cooking or whatever it is that you're doing.
na ganito yung
Like
kayo.
we can still make these videos, but let's like do it in a different way and like not do it online.
Oh, okay, interesting. So you'd be like, let's make these
This
videos
is the
for
worst
fun.
route.
Yeah, and we can send them to like your grandma and grandpa. And we can like send them. You can choose whatever aunts and uncles you want to send them to, whichever of your friends you want to send
Yeah.
them to. We can send them there, but like let's not post online.
That's a really great answer.
Thank you.
I was gonna say like we could make them with our supervision. Like you're not going to be on TikTok by yourself.
Well, he was gonna say
But then
to
again,
turn
it's like,
on
why would we even?
AdSense.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
You were gonna say turn on AdSense, and then just sort of like.
Yeah, we got
I
to
was
get you in
gonna say,
the creator
okay,
program.
why the fuck are
We
you
gotta-
doing this without making money?
You're just doing this shit for free? Son, wake up.
The only issue here is that you haven't gotten into the
You're not
creator
getting
program.
paid.
You're a fucking idiot, son. Okay, so you do it under supervision.
Yeah, and like start making merch.
No, I just
No, I
think
feel like if you like making these videos, like, just do it. But yeah, there's no reason TikTok has to be involved, right? We can just like
That's true.
make the
that's what I'm
videos.
saying. We can make the videos, and if we want some people to see them, we can send them.
Yep.
That's true, but then you're not getting like the proof
Turn
that
left,
they're like good.
and then
you know?
continue
the
straight
social-
on.
I don't
How
think
is
like
he
a
supposed to
5-year-old
feel
like
he's
needs
blowing
that,
up?
Go
that
straight
kind of validation from like millions of people on the internet.
I totally agree with you. I'm not saying like, he should be like feeding into the likes and comments. I'm saying like, what if this was like a legitimate talent of his? It's like, well, he could like this. He could be a performer.
Yeah.
Like everyone makes videos, but like
Then
it's,
we'll like put
what
him in like a
sets the-
dance class and like let him.
Yeah, and
have,
be a star.
Well, we'll just like let him like do something
Yeah.
creative,
Yeah.
but like doesn't need to be on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that. Okay, you passed the first test.
Thank God.
Next.
I'm sweating.
Okay,
Take your
he's a little
clipboard.
older now.
Okay. I love it.
Super professional.
It's cool.
Okay, so he's
older.
16 now,
Oh shit.
and he's doing really well in school, which is great.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
But he decides school is not really for me. He's kind of like his older sister.
Yeah.
And he's super here and he's ready to go. But he decides, you know what? I want to move to Bali
Okay.
because I think that the vibe is better.
Okay.
So he comes to you, he sits you both down, and he says, and he's doing well in school. So
Yeah.
it's like, you know, and maybe he has some ideas like, well, I could do homeschooling in Bali. Do you have to pay for him to move to Bali? Yes. But he says that the vibe is better and he thinks that he can have more fun and a better quality of life. It's his dream and he really wants to do it. He wants to surf there. There's hot babes. Full on.
There's
hot
hot babes.
Oh, but you have to figure out how to pay for it.
Well,
We're
I
not
would
paying for
say
it.
Okay, so you're not paying for it.
No, I would say if you don't want to like keep going to your school every day,
Yeah.
something about that is making you not happy.
Super
we
cringe?
could finish
Yeah.
school at home. Once you finish, you get your degree, however that is. Then we can discuss how you'll pay to go to Bali. Maybe once you're 18.
I love that. So it's more about
Or like
we're creating a 2-year plan.
closer to 18. He
Okay.
just needs to finish school, and like if he has a plan of like how he's gonna make money when he's there, how he's gonna be able to support himself, and like
Exit.
that he actually has an an idea of what he's gonna do in Bali, not just going to like go.
Hot babes.
I'd say
surf.
look into crypto. All right, start trading some shit coins. See if you can rack up some dough.
Do a bit
Buy
of
the
like
flight.
pump and dump.
Do a couple pump and dumps.
Yep.
And then
yep.
get out there.
Fucking
and
live it up, brother.
Get ready.
I hate that.
No, but if he's 16, he's like showing a ton of promise in something else, like
Turn
you
left.
were
Totally.
with YouTube. Then we'd
Turn
be like,
left.
yeah, okay, let's talk about
Yeah.
it.
That's
But-
what I'm saying.
But if he's like
'Cause you-
trying to make y'all pay for it,
Yeah,
he
and he's
doesn't
like, I just
have
want to
any
drop out and
reason-
move to Bali. I'd be like, no.
Yeah.
well, yeah, that's
Turn
what I'm
left.
saying.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we agree.
Yeah.
Okay, what if
We are
he starts coming into a
Sorry.
You guys are not in sync today.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
embarrassing.
something weird is happening. But imagine this,
Okay.
okay? Slightly different scenario. He comes to both of you and he somehow shows you his bank account. It's his high school checking, okay? And he shows you he has $2 million, okay? And you're like, what the fuck?
You turned on
Okay.
AdSense, didn't you? Like I told you.
And he's been banking the money since he was 5. No, he has made $2 million from doing pump and dump schemes. Come on. He's been doing crypto pump and dumps, and he's been scamming Americans everywhere. Actually, let's broaden it a little bit. He's been scamming internationally online.
Oh my God.
But he's made $2 million on poop coin, and he's
No.
fucking loaded. But it's kind of iffy, like whether or not he's safe in America. He wants to go to Bali. He's 16. What do
Okay.
you do?
First of all, I would be absolutely horrified.
I don't know what.
I would make I'd make him donate all of the money
Oh,
to
that's great.
Planned Parenthood.
I love that. That's beautiful.
Okay, there you go.
Starts dating someone
Okay.
who has a sus vibe. This person just overall, you can tell is bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Bad news. Okay?
Yeah.
Probably a cheater.
Yeah.
Probably gonna break his heart. What do? You
Wait,
tell him?
Remember that TikTok you saw of that dude that's like, what you tell your friends when you hate the guy she's dating or whatever, and it's
Yeah.
like, I think you should just like play the field. Yeah, he's cool, but I think you should just like play the field. It's summer, you know.
Yeah.
That's what we'd say to him,
Really?
you know.
Yeah.
Listen,
Don't you wanna
she's
be
dope,
single?
but like, Otis, you're a handsome guy. You're young. Play the field a little bit. Get on the apps. Get on the apps.
Get on the apps.
Yeah, we're gonna tell him to get on the apps. Probably.
Get on the apps.
No, I feel
That's
like
what we'd say.
I feel like every parent has to deal with that at one point. Like seeing their
I think
kid.
my
like,
parents have.
Yeah, mine have.
Mine.
Wait, you guys are my parents? Have you?
We have.
You've known everyone.
I know.
You've been there when I've like gone through a breakup and come over and laid on your couch with you that one time. Do you remember? Like a long time ago.
Oh yeah, and Eastwind.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
It was like not directly
No,
after,
I
but it was soon
totally
after, and I was
remember that.
unhinged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? We got through it.
We got fucking through it.
And I really think that's like a rite of passage as a parent.
It is.
So like I would be like, ugh, he found that one.
I don't ever find out till after, like my other parents.
Yeah.
because they have like two parents.
Right.
They don't tell me. They've never told me. And part of me feels betrayed if they like have opinions of like this is a huge red flag.
Yeah.
Like they won't
Yeah,
tell me
but
till later.
It's like you have to figure it out yourself,
tricky.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do
Because
think
you
it's
don't-
ultimately better.
You don't want to like resent them for like not being supportive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's kind of like if your
Long
friend is dating
distance for
someone
na
that like
ko.
you don't love.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to be like too harsh about the person because like then they won't feel comfortable like bringing you around or telling you about their relationship or coming to you if
Yeah.
something goes wrong. So like you have to be supportive, but you can like be a little bit honest.
Yeah.
But like you
Oh,
have to
Stafford
be
made it.
supportive.
Unless it's like really fucked up, you kind of just have to stay out of it, I guess.
Right.
Okay.
I like almost didn't go to college after I had gotten into Duke. I almost didn't go because my high school girlfriend like didn't want me to go, and my parents had to sit there and be like they knew that was the wrong decision, but they had to be like, okay, well let's just like think it through. And I look back and just like that must have
Really?
been the hardest thing for them to see.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Is me
God.
almost make like the worst mistake of my life.
That's crazy.
That
I
is
know.
insane.
I was so close, and then I was like, no, this is ridiculous. And I think they like had faith that I would make the right decision, but I
Yeah.
know that had to have been so hard for them.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. That's got to be crazy.
Yeah.
You just have to be like, just keep thinking about it. But you
Yeah.
can't say, because like if
I
they
cried
were like,
to my mom. I remember that. It's like one of the only times I've like actually
Aw.
broken down in tears and cried to her about like how hard of a decision it was. And I know she was just like, it's a fucking easy decision.
but,
But
she's
she had to
also
be like,
probably
I know, I'm sorry, we all go through this and blah blah blah.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
so sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, are you crying?
I might.
Have you been emotional recently?
Really comes and goes in waves. I was thinking about this today, but because like I've been pretty okay. I mean, like
adaptive
definitely
cruise
more
control
emotional,
data
but like
ga
just
issue.
like
I
sometimes I
disabled
just
it.
wake up and I'm like definitely feeling more than usual.
Nice.
Emo.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I feel like even when
Same ra siya
I
sa
don't know, like,
EMS, basically mo
the
adjust siya sa
hormonal
cruise control
yeah,
speed if
situation
na
is
vehicle in
I
front
can't
or
even
in the
imagine
nearby.
because already
Which bugs out
my
sometimes.
like just a period. I'm like a crazy.
No,
so I
I
can't
know. I also
imagine.
think I started my period today. I'm a woman.
Is it so
Matulog
weird
sa-
to have a period again?
No, it's just like back to the grind, you know.
Back to the grind.
Yeah, you're just like, damn.
Is everyone here?
we're
Would
back
you want to get
here.
pregnant again? Like, are you excited about getting pregnant again? Or are you like, no?
I would say like I will want. I know I'll want to. Not yet, but like
You
I
need a break.
will. I will. But like there was a like when I was like giving birth, I looked at Cody and I was like, this is the only time I'm ever doing this.
Yeah, she's like, we're only having one kid. I was like, oh, that's fine, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Just,
Yeah, but now I'm like, I can do that again.
I feel like it's usually easier the second time,
I would really
That's what
hope
everyone
so.
says.
right? Because
Yeah.
now you know. It's
Yeah.
almost like when you drive somewhere for the first time and you've never been there. And it feels like you're
Yes.
driving
And
for
then
6
turn
hours
right.
because you
Right.
don't know where you're going. And then after that, it's like fast.
Yeah,
And you get it.
yeah. Hopefully that is the case.
Get
It
ready
wasn't, like
to turn
it wasn't
right.
like super pleasant.
No. Also,
Yeah.
you could give up a lot.
Yeah.
No, like you couldn't drink
Turn right.
alcohol.
Excuse me.
Could you have caffeine?
I could have like one
Like one little coffee.
One little coffee.
Oh, that's actually better than I thought.
Yeah, you can
That's a
have
nice
to
try.
Sure, yeah. But like
enough to get the system going.
yeah. Except like pooping when you're pregnant is like really, really not easy.
Oh my God, I can't imagine.
It's like you're like constipated.
You're like, I can just imagine you're sitting and the belly's like on the front of the fucking. I just thinking about the.
I
the
never really
physics
thought
of
too
it
much
all.
about it. But
I'm just
yeah.
thinking about. I'm genuinely curious about how that works.
Yeah, no chance you're seeing what's going on.
Oh my
You
God.
know, you just kind of feel it.
No bowl check available.
Yeah, you
Oh my
can't do
God,
both.
bummer.
You
That's
gotta
the
get
best
up,
part.
You know?
That's the best part.
Best part. I look forward to those bowl checks every morning.
How are you supposed to know what you've made? It's exciting to see. What was your weirdest food combo?
When I was pregnant?
Yeah, did you have any?
I didn't really
Or is that
have
kind of a
any.
myth?
One time I was like, I really want Cheetos, and then I want to get soft serve vanilla ice cream, and I want to take the Cheetos and dip it into the soft serve ice cream. And I was just explaining that to Cody, but it never happened.
But also, that's like not like that sounds good.
It still sounds good to me.
Like I think that sounds
Like,
good.
I think
to
I'm
everyone.
on
No,
to
that
something.
does sound good to me right now.
Yeah. Maybe
So
we could
how
get
are
it
you
later.
like keeping up with your own,
last
you
na dito
know,
na ako
hobbies and
ay
interests
alas
with
12.
baby? Is it just kind of like
Hi,
no
Joe.
way right now?
I feel like Cody's back
GGs.
working and everything
Pwede raman
like
ako
normal.
lang kay dress.
So, yeah, I'm kind of like, I didn't really want to get back into it just yet.
Okay.
So I feel like I've just like recently started
Mm-hmm.
dabbling in things again.
Love you, dog.
I don't know, but it's hard to like figure out.
Oh.
It's just hard because like you can have a general idea of what every day is gonna look like, but then like in the moment, like you could be like, okay, tomorrow we're gonna go here, but then like 6 million things change. Like yesterday,
Get out of the way,
I was
Elton. I
gonna
need
like,
fixing.
I had a whole plan for the day, but then like
Well, I do too.
I had to give him a bath at like 11 a.m., which I wasn't planning on doing, and like there was just like, and it just everything kind of changed.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's like hard to plan to do things sometimes unless like I know Cody's gonna like watch him, then I can go. Like tomorrow I'm going to get my hair cut.
Ooh,
Big stuff.
that's so exciting.
It's because I have a huge knot.
You should do a Karen
I-
haircut.
Can you imagine?
With,
Come
like,
back
with
with
the
blonde, blonde hair. It's
With
just
the curls.
no, it's perfectly straight.
Ano
Like,
ka,
how
Cork,
did
sa
you do
gawas,
that?
ano?
Okay, please do that.
Okay.
Please. Do you think you're gonna start like being like
May
at a
nakapart-
restaurant? Like
may
you guys are gonna
nakapart-
start being like,
may
"Send
nakapart
it back."
sa
It's
destination
cool.
banda
And like
sa
shit like
Mapal.
that, like just start being like a parent like
Block
that.
sa
I
road
don't think
after
so.
the
Like I feel
class.
like it's a mindset. Like you choose how you
Yeah, but some things are unavoidable.
All right,
explain.
boys. Let's
Okay, so like
GG.
before we were parents, right? You always see the new parents,
GGs.
especially the dads, like on planes or in the airport. They're always stressed. They're
Yeah.
always folding
Walking
shit up,
copy, Felix.
taking shit out, carrying 9,000
What?
bags.
Yeah.
That shit is unavoidable. You just become
Yep.
that.
Walking
And
copy,
I've
Felix.
since become that, where it's like
Mhm.
folding up
Apex
strollers
Yeah.
Balinta?
and worrying about like the transport of the child. You know, that's just
Di ba
like
nag-river
the
ko
dad's
para sa
job.
show?
Yep.
So
But some
I am
things
that
are
in
like-
like in
Okay.
public now. It's like that's me. I'm like grabbing the
I
bag
love
and
that.
I'll get the thing and you get, you know.
You're
Yeah.
grunting in public.
Yeah, exactly. And like I'm bending over, my ass is hanging out, getting the
Plumbers crack
baby,
up.
puke all over my shirt all the
That
time.
is like I feel like we're always kind of like a little bit of a mess.
Yeah, we're disheveled.
That's how it has to be.
Right.
That's
I
a-
feel like we're doing something right.
Yes, that's like the
Repeat
perfect
it naman.
aesthetic.
Very long distance.
I
Don't
love
worry.
that.
Stinky
Oh, bye.
spit up.
Stinky parents.
Stinky mommy and daddy.
Yes! I can't wait until he's like 3.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
excited for when he's like a little toddler.
Yeah, because it must be weird when it's full baby time because you're really dealing with a lump and a half.
Yeah,
That's
I mean
just a lump.
he's gotten like a little bit more interactive and stuff now,
Yeah.
so like it's fun. But I'm excited for him to just like be a little less fragile.
Yeah, I mean, imagine. Isn't it weird to think about when he's 20?
So weird.
Super weird. I don't want to think about that.
It like really freaks me out.
yeah.
So weird.
Like it freaks
like-
me out to think about like,
I'm going on a weekend trip. Or like
Yeah.
what?
no, you're not.
No, what?
You're hanging out with us.
I'm going to
actually.
Joshua Tree with my boys.
Yeah. I did that. I know. You know.
Yeah.
All right, no shrooms, son.
Well, I need to meet him. It's like hard for me to speak to him
You
without
have to
meeting
meet
him.
him.
I need to. It's weird that I haven't.
I
know.
know.
But you just live in another country ultimately.
Yeah,
That's actually a good point.
that is a good point.
But
It's. I mean, no, but it's not that far.
like you travel a lot. Like you
But
can
I
just
travel.
make the
I
trip.
need to come.
I
I'm
know.
gonna
We do
come.
bring, so that's one of the things I was gonna say when you said like how do you stick to your hobbies and stuff. Like we liked to go out to eat a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We go out and do stuff a lot. So like right from the get go, we were like bringing him to shit.
Yeah.
That's good.
So we
Yeah.
still do a lot of shit. We just bring him,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
which is awesome.
Yeah.
Like
it
he's been
is.
to all of our favorite restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like we hang out with friends. We have like good friends in our neighborhood now, so that they have a child too. So we hang out with them
Yeah.
a lot. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
we just go and do shit, which is cool.
Yeah.
Like that's what we wanted. I feel like.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I
And
feel
my
like
parents are close too, so like
Yeah.
they like come and hang out with him if we like want to go out or something.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, we went on a date on Friday to our
Mhm.
friend's restaurant.
Cute.
It was fun. It was really
And
good actually.
was-
Where?
You should come in Santa Monica.
Yum.
Bar Monette, it's called.
And it's so
It's the
good.
best.
And you actually
Let's go.
yeah, it was so good.
That's okay. So I feel like, do the things that you enjoy feel the same as pre-child?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Like you
Yeah.
have the same, like it's almost like, because I feel like a lot of people talk about the sacrifice of like, well, we don't get to do the stuff that we
Right.
like to do, and you
Right.
know, we don't get to do the stuff that we used to enjoy. Like we can't, you know, go to Las Vegas, no,
yeah.
and we can't go to Tenants of the Trees in Silver Lake, and we can't, you know, like it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
we
That
can't
is a
go
love
out.
of ours.
Tenants.
That bar, yeah, yeah.
So
no,
fun.
we've only been once.
Oh my god, I kind of love it.
Wait, we
I
should
know.
go back.
Can we? We should go.
I'm down. Yeah.
See, like
I'm
we've
down.
had like, but I don't think that we felt that way.
Well, I feel like that's maybe because naturally you were like the things that baby couldn't do, I'm not really as into anymore anyway. Do you feel like that's kind of what
Yes.
happened?
Yeah, yeah.
I think
We were
for
like
sure.
down to party less and shit, anyways.
Yes. And also like we're very lucky that we do have like family close that like watches him in case like there have been a couple times where
Yeah.
I'm like, should we just like go out with our friends and
Yes.
like my parents will come over and like
Yeah.
we go out and
Yep.
you know, and it's just like fun. Or it's also nice because a lot of our friends are also in the same like part of life as us now. So like
Totally.
we'll go out or like we'll just have like drinks at home with the friends and our babies and like it's
Yeah.
like our babies are asleep and we're like drinking at home. It's like
Yeah.
I feel like it has fit into our life pretty seamlessly.
Also, I've like always liked going to bed at 9.
Yeah.
Now it's like a requirement.
Yes.
It's like the best.
That's
for me.
true. Are you putting Otis on like a peanut free vibe? Are you gonna be peanut free parents?
No.
No.
That would be
I
a
would-
scary life to lead.
Yeah. Also, like that would suck for us.
Yeah.
Like we can't like have peanuts in the house.
Yeah. Like because
No,
I
we're
know
gonna
there's so
give-
many like a lot of times parents are like, no, my baby's gonna be fully raw. Just eat raw fruits and vegetables. Or no, my baby's, carnivore diet for my baby.
I feel like
It's
he's
just-
just gonna kind of
Just
be
raw,
crazy-
just
no.
beef liver.
Yeah.
That's it for Otis.
He loves it.
Yeah.
He really loves it.
No, I
No.
can't. I think he's just gonna have like regular.
He's gonna be a regular boy.
We just
regular
try.
diet.
Yeah, I don't know. We try to eat healthy for the most part.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll try and make him eat healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When do you start feeding normal food?
Like 6 months, I think.
I think at like
5
4
months.
you can
It's
Four.
start with like
30 days.
purees.
Really?
And
It
then
depends on how they're like able to like sit